Just getting a bunch of economic numbers coming through as we look for a bit of a bounce in the overall market here with futures lower to start. Q3 GDP final reading just coming through 3.2% versus 2.9%. The core PCE, again, this is a quarterly final number here, 4.7% versus 4.6%, a little bit higher than expected. Continuing jobless claims just coming through as well, 1.67 versus 1.67 expected there. But PCE, Q3 PCE, higher than expected there, along with Q3 GDP, a little bit higher than expected, 4.4% versus 4.3% expected. Keep in mind as well, we're going to get November PCE numbers coming up tomorrow morning at this time as well. Again, futures trying to bounce here on these data points, but a bit of a move back to the downside as we head into a Thursday session here. A number of interesting storylines setting up, including Chinese ADRs back to the upside again. More relaxing coming for COVID measures out of China starting as soon as next month. You can now get a $7,500 discount on Model 3 and Model Ys from Tesla in the U.S. As of today, Tesla doubling their current discount for purchases off of their website in the U.S. only as they continue to deal with higher inventories. There's a downgrade on Google. We get Micron earnings, chip names in play. A lot to get to here. It's Thursday, December 22nd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, market trying to bounce here, but struggling at least after those numbers again, higher than expected for both Q3 GDP and Q3 PCE. Final readings there for those numbers, both again 4.7 versus 4.6 on the PCE. Q3 GDP also higher, so a little bit of a downside move for the overall market here. We were kind of chopping around. Basically flat to start things off. Oil on a downtick as well, was up almost 2% when I sat down this morning, back to just 1%. Interestingly enough, we're seeing Bitcoin and Ethereum back to positive here after starting the day negative as well. So let's see, interesting setup here, guys. Now off of those numbers, again, we get November PCE tomorrow morning at 8:30, which could be even bigger reading.
Yes, sir. Not the best start to the day, but I don't know. I'm blaming Micron for everything, not those numbers. That's not true, but Micron, we had those earnings come through. Not that great for that chip, for the chip maker. They said all the right things in terms of cutting costs and whatnot, but a bit of a wider loss than expected. Yes, that's right, loss. They lost some money there. Futures heading, the NASDAQ is about 0.7 to the downside, and it looks like we're going to maybe get back into some support levels in there as we're about to head into, like, obviously it's the end of the week, but we know it's a bit of a long weekend as well, so you're going to see some crazy action probably today and tomorrow, and then things will taper off next week. I do like some names for strength. Obviously, Apple was a pretty good one on yesterday's trade, and then the Chinese ADRs once again in play. Baba made a late move yesterday. I want to have our eyeballs on those. They're all seemingly gapping up.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, welcome back to the big show here, and we're getting ready for another big day as per usual, right? I mean, I think that's one of the biggest things that I really don't believe in, and I was talking about this with Brendan, like, oh, it's going to be a slow week. Sure, it's going to be a slow week, but it doesn't mean that you can't find some good opportunities to trade. You might want to lower your shares or something like that, but I mean, the moves have been here, right? I mean, this has been a great market all year for liquidity, for moves. You're down again 0.7. Yesterday, we had a great move to the upside. It doesn't really matter the time of year for me right now. These names are moving around. We're at some great levels. There's some sticky notes, some great ideas. We'll see if we can follow those. But yeah, fantastic opportunity to trade one more time here today. Just be positive, man. Like, look for good opportunities, look for your good setups, and we'll be here with you to help guide you through everything. Micron, I like that. I like it breaking the 52-week low. Like, there's another great opportunity. There's going to be, I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but there's going to be great opportunities tomorrow and all next week as well. Like, so let's just, stay positive about the opportunities here in the market, whether or not it be short or long. And, we're just going to be here. Well, now the market's trying to bounce a little bit. I'm already long Apple right now. I picked up something on the dip. Not as big as a dip, dip as I had hoped for Apple, but we're long that name now. We're going to have Fahad going to walk us through some futures trading and show you exactly how easy it is to trade the futures. And we are very, very, to be honest with you, blessed to have our guest with us here today. So we're really excited 100%. To introduce Rahim Alani back into the rotation. So we're super pumped about that. We'll talk to him about his Baltimore Ravens. We'll see what's going on in his world. But Rahim Alani coming back soon, very, very soon. So it's going to be a good day for us, man. We're really, really excited, and let's get this market started in about 55 minutes. We'll start putting on some trades. But I'm already long Apple here, and I'm excited to be here once again.
Yeah, happy to have Rahim back in the building. Going to do a bit of a year-end wrap-up, if you will, as far as mostly Canadian small-cap names that have had a good year. Some of them actually had a pretty good year. Some obviously not so good to the downside. So Rahim coming up here in a few minutes. We'll get him set up and discuss what has done well, what hasn't, and what we should be looking at going into the new year. As far as Canadian markets. If you missed it at 8:30, a few people just coming in a little bit late here. Here's what moved the market this morning. U.S. initial jobless claims, first off, 216,000 versus 222. This one, though, U.S. GDP, the final Q3 reading, higher than expected, 3.2% versus 2.9 expected there. The core PCE prices final as well for Q3, 4.7 versus 4.6. Again, higher on that number that Jerome Powell keeps telling us that is the most important one. If you fast forward, this is tomorrow. So this is the year-over-year PCE number that we're going to get for November specifically. That could be a market mover as well. So we'll talk about that coming up tomorrow. But that month-over-month, 0.2 expected there on the number year-over-year, 5.5 for PCE going into the final reading for the year. So that should be interesting. A number of interesting storylines to discuss this morning as we talked about there to kick things off. This was the overall headline, though, that I sat down to this morning ahead of, the Labor Department causing a bit of a move here, to say the least, on the overall market. Nike, there's FedEx, still moving around, both to the downside again this morning, coming off of reports yesterday. The big one, though, obviously Micron, going to be moving the entire chip group today. Not a good look for MU to the downside. We go for AMD, for NVIDIA as well. This Tesla storyline is an interesting one as well. Obviously, we've discussed in depth what has happened to Tesla over the past couple of weeks. To the downside, Tesla is still sliding again this morning. You can now get $7,500 off of a Model Y or a Model 3 if you purchase them in the U.S. as of today. That's through their website. So that's doubling the discount for Tesla, guys. So got to have Tesla on your watch list here.
I like a good discount.
Yeah, whatever Brendan just said. We were just talking all with Rahim here. We're excited to have him back.
The Tesla discount.
I heard blah, 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 Tesla, $7,500.
Yada, yada, yada. You know, Tesla's actually flat with the market down. So weirdly enough, I mean, if you've been, spoiler alert, the last little bit, Tesla's been performing worse than the market. I don't know if anyone is aware of that fact, but that's just essentially how it's been. But today, it's essentially flat. Like, you've made this interesting. I mean, obviously you made a big bottom yesterday. So in that flush, Tesla barely broke the lows. So what I kind of look at, I always look for a relative strength and relative weakness. That's going to be, as a day trader, you kind of lead with that a lot of times. And, I might have to put this one into a bucket that I could see a bounce. Like, I've been looking for, at some point, I tried the 140 long when it was there briefly. And I've tried a couple of other ones above 150. But maybe we're getting into that zone. The former 400 level, I suppose, is out there. That's like 133 pre-split. So there could be a bit of a bounce, I think, coming in Tesla. Overall, based on after what happened with Micron and this number in here, I do have a lot more things I'm looking for to the south side. But if Tesla doesn't break yesterday's low and we have a 1% down day, then I think there's going to be longs to be had potentially in this stock. We'll see what happens. We have a long way until the open.
Whoa. There's news about AMC here. This just came out. AMC Entertainment announces 110 million equity capital. Does that mean that's? I don't know exactly what that means right now, but AMC is just getting absolutely clobbered right now, down to the downside.
And
Ape is going
and
upside.
Ape is
Hold
going
on a
crazy
second.
to upside. What was it?
What was Ape? What wick do you have?
I got to read that story.
120. All right, so Brendan's over there talking with Raheem, but this is a monster news piece right now. Ape up 80% right now, going crazy. AMC the other way.
To convert Ape into common stock.
Okay.
So essentially, they convert Ape into common stock and implement a reverse stock split. So Ape to the upside, AMC to the downside. Okay, that's.
Oh God! Look, I'm already getting like goosebumps here because this is going to be a wild ride here. As right now, come over to my screen here, Fahad, and we'll talk about this real quickly. There it is. There's going to be some conversion. Ape shares, AMC equity deal here. 520 downside down to 430 right now. AMC down 18%. But look at this. Are you holding Ape shares?
It's
Ape
right back.
Up 50%. Yeah, still moving around right now. So more to come on this one. AMC is seeking shareholder approval for a 1-to-10 reverse split to convert the Ape shares into common shares. Let's go over to Brendan.
This is the important note here, guys, for this. AMC Entertainment Holdings seeking, again, special shareholder meeting to vote on board proposal to reverse split the number of AMC common shares at a 1-to-10 ratio versus Ape. So we've been talking a lot, guys, this week about reverse splits. Now we get a huge one here with AMC and Ape.
All right, I'm just going to go long Ape and then see if that does anything and see if that makes any sense right now. Yeah, that's... All right, so there's going to be a lot of stuff happening. Like, you're going to have to look at both of these names as they start to trade. This doesn't actually, do anything for the company itself. This is obviously going to be a share restructuring situation here. So, wow, okay. Yeah, let's just continue to monitor this. AMC is now breaking through 4 and going to the downside. I mean, again, Adam Aaron just completely, in my opinion, screwing everybody over once again here. Because, like, if you're an AMC shareholder, you just lost 25%.
Yeah,
I mean, and I don't know. I mean, if you're still holding on to your Ape, fine. But I just don't know if that's what people are doing right now. I don't know enough about it, but it does seem like AMC shareholders just got sewered. But again, without knowing enough about it, that's a little bit of an uneducated comment.
What's crazy to me is that before this, it seemed like Ape was on a collision course with 0, and AMC was what was kind of holding up some reasonable value. And essentially what they've done here is said, okay, well, we'll kind of rescue the value of 1 at the expense of AMC. I do believe AMC is going to be a fade on a pop, but maybe, look, I don't know that this gets you any kind of a squeeze type play here. Maybe whenever this gets completed, you can see something like that. But I'll look for resistance at 475. I went over and just made sure I had locates for Ape. There's a bit of a wall forming. I think you probably saw the same thing, Shawn. A bit of a wall that formed at $1 on the way back in, but it was up at 150. I believe this is probably the more interesting vehicle to trade today. Just going out on a limb with that one. This one actually has a chance to go because it's been so ridiculously beaten up relative to what's going on with AMC. It's been a lot weaker.
We can go back to Brendan or to me. I'm long. I thought we were going back to Brendan. I'm long Ape shares right now at 111. So let's just see what's going on with that. We've averaged into our Apple and into our Microsoft. But here we go. We are long Ape right now. Let's see if we can get this going here. Now 120, trying to break through 120. This could be a good day here. Let's see what happens with these shares now. Long Ape into this move, guys. What's up, Brendo?
All right, we're happy, guys, as we mentioned, to have Raheem Alani back with us, Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto, to kind of put a cap on a very interesting year, obviously, not only for the market in general, but for small caps specifically. When we get into this type of environment, it's not the best environment for any kind of company that's looking to continue growth and therefore look to raise funds. In this environment. I mean, from a higher perspective, what has stood out to you specifically for 2022?
2022 has been obviously, like we've said, it's been a crazy year. It's for all spectrums, whether you take it on the tech side, the energy side, like spectrums of. Those are my crutches. And my mic.
I haven't done this in 2.
That's okay.
Just working my way back in, guys. Sorry.
We'll get that hooked up a little bit. One of the interesting notes that we were kind of discussing over the past couple of weeks and couple of months here was on the energy side of things. Obviously, we've seen a huge move to the upside. everything else essentially has been
Yeah.
under pressure.
Yeah.
Whether you want to talk about tech, whether you want to talk about anything crypto related, it's been a mess.
Yeah, and sorry, going back to your earlier point before my crutches decided to take a fall, is like you said, when there's a flight to safety, people fly into things like gold, into real estate, and whatever that might be. Real estate's now going to change because of interest rates. You've got inflation, so gold's going to be a hedge. Energy prices are moving well, so people are going to move into energy. And the thing that takes the brunt is things that you need to get most liquid on, which tends to be small cap names, because you're not as passionate about your small cap names as you are on your big cap names, because your big cap names right now are providing massive dividends because they have to keep up with interest rates. So the guys that take the brunt are the small cap guys, and it gets difficult for capital raising, it gets difficult for growth. So you sort of have to buoy water and hope that you catch the right tide on whatever your theme is.
As a point, from a whole, 2022 has been all about higher interest rates and therefore higher borrowing costs. There's no sign of that changing going into next year.
No, and I think most of the central bankers have been cognizant about where they want inflation to be sort of in the next 3, 6, 9, 12 months.
Yeah.
Sort of everyone that we talk to, Q1 to late Q2 is when, if we can get past that, is when things will start to sort of go in the right direction on the small cap side.
Yeah.
Is the thought process. So whether that is coming to fruition or not, we'll see. But people do want to just get through a period of uncertainty. We're currently in a period of uncertainty.
Yeah.
But get to the end of that uncertainty where central bankers can say, yeah, you know what, we've got inflation capped, we're good. Recession, not a recession. We know where we're at. We can start to now adjust interest rates accordingly. So that'll be interesting to see how that comes into play.
And that said, I think people also have to get used to the fact that 4.5%, 4%, maybe even higher is now the new norm versus what we've seen over the past 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, and again, the scary thing is, again, in small cap world, is you talk to a broker who says, well, I can put you into this type of a deal, or you're actually getting 5, 6, 7% in a very safe, secure note over there. And a lot of guys with money are going to say, well, let's just park it over there for the next few months until we want to go back dip our toe back into the slightly more risky appetite of small capital.
All right, let's get into a few things that have done well in 2022, and then we'll touch on a few things that have struggled. Obviously, a lot of these going to be either energy or metals mining related. So tell us about Athabasca Oil here, ATH, which trades in Toronto.
Yeah, Athabasca, you look at their chart, they're around $2. Swung between $1.40 and $3.10. So it's a nice looking chart. And again, if you had gotten in, we've talked about this every time we talk about energy, if you'd gotten in 2-3 years ago, you'd be sitting very, very pretty. But even in the last year, any of these energy names have done extremely well. What we've talked about, again, is that there is a plan to retire a lot of debt, get dividends going back, share buybacks, and Athabasca is no different. They've got down to the debt number that they wanted to get to. They're very aggressive on it.
Yeah.
Production's going. They're hitting all their targets in terms of where they want to spend. So it's a name that's done well. And if energy moves, this one is one that could continue to move with energy.
Overall, the energy group obviously going to remain in focus even going into next year. Tell us about CJ, which is Cardinal.
Yeah, Cardinal's one that we've talked about a couple of times as well. It's a name that we quite liked. It's done extremely well over the year, sitting around $7. They're kicking out earnings per share. They've got dividends. They're, again, same thing, we're retiring debt, and they're hitting all the production numbers. So it's one of the smaller cap names. It doesn't correlate directly with the price of oil, but it's one of the smaller producers that is, in theory, is correlating with the price of oil. So if you want to go dip your toe into a smaller name, that's one that might play well.
And these are all going to have, potential as, gainers going into next year as well as we continue. Just a note, guys, on the overall market. We're back to session lows here. Crude oil coming off in a hurry as well. But let's continue here. PRU, which is, which one is this?
So Perseus Mining.
Right,
yeah.
yes.
So that was one, just again, when we flip back into the mining side of things, if you are looking at gold and how gold plays as an inflationary hedge, how does that work? Where do you want to be with respect to gold? So this is just a name that we thought has done well over the year.
Yeah.
It's based out of West Africa. So there aren't too many producers on the African continent that aren't the barracks of the world.
Right.
So Perseus is one if you want to get into a smaller cap name that is actually in production and that have that sort of risk flavor for you, but is in production.
The chart threw me there because it wasn't obviously an oil chart. Let's go to tech, or let's go to the downside here. A lot of what we're going to talk about on the downside of things for 2022 going to be tech related. Everyone's seen and is well aware of what happened to Shopify on the e-commerce side of things, both it's dualistic Canadian and in New York. Along those lines, Lightspeed has been a mess this year.
Yeah, no, and that was one. I think it was 2021. We were talking about how great Lightspeed was doing, and they were doing all the right things. And coming out of COVID, they were supposed to have a lot of machines going into restaurants and into shops, and all these things were coming online. Then they got hit with the short seller report end of last year, and post the short seller report, they didn't really defend it too well. Then on top of that, they made a massive acquisition that technically hasn't really integrated as well as it should have.
Yeah.
And then you add that in, plus the fact that restaurants and stores are having a bit of a slower uptick in the number of people that are going in and the number of devices that are needed. And so Lightspeed is down to $19.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, this is a $125 stock at the end of last year. It's amazing. One that was involved in a spinoff this year, BHC, or was it this year? It might have been actually last year.
Where they spun off the Bosch and Lomb, where the eye care side.
Yeah, this one was another one that's been in a lot of trouble, a lot of obvious news-related moves here for BHC.
Yeah, so it's down over 70% year to date. You spin off the Bosch and Lomb side, so you're looking at an investor that says, does it make sense, does it not make sense? You're spinning off a portion that does generate a significant amount of cash, but they are generating amazing revenues. So if you are looking at it from a fundamentals point of view, take a look at their revenues. They are making money. Revenue is up 3.1% year over year. So the numbers are strong, and this could be a lower end to catch one, but it is a stock that has not performed well at all.
No.
And the market did not take kindly to some of their numbers. And again, spinning off the Bosch and Lomb side of it probably gave people that bad flavor as well.
All right, instead of digging into the cannabis group on an individual basis, maybe we can talk a little bit from a higher perspective. There's been a lot of rumblings on the banking side of things south of the border and what's going to happen as far as rules. Maybe, I mean, it seems like every week there's a new story suggesting that it could get done. What should people be looking for as far as individual opportunities in that group if we get more positivity next year from the U.S.?
Like we've talked about, the general thematic play is if the U.S. comes to play ball, then can we go and do all of these things? Now, there's legislation in place with respect to raising capital, with respect to listing on the different exchanges, with different ways of doing different things. And then on top of all of that is banking, and can companies actually bank? And thus, can you go cross state lines? So all of those things are going to be predicated on, run-ups into, we're going to be a year and a half out from another start of a political campaign for presidential-wise. So who's going to step up and who's going to say where we're going to be? So obviously, like we've talked about, multi-state operators are where you want to be, for sure. But you want to look at where the overall national policy is going to be. As
a theme, I guess, going into a brand new year, obviously, in a week or so here, coming off a very difficult year for investors as a whole for 2022, what are you excited about? What are you looking forward to as an opportunity for next year?
It's been, touch wood, it's been a great year for everybody. I've had, obviously, that incident, so I'm looking forward to 2023 on a personal side. And you know what, it's just been, it's one of those things where we've had a couple of really good years. So when you got to take one of these, you just got to take it on the chin. So one of my brokers says, make your money, and if you get back 30 points, then that's just the way it's going to be. Hopefully, in small cap world, it's been a little bit more than 30 points. But at the end of the day, you know what? We get to live this beautiful life that we all get to live, and get to do this for a living. So there's a ton of opportunities that are going to come. Everyone's looking at what's happening, what's the next tech play, because the Facebook/Metas of the world have been kicked down. Is there going to be a new one that's going to step up? The Shopifys of the world, will they ever be able to get back to where they were a year and a half ago? What's the cannabis market going to do? And then as a theme, just going back to mining real quick, central banks bought more gold last quarter than they've bought in 4 years. So, they tend to know what they're doing. So if they're buying gold, should we all be looking at gold as the inflationary hedge, and what's going to happen with different currencies across the world? So there's a lot to think about. Again, in small cap world, we're a little bit more isolated from the larger plays, but a ton of opportunities.
Interesting concept. It's been a crazy year. It's been a negative year, obviously, for markets in general, but more to come, more opportunities to come heading into the new year. I was reading an interesting point on the weekend, last weekend. Out of the last 21, this is in the US obviously, 21 negative years for the market, there's only been 2 cases where there's been back-to-back negative years for the market. So not a bad stat to go by. Rahim Alani's Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto. Good to see you.
Thanks, sir. Happy holidays to you and your family.
You as well.
All right, great to see Raheem
Yeah,
back
it's
there.
good to have him back on the desk, man.
Yeah, I was answering some questions there. We tweeted out that Ape AMC, but it's always nice to see Raheem back in the building. And, you know, that was funny when we had that little crash there at the beginning there. But, yeah, as we've been going on here, the market has been dripping down to the downside. I mean, I took some Microsoft shares, but I was going against this 241. And now it looks like we're going to break through that level. Well, we did, but now we have 240 on our mind, right? So if that breaks down, we got to get out of that one. But the story really today is going to be this Ape AMC stuff. Like, this is absolutely wild move. Long out. We still have a third of this name, as right now we're bouncing off that 130. But what a great move to the upside. 155 Ape went to there, doubling its day from 70 up to 160 basically. Well, what is the exact high? Yeah, 160. And then right now, AMC dancing around $4. So I don't know, like I was saying about this before, like, you know, without waiting for this market to open up and see what they think, it's a nice downside move there. We already know the story, so let's just see what happens. But AMC down 22% right now. Could be some GameStop pullback as well.
GameStop had done a sympathy move. I want to give an update because I know we have the our sponsor down there, but on the position board, I'm long now AMC because there was come to my screen for a second if you guys can. Come to the chart. There was an iceberg order. There was an iceberg order at $4 on AMC. It broke one time, and then it just started showing up again. So there was all kinds of buyers down around here. I'm like, hey, look, AMC down 20%. Obviously, at some point, people are going to like it. But there was some icebergs down there, and it's now starting to bounce back into the upside. I think, look, obviously, I think it's going to be a fade at some point. Whether that's at 430, let's go to the higher time frame for a quick second. Whether that's at 430, 450, or 475, those are the kind of the areas I'm looking at. As a matter of fact, I'll probably bank in front of 450. This dilution equals bad. I think this is more of a dead cat bounce than anything else, and it's probably worth being faded. Shawn, you mentioned GameStop. I saw some people talking about that in the chat. What can I do to, there we go. GameStop actually broke support, but it's starting to recover here. So I think for myself, I think the focus should be on Ape and AMC. It was a decent move to the downside on GameStop, but not a crazy one, and it's starting to come right back here. But, I mean, AMC just popped 10% to the upside because it had a forever buyer at 4, and I'm not sure the downside is completely done here. They seem to be moving inverse, so when that pop happened on AMC, you saw Ape pull back a little bit. I think that's going to hold for a while here. Yeah, once again, the shareholders of AMC, not too happy, but heck, we've seen capitulation bottoms where you get a bit of relief and a shorted stock has some profit taking. We'll see at the open. I could see some shorts taking profit at the open.
Yeah, it's a reverse split. Looks like they're seeking shareholder approval for a 1-to-10 reverse split. We saw what happened with CEI. We've seen what happened with pretty much every single name that's ever reverse split. It's been a horrendous move to have your stock reverse split. So again, this could be a little bit different because it's AMC and because we know that names they can get rallied around this name. So let's just wait to see what the target is here. What's exactly going to happen? I mean, for me, I don't like to hear that. I'm not an investor or anything into AMC, but I wouldn't like to hear a reverse split was in the cards. So, I mean, that goes from, forget about what happened to Ape. I mean, the story about Ape is that they're going to turn that into common as well. But, I mean, 525 down here to 4. Good getting out there at 430, whatever you did, because the high there was 440.
Should have shorted.
Yeah, whether or not you shorted it. I had to pay for shorts, so I'm able to short this thing now if we wanted to. But again, a lot of volume coming through here for AMC. Beautiful downside move. We did get out same way. We got out of our Ape. We didn't take it out at the best spot, but we got a 30 and a 40, and we didn't get a 60. That would be pretty sick if we did up there. But yeah, so all right, it's just, I don't really know what this means for Ape shares. That's kind of the funny thing about it. I only went long here because he was holding one, some bounces off there. Nice little upside move. But I think just like I mentioned before, you're going to have to sort of watch both of these names and figure out where we're going to go. But that's the story of the day. Now, remember I said, Man, how ironic was that I went on that little bit of a rant when we first started here, and I said, don't let anybody ever tell you that the market, is not going to have opportunities because of low volume or what time of year it is and stuff like that. Historically, obviously, the volumes are going to be lower, but there's always opportunities in individual names. And then all of a sudden, 10 minutes later, we get a story out of nowhere here on AMC and
We actually had this conversation last Friday about how lower volumes lead to better volatility because there's less in the way of moves. So you have less people making markets, which can lead to exacerbated moves. It does mean you need to be more particular with what you're trading, but there's certainly opportunities out there. I was just watching CarMax here because down 14% after their earnings. But the other thing in play here, I don't know if we were actually going to talk about this one, but obviously that's pretty ugly. But the other name in play on sympathy is CVNA, Carvana. Hit enter twice. Carvana, which has been just teetering at its lows, has a triple bottom at $4, and that's under pressure on a sympathy play as well. So we're going to be watching that $4 level on Carvana in sympathy. I'd love to short 450 if it goes to the upside, but CarMax, Carvana, both to the downside. There's plenty of names gapping here this morning. Brendo?
A bit of a mixed board to show you, including England back to the upside so far, 0.27 in positive territory, 0.5% for Germany, 0.3 there for France, 0.2 for Italy in negative territory, 0.13 for Spain. Back and forth though, Turkey back to positive territory. That's a look at the social sentiment board for today. This box down here, you can't see it, it's behind everything, but that is Mullen in the red, very, very red so far, MULN. Tesla is negative so far today. That's AMC, GROM, also positive on the day, but a bit of a mixed board as far as social sentiment is concerned. SPY, the Qs, both positive on the day as well, so we'll keep an eye on a few names here. COSM we've been dealing with over the past couple of weeks as far as small caps are concerned and little tiny movers. As promised yesterday, wow, what a move this market's making. As promised yesterday, we have a special guest filling in for Arun. I almost said Raheem again. Arun today. Fahad is here to give us a look at the futures today. Fahad, what do we need to know?
Okay, so I want to give a disclaimer. Obviously, I've never traded the futures before, just to let everyone
Not a problem.
Everyone know. But yesterday, I was looking at a couple of Arun videos. I was studying the futures. It took me like 3-4 videos to understand the whole market. Not a big deal. Yeah, I understood it. It was pretty simple. Every 10-minute video, it's like, for me, someone needs 6 months to understand the stuff that I understand in 5 minutes.
All right.
This is the way I'm built. So that's what I did. And I looked at a couple of videos. I was like, hey, I understand it. From my knowledge, what I was seeing yesterday in the charts, in the ES, the 3900, we were hovering over it the whole day yesterday.
All right, let's go. Randy's on the board.
We're on the board? Okay, cool. So I can even look at the chart.
Here we go.
Yeah, okay.
There's 3900.
3900, so we were around that the whole day. And the highs in previous days have been 3918, somewhere around 3918.
So that's 3918.
Yes. Already in the pre-market, just as of right now, because I see these things, we already came off, bounced off it. We haven't passed 3918 today. So that resistance we've already passed, and it's not an option anymore. So now we're bouncing back down.
Right.
The dip buys we're looking at is, I think, 3880 in the last few days. So that's probably where you're gonna buy if you're gonna try to go long again. Is 3880. If you break 3880, the low for the past few days have been 3855. If I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to remember my numbers here.
Right here.
Yeah. So
you got it. 60, 55.
Yeah, exactly. Right there. Exactly. You see the bottom right there on the left side? That's where you want to be careful.
Yeah.
So if it goes down there, then good luck and try to make money.
Amazing.
Fahad
with the futures look today, guys.
That's it.
Look, in the words of Vince McMahon, you're fired, Arun. What I love about it, because I see these things, that should be the line for everything, man. Look, I like the long at 133.25 on Apple today because I see these things. End of story. And the best part about it is there's that famous book out there. I can't remember it right now. You need 10,000 hours to be an expert at things. Fahad's like, nah, man, I just stare at it for 5 or 6 minutes, and then it just sort of comes to him there. Look, we like to have a lot of fun there. That being said, I have a suspicion that the actual content in there might have had a ghostwriter. I'm just going to throw that one out there.
Yes, exactly, guys. Look, I mean, People's Trader, the People's Producer. We brought you Tuesdays with Tony. I just brought you Futures with Fahad. And I mean, it's not going to stop. I mean, so honestly, Arun will be here tomorrow. We'll see if Fahad wants to do that again. That was really popular. Thank you so much, Fahad. And look, we got to deliver, right? I told you guys yesterday that we put Fahad back up on the screen, and there it is. So good job there, Fahad. But we already broke through 3,800, 3,880, but that was okay.
10 handles ago.
Yeah, we're 10 handles below the key level that he already gave. But that's fine. Let's just continue to watch the futures levels, and I think that's a good one to look at, right? I mean, you got to look at the ES, the NQ. They are leading indicators for some of these positions. So once again, thank you, Fahad, for making Arun's job look pretty simple there. So there it is. It's Fahad. It's your futures with Fahad, and that was a lot of fun. So thank you for that. But now let's get over to some stocks, some real positions here, and yeah, a lot of people like that, man. And now Fahad is now up for the new CEO of Twitter, apparently, as well. So that's going there. But yep, thank you so much for that. The only problem is now we're going to lose Fahad to some like big, futures hedge fund or something like that, because he's got all the levels figured out well before anyone else.
That's okay.
So, all right.
It's all about growth.
Thank you, Fahad. Thank you to all the viewers again for watching that and enduring that. And now let's go over to the big desk with the professional Brendan Wickens.
Anything else you need to know so far this morning as we head towards a open here at Thursday morning? This move in the market is accelerating to the downside. Make sure you grab that every single day, guys. That is the link to the watch list. All you need, it's all your homework done for you and then delivered in a nice, neat package for free, if I didn't mention that, every single day. I want to talk about this before we get into Micron, some of the chip makers. OP. For anyone that is wondering, finally we get the reverse split, so back above $2 here. OP doing a decent amount of volume anyways off of that. Let's get into Micron to kick things off. Not only did they report a loss, they forecast a larger than expected loss going into their Q2. Fiscal Q2 is their next quarter. So not good. Still pointing to higher than expected inventories, guys, for MU.
Yeah, like they said, like we said earlier, they said some decent things in the call there that we did like. And in terms of cutting costs, that's the right thing. They're halting bonuses. That's probably a good thing to be doing when you get cyclical. I'll take another one, Randy. Thank you very much. Randy's the man, by the way. But like when you're now seeing, losses wider than analysts are expecting. I don't know where the light of the tunnel is, but I feel like it's going to be a good harbinger for when the economy is getting better. This could burn into like Q2 and 3, into next year for them. The first 2 quarters traditionally, not theirs, but traditionally. Look, you've got 48.50 down here, and if that gets taken out on the daily chart, I think it gets pretty ugly. My line in the sand last night was at 50 level. I want to short into it if I can catch it. Looks like we might be getting a bit of a bounce in the market. If this gets back above $50, I'm giving it up. I just feel like that's a little bit much for it to come back into the upside. And then you probably have guessed that I'm interested in some intel here. I had an order in just in case we had popped to the upside. I wanted to short off 27 again because it's every single day. And it just never happened. We went straight through and broke down this channel. I should have just had a stop order in there for the number, but I didn't want to get triggered into a position through the low on the economic number. That was probably a mistake. Intel at the lows. It's a multi-day low, 2640. Hopefully I get into Micron first because I'd rather be shorting Intel on pops. That's been better for me.
So right now, just watching out as we talked a little bit, obviously today, as the stories are going to be, this APE and AMC are now below where I was long, or am long still. So we've already taken, like I said there, 20 cents, 30 cents. I'm going to get out if we break $1, and then just reassess this when we open up. We can check out the imbalance locator real quick here. Let's just average this out by size. You still have, so yeah, I mean, not even that many shares here to go. So it's 230,000 shares to buy for APE, and AMC probably the other way. Yeah, there it is. AMC the other way. Sell 77,000 shares, which is an absolute, small piece of the pie here, as Ape's done 20.5 million shares right now, and AMC is probably 10 million or so. Oh, only 5 million. So 5 million AMC shares busting through right now, and it's trying to bounce off $4. So this is kind of the trade that I like a little bit better right now. Wait for the market to settle down and give you a bottom, right? Because there's going to be opportunities here. I wouldn't be surprised if you get a double halt or something today on these names, just because of all the chaos that might ensue here off open. So yeah, violent move here on AMC and on Ape with a reverse split shareholder or proposed to shareholders. So before we misspeak, I know there's a lot of passionate AMC traders and shareholders out there. Very, very interesting day, needless to say, for this company. We did talk about looking over GameStop to see if there's, a sympathy move here, because, if GameStop is not anywhere close to reverse splitting, I would imagine, because it's at $20. But, some more share structure issues there. But this doesn't seem to be moving, only down 2%. Not that there is share structure issues, but that could always, raising capital, things like that could always come through. And then just want to check in on the other ones. Bed Bath & Beyond here, also not really moving on any news like this. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be AMC specific here for the Moon Gang today, and Meme Mania. It doesn't look like it's sort of dripping back to anything else. My Microsoft trade that I'm in right now is pretty, I mean, we're down $1 on it. It's pretty bad, to be honest. There goes Ape, by the way, so we're still net positive
it's
on it.
It's holding the buck right now.
But it just broke and I got out there, but it did hold it, so it's probably a take back in now off that. So it does break. It breaks pennies. We get out at 99 or whatever. Now it looks like it might want to hold that bottom. So hey, maybe it is time now to get back into this name here, Ape. And there it is. So we'll see.
I just grabbed fives.
Yeah, fives I think is a good trade. Why not?
I wanted three.
There we go. Now we're in at fives as well. Let's see what happens here for Ape to the upside. Oops, no, I'm not. I thought I bid some fives there. I must have not got filled. That's kind of crazy. Let's see if we can bid some sixes and get in. I was just like, let me get out some at 10 now. But we are not out of this one, nor are we in it. Again, there it is. Now we take some sixes just printed there. So now we're in long Ape here at 6. And let's just see.
There we go.
Maybe it's a scalp, man. Maybe this is just a scalp.
It's a pure scalp play, I think.
Yeah, all the way to the upside. We'll take a piece out here at 9, maybe, if we get filled, and then we'll see what there it is, and then we'll see what happens here at 10. Again, just playing the ranges here.
Thanks, Randy.
On that one.
So the key
as Randy is in the building. Thank you, my good friend.
Yeah, it's a pure setup play. Like that was just a wick bottom through 1, where you run a bunch of stops at 1, and then that relieves some pressure and it comes back up. I was long in front of 110 the first time because AMC was rolling over and they had been trading inverse. It bounced. I got a scalp trade, and then it broke down. I took out break even. It gave 5 to 10 cents. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what you get here. Like we just bounced off 95, reheld 1. 5 is 110. That's where we're stalling right now. 15s and 20s I think would make some sense. But yeah, they're starting to sell it off pretty heavily. AMC, it came right back. I should have just shorted 450, but I didn't. It is what it is. It's right back at $4, and there is again a buyer. It's just right. It'll break 4. You'll see 99, 98, and then it just, a few hundred shares come up at that 4 level, and they just keep holding it and holding it and holding it. So there is some buying at 4. I still think if this holds 4 at the open, there is a bit of a chance that it could go again. But ultimately, down 25%. There's nothing too positive you can say about it, except you might get the occasional scalp bounce here.
Yeah, definitely going to be the storyline to keep an eye on so far this morning. Let's talk a little bit more big tech along the way, because Microsoft down. Here's Google down as well, 1.5% to start, straight to the downside with the overall market. Needham coming out chopping their price target. They actually came out straight up, said they should spin off YouTube, and that would benefit the stock completely. So not a good look though for any of these at this point this morning.
I'm actually pretty close to getting long here on Google. Where's my bid? 15. So you know what? Maybe we'll cancel that because we already are long right now into everything. So actually, you know what? No, that's fine. Let's just take a bid here and see if we can get something here on Google. But again, we've talked about this, man. This is a PE of 17. It's an absolute destruction to the downside here for Google, from $100 just 2 weeks ago down to 88. I mean, chopped 12, 13% off there in 2 weeks. The market's obviously been pulling back as well with the NASDAQ. We all know that story. Let's just see if the NASDAQ can hold 11,000, and then the ES needs to hold this 3,800 as well. But, for right now, Google does appear to be, into the gates of hell, as we have. Oh, here, we actually have this. I was wondering if we still had that on our board. Yeah, they don't like it right now. So I don't think spinning off YouTube, I mean, it's good for the stock, obviously. It'll provide them, a little more equity and sort of unlock the value in YouTube because, when you have these names sort of bundled in together, then once you unlock the potential there and we get that to market, I don't know if it's the right market right now to bring a new name, but I think people would buy up YouTube. And, it was a growth driver during the whole pandemic for Google. So I'm looking at this 88 level right there. That's what we've dumped down into the last little while and sort of held. It's like 87.90, 87.80. So like I just said, I'm already long Microsoft and Amazon and Apple here. I'm looking to get longer on Google. But that number that came through with the GDP, which was actually better, 3.2 versus 2.9, right? So, but a better GDP means, maybe higher rates for longer there. So that's not good news for any of these high tech names, high growth tech names. Not that Google's a high growth name, but YouTube would be if it was spun out. So let's just wait to see what happens. It's down 1.5% more than the market, which is surprising. When we started the day, it was more up against the market. Now we're down, as like I just said, tech equities right now getting hit all over the place.
Yeah, so like I don't know, like look, if they spin off YouTube, like there's going to be value in YouTube. It'll do incredibly well. Just kind of like Mobileye's done really well. But what's that done for Intel? I don't know. Is that better is that better in the long run for, like, they'll raise some money, but is that better in the long run for Alphabet? I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure about that, to be honest with you. You can throw it out the window. I shouldn't throw it out the window. If we get back to 90, that was the short we liked in the afternoon. I suppose if we get back there again, fair enough. But I need to see us actually bounce off some of these lows here. And that's about 87.5 for Alphabet. I think the short that I was looking for from the afternoon is pretty much gonzo. Are we going to talk Apple? I guess we're not going to talk Apple, but if we're going to look at Apple from yesterday, one of the reasons I think catching this falling sword, yesterday's trade, I liked 133 quarter break and then the half on a pullback. So I just want long in front of it. So that's 34s in front of the half. It's starting to bounce already. I had my 15-minute up because this is where I'm looking at the levels. But pop it back over to the 3, and you can kind of see here, excluding these crazy wicks, that'd be nice if it moved there. If we get back to 134, about 50, then you do run into that lower high that we had after the number came out. So I think a scalp into that range makes some sense. And then we're probably going to, I'm going to rinse and repeat this APE as long as it holds this dollar range. There's no escaping this today. APE is going to do a couple 100 million shares. So, I guess it is what it is. There's going to be opportunities on APE and AMC, and I know some people get tired of talking about those stocks, but when they're moving, quite frankly, we're going to be covering them because that's what we do.
Let's go on to some of these Chinese ADRs making moves back to the upside this morning. Outside of the EV names specifically, I mean, they've all come back at this point, but more signs. Overnight, Bloomberg was reporting that international travelers going into China now, they're going to at least loosen the quarantine time. Starting as soon as January. More interestingly enough, the securities regulator comes out and says they're going to implement more offshore listing reforms and look to improve the quality of listings that are allowed onto the market in Hong Kong.
Yeah, I actually liked a breakout on Alibaba, which is probably not going to happen now. But I was looking for a dip buy in Pinduoduo, so that could come into play. I just like the 85 level on PDD. Look, Pinduoduo might, at some point, if this stock breaks this channel, it's going to be like the short of all shorts. It's just been so incredibly strong. And if there is a deep pullback in the Chinese ADRs, this is the one that has the most room to go into the downside. But as long as it's holding the top end of this channel in the mid 80s, then I'm going to be looking for, bounce plays off of that because it's gotten to the 90, 92, 93 area several times. It feels like eventually this breaks down. But today with the positive catalyst, if I can get an 85 on this weakness, I'll go ahead and take that shot. Baba, you can have all the plans in the world when you sit down, but then 8:30 happens. And this was set up for a 90 break. I thought pretty cleanly here. pretty cleanly here. And it just, now we're down at like 89 even. I don't know if we'll have enough to get back in. If we do pull back further, I probably prefer the pin duo dip buy at 85 than trying to pick something up at BABA, what would be like 86.5. Maybe this can change and we see that 90 breakout on Alibaba. Those are the two that I'm watching today. They're still up relative to the market, which is a good sign, but pulling back $1 here in BABA already. I'll see if I can get that PDD at 85.
All right, so, MU climbing back up. I see what you're saying there in the chat there, Zach. We'll have a look at that. I did get into Google there as my largest position right now in holding is Google, as we'll wait to see if Ape can give us that 115 rate now.
Yep.
Did it? Yes, it did.
Oh,
there it is.
massive
Yeah,
buyer.
massive.
Level two.
Yeah, I just saw a massive order there at 15 or something, but just got wiped out. But there it is, man. We took a nice little 15 out there. So we're doing quite well on Ape, not on anything else right now, but Ape, yes, so far so good on that name. I just want to talk about, isn't Bilibili the YouTube of China? So if that's going to be the case there, then you do have some YouTube talk today, obviously on the spinoff. It's not talk. YouTube hasn't, or Google hasn't. This is just coming from an analyst there, so it's not like they are going to spin it off. But if there is some value there unlocked, I think you can maybe look at Bilibili as well. I'm not sure of the subscriber numbers or the view numbers or anything like that. Again, a Chinese equity, so you got to watch out for those numbers. But nice move for Bilibili. I mean, how many names that you're going to classify as sort of tech names that are above its 50 period, let alone this much above? I mean, this is 50% above. Right now, it's 50 period moving average. So Bilibili continues to for sure work here, and I don't see it stopping anytime soon. I would say if there is any truth and legs to this, hello, let's effing go right now. As there's Google, man, look at that. We just put on a decent size there against this level. Here it is on the sticky note, $88 there for Google. We just got a print at $88.50 right there and took out 30% of the trade. So wow, that was a little lucky considering these longs have been trash here today. So we just to talk about that. So that's my Bilibili. I do like that. We were punching out of some Microsoft here. We've been averaging it down. The real trade that we put on was here at 241.17, and then we put some more shares at 240.50 against a 240 bottom. But with this market bottoming out right now and not really looking to go back. See, now the good thing we got out of some of that Google, it's right back to flat. It's not looking like it's going to be a strong day here for tech. So we did take out Microsoft, we took out a quarter of this at 50. So we're not sitting here anymore. We're more upside near that 241 in case we do get a little bit of a bump here in the futures, but definitely watching this break through 240. If that happens, we'll lick our wounds and get out of it and then, address the market once it opens, because we're now only 4 minutes away from getting these imbalances. Man, this morning went by pretty quickly. So let's go over, I didn't even realize it, so let's go over to Tesla. I was looking, was like, there's still lots of time left in the market here before we open. I was like, what? 9:21. All right, let's go talk a little bit and see, there goes Microsoft, hopefully back to the upside. Let's go over and good talk about Tesla.
Yeah, busy morning. A few other interesting names here. Under Armour, worth noting, not doing a lot of volume, but they got a new CEO. CarMax reported KMX downside as well, bigger than expected loss, and their forecast was terrible. So UAA or UA and KMX, both worth a note. Here's the note on Tesla. As I said, 7,500 off now. Randy was a little disappointed in that because we live in Canada. For a Model Y or a Model 3 in the US as of today, if you order it on their website. More negativity here, guys, for Tesla.
So there is just news in on Google here. They're paying $2 billion a year for Sunday tickets. So we brought that, Brendan brought that story with Cherif. We talked about that yesterday on the big desk there. So it does look like Google will pay $2 billion. Wow, a year. We like that.
NFL just wins.
Maybe Amazon did pretty good there, getting it for $68 million a game. But they had it for their own. It's like tonight. There's only one ticket in town. It's Amazon because you got to watch it on Prime.
What a great game that's gonna be.
If you're going to watch it. Yeah, I actually think it's going to be a good game tonight.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I do. I think two competitive teams, both playing for the playoffs. I mean, I think there's a good chance to be that. And then, of course, this weekend, Saturday is all the talk for the NFL.
I'm embarrassed to say I didn't realize the Jags could make the playoffs.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, they're not even that bad. Their odds. We'll show that out later. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just Tesla right now. Every day is breaking new lows today. It's already happened there. The low yesterday was put in at what was the low? It was 136.50, something like that. But now you're breaking even lower here. Obviously, as this market continues to make a downside move, so does this name here, Tesla. Yesterday we traded it a little bit, but it was pretty, downside there off that 140. So, whether or not we see that again, there's that bottom that I'm talking about. Yeah, so it was 136.50. Playing off of that was going to be something that I was looking to do, but now you're already down to 136. So we already pulled that back out, man. Where does Tesla stop? The weekly chart has it at 140 as a good little level. We've talked about that over and over again. Here it comes back here. I just have to call up the weekly because the daily is just, doesn't really, I can show it to you, but here it is back in here, a bunch of consolidation. Nobody really knows where this is going to stop. I just think once we figure out that Elon is more focused on the business, less on Twitter, more on Tesla, SpaceX, things like that, boring company. I mean, is he overstretched? I don't know, but it seems like maybe he is, and definitely investors are feeling the same way. China lockdown's a problem here, but I just saw again another note. It was something about like Ontario now, which is the province we live in, starting to ban electric vehicles, combustible engines and things like that. So as more talk comes, we know California, I think it was 2035, no more sales of combustible engines or production, maybe not sale, but production. And the same thing happening in Europe as well. So I feel like Tesla does have a roadmap to success. We do know that the semis are going to be rolling out as well. Pepsi did a big order for them. Yep. I think it was 100 of those. So we'll see what's going to happen. But it's not too late to get into some Tesla, obviously, if you did think this was the bottom. But it's a very, very dangerous game when we start talking about bottoms and things like that, because there really hasn't been one in this name. So let's throw it over to Neil for a quick, and then we'll go.
Yeah, I mean, look, 135 is going to stand out. If we see 42s again, I think that's a bit of a fade. I did want to quickly talk about Lucid, if only because yesterday there were some longs off the bottom. Today, the only long to look at for bounce is actually 7 even on the 15-minute, and then there's your daily chart. So $7 is kind of that last ditch in the sand, and we're 12 cents away from it right now. So we could see that one at the open. If it does a false wick beneath it, like breaks 7, holds at like 695, then I like those types of longs if it comes back above, just like what happened there with APE at the $1 level.
Amazon, another one under pressure here so far this morning. There was another negative note on Amazon 2 or 3 days in a row, I want to say, for Amazon back to the downside. Talking about 2023 going to have some challenges still for the e-commerce giant, and specifically that they want to see pricing power versus cost cutting from Needham, guys, who lowered their entire 2023 estimates for Amazon.
Whew.
Yeah, not a great look. Look, the level I like, kind of like Alphabet, I like 90s. I liked 87. I still like 87. That was that afternoon top, previous resistance into support. And then unless you're back down here testing 84, 84 and a half, 85, I think that's where you might pick up a little bit of support. I mean, Amazon's daily chart, not dissimilar from anything else there. And I don't want to be chasing and diddling too much in the middle of some of these ranges. I did want to quickly, I don't know, you probably have something to say about Amazon, but I did want to acknowledge one from yesterday. Nike breaking support from yesterday at 114. I still like that 50 period on the daily, or the 200 period on the daily for a bounce on Nike. That's around 111 and a half. If it gets down there, I like the bid. And if we see a chance at that 118 half that were short yesterday, resistance on the daily chart, if it gets up there, I like the short. But with the market weak, I don't know if we see the higher end of the move.
All right, the market is starting to come back upside, which is pretty nice right now. I don't have anything to really say about Amazon, to be honest with you. It's not on the sticky note today, but we do continue to like the shorts in those names. Look at APE right now, starting to take off a little bit. We'll go bang on that one here as we only have 2.5 minutes to go. I took another. I planned this out pretty much to the T here, and you can see it looks like stairs. We have a 10, a 15, and a 20, and that's that, and we still have 40%. So let's see if this can continue to go. Our Google did break. We do have a piece back on it, but it did break, which sucks because we did get out, but that's okay. We're back in at 8s, but it did break at 88, sorry, but 88.08. It did break on that news. Again, when you're long a stock and then news comes out of nowhere, you really got to still stick to your levels. And although I would have liked to have held this, as you can see, it just printed 40s again there on the upside. I would have liked to have held this, but I have to be responsible. And by the way, talk about being responsible. Let's go softy. Right now, Microsoft all the way back up to the upside. We should take a piece out here if we are going to be responsible. So let's see if we can get something into the 90s as that rips up into the money right now. So man, I guess maybe we should have held on a little bit more. But this market did make a little bit of a move up, and Softy did take off there. It sucks because I didn't have any offers out there, but it didn't really print too high. The highest we got there was 72. But putting us back into the money there on the Softy trade doesn't mean it's going to last, with now only a minute and a half to go. AMC to the toilet. Yeah, both of us are on ape. So, you know, this name could go into the toilet. That's correct. I mean, look what they did. They brought, I just saw something. Someone wrote this down here let me just see if I can find this and read this real quick. All right, they said, let me get this straight. AMC couldn't sell any more common stock, so they created ape and gave it to shareholders. Then they raised money by selling more shares of ape, which they did, and now they want to turn those ape shares back into AMC shares. So I feel like there is obviously going to be some structure issues here and some questions about what exactly AMC management and everything is doing here. And we'll just wait to see where that all flows through to right now. Apple back into the money. That's a good one here. Ape, Google, and Microsoft all in the money as we get ready to open up the day. But we've already taken an L on some Microsoft shares. So, we did get a 241. All right. So we did get a 240 there. We don't have any offers upside as we are 30 cents now into the money on Microsoft. Let's see if we can hold this 241.
Yeah, about to get the countdown. Not sure who's going to be on the bell in 10 seconds, but we're going to have that bell. I did just get in and out at 49.5, in front of 49.5 on Micron. 50 is the level I like to the upside. I might start trimming some Apple if we get to 135. But in 2 and 1, ring it if you can, Justin.
All right, market,
there we go.
market be falling right now, from what I can see. But there it is, though. Microsoft does give me that 242 print. So, wow, we are able to get that for a little piece. Wish we could at all, because then we could reload it for $1 better. But Microsoft did give us that upside move right there. Let's put another one into the 70s in case we get that. But Microsoft right now bouncing around. I like the stock, and I've liked it for a while, all week. In fact, we've been long Microsoft. Let's stay that way now. As there it is. Yes, sir. Another one. Some nice money flowing in now on these markets as there it goes. Apple, Microsoft, Google, everything bouncing around a little bit here.
Yeah, Apple just got up to that 134.5, it looks like, is finding a bit of resistance. I just got some shares out there, but AMC just,
What happened?
AMC just halted up. Wait a minute. Where's the last print?
I was saying things were going to start halting, man.
Why?
So,
okay.
Maybe just news pen, like it could be like
Yeah, I'll
news
check
pen,
it out.
Yeah,
I'll check it out and see what it is, guys. But I just took some profit on Apple there. Watching Tesla go heavily to the downside, which means I got to watch out for Lucid as that comes back into $7. Hit enter twice. As I'm sitting in front of that 7, if it breaks 7, I'm out. If it does a wick bottom, I'll try to jump back into it. If Tesla flushes lows, I mean, this could break 7 and get pretty ugly as well. So have a hard stop there. But I got to check out what's going on with AMC. Yeah,
we did. Apple's making the move to the downside. So that was, we got some out at 134.50, but there goes Apple back down into this level one more time for AAPL. A nice downside move, but 133.70 or so right there has held. So that could be a decent bottom there for Apple if it does come in. So I'm going to put a bid there on Apple at 133.70 or so. See if we can hold out that and then get out of all of this, man, if we break below 50. So I'm going to try this here on Apple, 133.50 out if it does take it, because it does look pretty weak right now on Apple.
Oh, for the love of it. As I was checking out.
Wow, the market is really coming in here.
Right to bloody 49.95. On Micron. You've got to be kidding me. I was just checking. It is a volatility halt on AMC to double check it. I didn't think it had moved enough for a volatility halt. That's why I was a bit confused. But I got to get myself some shorts in Micron if I can catch it. Maybe I can get like 75s. And then that was easy. I just got 72s. That was way too easy. I just put an offer and it spiked back up there. I'm going to take some out in front of 50 because that was way too simple. And then just going over to Intel. See Intel?
What's up with Intel?
Straight down. Straight down. Yeah. Always straight down, just short Intel every day. Brendo.
Guys, on a big move, another price hike coming from them as of this morning. CLF, almost 10% straight to the upside here today.
All right, we're going to get out of Apple right now very, very quickly here as there it is. That's funny. Like it went back and like it's just so violent right now. It went back into the money. Look at this market giving everything back that they made yesterday. Was that a wick bottom for Apple? Let's just test it one more time. We're not, we are going to watch out for that 133 level on Apple, of course, but the market's falling now. I mean, we did get that GDP number. 133 is coming into play one more time here for Apple. So, we'll test it. If it doesn't hold, then obviously this is the one last gasp here for me on Apple, and then we'll be done. Like I said, man, we're not metaing ourselves again here on this. We're just not going to be averaging into everything as long as we can. But we're fine right now. Everything is good. We still have those Ape shares at 117. Microsoft is still dancing here. Probably a good little long. I'm waiting out 240.25 in case this gets a little bit worse here for Softy.
So Lucid did break that 7 level right now. So I'm still in Micron. It's holding 49.50, but Lucid broke 7 even. It's holding below that price. There's a wick bottom to 96. Is kind of what I was thinking. If it can hold 95 and then do a wick bottom, reclaim 7, then it could be a bit of a jailbreak long back in. You get a 10-cent scalp, but it was just an iceberg on the offer at 7 on Lucid, holding it beneath that price. That could lead to me shorting it in front of that 710 level. If you're watching Ape, it obviously didn't halt, but I got if it breaks $1 or AMC reopens and it breaks $1, I'm just gonna get out of dodge in that one. This is just pure long in front of $1 on Ape. We're holding that 7 pretty decently here, so I am gonna jump into some Lucid short at 99 to see if we can work this to the downside. I don't know where I'm gonna be able to get into Intel, because quite frankly, I think I missed my shot as Intel broke the multi-day low there. Ugly for some of the chips, but Intel, it just broke 26.40, probably headed to 26 even. 25, I think, is a buy. Maybe we see that at some point.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's try Meta here as well. Some of they're just at key levels. Yesterday we bounced off these key levels and we were able to make a lot of money off them. Let's see if that happens today. These are just like pie in the sky trades right now. Here we go. There we go. 117's out. So that's 20 cents there worth of a hit. The market's coming in right now. So I don't. That might have been a wick bottom there for that. Let's go back in again. We are doing death by millions of cuts here right now. So we keep going long. Eventually, you're going to have to switch up your game a little bit here. But there's Microsoft. So this is the last sort of ditch effort here for Softy against that 240. I really like
Ape's halting up.
Ape's halting up. Okay.
Ape's halting, yeah, up.
Yeah, go over to Neil's screen there.
Halting up at 132, stacked bid here. Look, it's halting up. AMC's already on a trade halt, guys. Looks like this wild action is going to continue. It's already up 100%. It just halted and AMC just reopened. So that makes a lot of whatever. So AMC's reopening, absolutely charging to the upside. I think we're both long Ape. AMC is going into a halt as well at 457. My gut is telling me this is pure squeeze and there's going to be a fade play in there. I think I want to get out of Ape, whatever top it makes on the reopen, and start thinking about the other direction. I know I've paid for some locates, but whatever that iceberg was at 4, it was legit. I wish I had gotten back into that one instead of playing Ape off the $1 level, because now they're both halted to the upside. Go figure. I don't think any of this is good for the shareholders. But hey, when it wants to squeeze, sometimes it just happens to squeeze. We did think there could be some profit taking by short sellers as well, which can exacerbate these moves. So Ape halted 132, AMC halted 457, both upward halts, despite the obvious news being negative.
Yeah, not great news one more time here for some of these tech names as well. But Ape shares, yeah, good for you. If there's some way that you knew that you needed to be in Ape. But it's a nice halt right now. The tap, which hasn't really been working, to be honest with you, very well, 132, like it's tapping where it closed. So that's the theoretical auction price. So that's what we're looking at. Okay, Microsoft did not hold. So, we were able to get out there. We averaged back in, small little hit here on Softy, but the move is continuing to go to the downside. I still have a third of this trade on, so it's not good right now. I do want to get a 240 long if we do break it back to the upside, and then use some of these bottoms as our bottom, maybe 240.50, 239.50. But here we go. Maybe we do get a little bit of a bounce back upside right now. I feel like I should just stay on Softy instead of looking at all the others. But you know what's really working out here is Apple. Apple continues to make that move to the upside. So hey, let's take a piece out on on something that's actually working. There's Apple. We get a 73 there on Apple, buying some dips there. This move's happening for us to the upside, so that's good. And here goes Microsoft. Hopefully, we can hold now above 240 and continue its climb to the upside and make back pretty much everything that we lost. But that's going to be a little bit of a problem because we need to make it at least back to 241 here to get close to flat on the name. But it's working, and so is Apple. So far these longs are starting to catch a little bit of a bid here.
Yeah, actually a bit of not a bit of a bid, but a decent sized bid here on Nike. It's almost back to green. It was down at 113.5 here. I like 111.5, 112 area for a dip buy, so there's still a chance I could always get that in a further flush. But yesterday's close was 116. If it can't break pre-market highs, there's a rollover potential there, and then the 118.50 area as well. Oh, Micron's starting to charge back into the upside. I got a leg back out, so I stopped out originally, shorted it off that 50 level, and then got some at 49.50. This time I got a little bit better of a price, closer to the 75 range. If we break 50 even, I'm out of this thing, and I got to watch Intel because I'm sure if this is coming to the upside, Intel might be doing so as well. I'm short Lucid off of that $7 break to the downside, and I meant to be trading Carvana and CMX. Carvana's already flushed in, and now it's just about that $4 level. Carvana breaks $4. It's a big wall down there, but I got my sights on Lucid and Micron, and of course, wanting to catch some Intel. Give me a break. The market bounces a little bit, and I'm like, I start getting more Micron. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be able to get into Intel, baby. No, Intel's at the low. So,
yeah.
I mean, you have to, I've learned my lesson with this. Like, you have, if it's a really good short, you've got to be aggressive in it. I was not. Thankfully, Micron's starting to work. It just got some out at VWAP, and I'll take more to the downside. But Micron is, oddly enough, holding up relatively well here. So as much as the short is in the money, I got to respect this fact that it's showing some relative signs of strength.
Wow, so it's a good thing that we sort of cleared out some of those longs that we had when we had that opportunity too. We got out of Google there at 80, close to 88 there, which was a good trade for us. And Apple, we got out some there at 80s. And Microsoft, although we're about to get out of them all as it takes out 50, we're able to get some, there it is, wow. We're able to get some greater than 240. Like I said, it looks like it's not buy the dips, man, it's fade the pops today that thing's a bear. Good. As we turn it around, let's go over to Brendan. What you got?
Coinbase, guys, quickly, a couple things. 3% right now for Coin. This is new all-time lows once again today for Coin. This one I saw a huge bid trying to prop up 130. I don't see it right now, but ICCM doing some volume again today.
ICCM, that's the one from yesterday. Did it get to $1? Did it get to? No, it didn't get to $1. Okay, never mind. That's not that exciting. So I got another leg out there on Micron because 49.50 has an iceberg buyer. We're back open. Wait, Ape is back open. I'm in Ape, that's why. Is back open. It looks like it's trying to hold that whole price 133. If it gets through the quarter, I'm just going to get out, so I want to throw a stop in there. Just make sure that if it breaks 1.25, I want to get out of this thing. AMC is still halted and should be open in about 4 minutes. But Ape, now going to the downside, you know what? There's always a chance. Like, if it holds this halt level, and this is why I'd rather have a trailing stop here at quarters, if it holds this halt level, maybe you can make another run at 150. I'm usually incredibly skeptical of that kind of thing happening, and now AMC is also open, so my stop's in. I'm going to throw a target upside in front of 150 and then go over to AMC. It opens up right at that 450, pretty much flat. It's holding flat right now, so not a heck of a lot happening in AMC. I don't know what these wicks are down to 430. It is just churning that 450. And now I just got trailed out. So I rang the register on Ape. AMC holding 450. I wanted this to shoot to 5, and then I would try to short the 5 level. But if it just wants to sit at 450, I don't need to force any trades at that level. Ape, I'll be out of it waiting for the next move. $1 support. I think I'd short the high of the day if it got there. And then the shorts in the market, I mean, those are just working. Micron now headed back to 49.40. Impatience and shorting the first level of 49.5 when I should have just waited for 50 was a mistake. Lucid on the 7 break. It's now down 685, so we continue to take shares out of that. I'm going to assume Intel could be breaking 26. Not yet. Intel could break 26 here today, and that is a pretty big level. I think the wall is at 25 even, so I think it's headed down toward that level in the next week or so.
All right, there goes, I mean, Google's been a great trade for me today. It's too bad because, we did have that first move through 88, down to 87.50, and then we just took another break of 88 and got them out there, 88. 9s, 10s, 8s, things like that. And we're just in sort of back into scout mode, but not really. You know, trying to hold out for something here again. Apple just came right back to its 50 period, or to VWAP, right there at 80. I missed that offer. So there we go. We'll put it out right there. Put the sirens out a little bit for this move. We did not get out of APE here, but I am thinking that this is a decent level now as wow. We are really starting to run. Let's see. Did we get, we just missed, we missed the 38 there. Let's see if we can get it now. APE right here. We're taking APE to the bank today, that's for sure. As it's been a good little run here for them. But again, like I said, you know, be careful with these shares, and you know, you want to make sure that you are getting something out. So there it is. We missed 38. We take a 36. We're long here at $1 again. So we'll take 30% more on this name, as we've been really done. We have really done well on this. Long there, long out, whatever, back in for double or triple the shares. Now we're back up to the upside here. I said we get a little more aggressive when this opens up, and there it is right now. APE double the long there at $1 and working out. But Google's not. Google just faded out again here. So yeah, maybe this NFL deal not loved, but it's the market here. It's not the market. It's not the deal. But yeah, we're gonna have to get out of some Google here if it takes out 87.50 for sure. That's the bottom, 87.50.
I just ran the register on some Lucid. I'll do this one for Lucid. It's going to the gate to hell up that 7 break, but I want to go to something new. Netflix down 1%, almost 1%, but strong stock yesterday. I love the relative strength, and it's starting. It just bounced 294. That was this channel here. So the opening rush consolidation gave you 94s in at 296. And if I can get longs in that channel, as I say this, it's already starting to. I mean, obviously the bounce is already happening. I'll have to look for a pullback because the market's weak, and if the market's weak, I'm not chasing along past my target zone. I'm on the bid 294 quarters, and I might step it up to the half, but this is a name I do not mind on that dip buy. Micron, Lucid, those shorts I'll probably just have to hang on to, then look for the next trade. There are some longs that are coming into play. PDD just missed me by about 20 cents or so on the bid. Brendo.
Chinese shipping company just popping up here as well, having a nice day on a new $34 million agreement. This is a coal shipping company, YGMZ, up 42%. Just took out day highs there.
All right. I am in Nike right now. We talked about Nike yesterday. Remember, I was like, yeah, you should sell this thing maybe at 120 there, 119. Now you get down today to 114. But here's a nice little move back up to the upside. We're long at 46 here on NKE. So, hey, maybe we do get a little bit of a bump back up here. That was 116 yesterday, 116.50 or so. That high rate there on the 20 period. Let me just zoom in here and have a quick look. Whoops. Push that, push this, push that. 116. Yeah, so okay, I think we could probably get something out at 116. It just ripped up there again, right where we took the trade, up to 70. So we could have, how many shares do I have? Yeah, we could have taken some of that out. If that does happen again, let's take something out at 70 there for Nike. But this market be falling, man. Right now to the downside, there's Microsoft. We've averaged into it our last time. I mean, it looks like it's going to take down 239 now, Microsoft. So yeah, wow, that was tough, man. We should not have. I mean, I probably would have been biased long anyways, but the fact that I was caught in the pre-market, and I even said on the stick, we have these economic numbers coming out that are going to affect this, and I just thought it went down a little too low based on a good number, but yeah, maybe not, as the Santa Claus rally. Coal in stockings today, 239.30 upside here. Let's see if Microsoft holds 239. Doesn't look like it wants to. And then Google's all the way back down to a level I need to, missed that one, that I need to buy down here at 50.
Yeah, another stock which is falling down 4%. Ford's down 4% right now.
Is it? I just bought some of that.
The other day, there was that crazy volume wick, or I don't know, it was like a liquidity vacuum down to $11. If we see 11, I'm a buyer of Ford today. There's just no way around it. After I shorted on the way back up and lost, and it was like my second or third worst stock that day. So if it gets down to 11, I'm going to take a shot at buying it. AMC is now, he had entered twice. AMC is now back in after making a wick top through the whole price at $450. I like $5 a heck of a lot more, but if it's going to be this $450 level, I might take a shot at $457 is actually the price that it was holding at. If we can't break that, there might be a short back into $420. Micron just came right back up to the top. I don't want 70s anymore. I want shorts right in front of 50. Micron may be down 3%. But last I checked, this is relatively strong. So I like the 50 level, but I got to be a little bit more not cautious, but I think more not discretionary, but little tighter to that stop is what I'm meaning to get at here.
50's a nice
50,
level,
it's a good
yeah.
level,
Yeah.
but the market's at the low and it's pressing resistance, right? So since the open, this is a strong stock. Yes, that short last worked, but if it breaks out at 50, got to get out of Dodge. This could be a bit of a jailbreak on Micron.
All right, I'm hoping that Microsoft can get going there as we did get that 239 bottom. So here we go. Let's see if Microsoft wants to get into the 80s. I'm waiting at 85 to get a piece out of, darn it. We've ticked up, actually, I guess the piece out should be like 70 on Microsoft. So let's just sort of adjust that right now. Oh man, we did miss that as it comes right back into 239 again. Oh man, it keeps on wanting to go and then stops and then goes again and all this crap right now for Microsoft. So it is making a move to the downside here, looking to break through 239. So, oh man, that's going to really suck when that does happen. But looks like it is pretty weak here, Sir Softy, on the downside. We don't have anything short, which is really the sucky thing about this. We did get out of Ape, but I do have to, obviously rethink what we're doing here because this market is definitely a downside move, and we are long, so not great. But here we go. More shares into Microsoft long, Apple, Ape, Nike. The one that is the darling right now is Nike. We already took out some at 70, as we said there. So that was 35 cents. Now we'll see, or 25 or 35. Whoa. Now we'll see about a 116 take here for Nike. Hopefully we can get that going.
And I just got my first long in a while, and that'll be Pinduoduo, that 85 level. Hey man, when the market's going down, I guess that means you're going to get all the longs you want. So that was dipping down, now negative actually on the day, but I like that support at 85, so we'll see if it can't bounce. I started it at 30s. If I see it show strength at 85, then I would add to the position, but on that first charge through, when you're sort of getting it, catching the falling knife, let's just say, I want to be cautious on where I'd add. If it goes back into 46, it's a counter trend move. I always want to make sure I'm scalping it because that's the way to go. Like I said, I would try to get some more shares of Micron, so just flipping back over here. It did retest 50, got to 98, and I grabbed some 80s, well, more like 82s. Average price going to be now 79. I'll keep playing out in front of 49.50 because it seems like it wants to resist that level, and then 49.30 has been another one into said downside. So just rinse and repeat over there on Micron. AMC's now broken above the whole price at 457.
Ooh.
So it's at this point it kind of looks like it's still going up here. So I'll be cautious and just patient. I like that $5 level. I'll wait for that 5 to see if we get it. Not really seeing anything I like over there on Ape. As quickly as we get into Micron short off 50, it's right back into VWAP at 49.5. So we continue to make that work. Intel, which is on my mind, it never really leaves it. At this point, I'm actually thinking a 26 long on Intel. 27 was resistance. 26 is kind of like that logical even dollar area. If it gets back down there, I might take a scalp trade. 99 is the actual low of the day, so my stop would sit at 98. Brendo?
Big move down here for Cassava Sciences. Still looking for a reason why as to this is happening, but just broke 30 bucks there at the low. 16% downside for SAVA.
We are holding on by like such a small margin right here. Google, we just got a 60 fill. We took some out at 70, as you guys can see right now, right there. And it's like, I hate this. The market is like in limbo right now. It doesn't really know what it wants to do as the NASDAQ hovers right here around this 11,100 mark. And we're in some of these longs and we need them to get going or else it's going to be a little too late. You can't hover around these bottoms for too long. So we've just been scalping out some of this Microsoft. I'm not going to be positive on this name, like I said, unless this gets back to 241. So what I'm going to do is try to hold out for a little bit of that in case that does happen, because now we're pretty close to our out. We've just scalped out of 30% of our position here at 35s, 36s, stuff like that. So my next offer is going to be upside here into like 239.80. Like I said, I'm waiting at 85, so we'll go with 84 right there. I was at 85, I canceled it. We'll go to 84. Maybe a little bit of a rip up. That's 75 high. I just think if we take that, we'll bump up a little bit and see if we can't hold on to a bigger piece here for Microsoft. Nike goes all the way, man. We were waiting at 116, so we're waiting at 115.98. It went to 115.91. I still think that name can work out for us as well. And what a good out there on Ape. I mean, we got $1.40. Now we only have 20% left, 20, 40, 60, 80, with one more piece left as we stair-stepped it up. We just missed the 130, or else we'd have a boom, 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 boom like that. But okay, let's go Microsoft as you're back up here at 239.40. But the market now wants to look like a little bit of a reversal there. Let's put something out at 50 and then cancel our 80. Let's get a little more conservative here on this and just make back a little bit of what we've lost already on the day and not let this day get worse. Because if the market turns now, man, all these levels are going to flush because people have the same outs as us, or as me anyways, because they're pretty obvious. So let's see what happens now. Microsoft at 239 is a pretty clean out. So hopefully we don't test it again, or else I feel like it's doomsday there. Take a piece out, which we just did there at 50.
If this market turns, I got to reverse Micron long at 50. I like the short in front of it, but if we get any kind of a significant bounce in the market, I know it's down 3%, but it was down more. I got one leg out there, the first scalp on Pinduo Duo, so I can reload at a better price in front of that 85. I'm going to take some more out 70s and then 86 as well. But like I said, Micron, it does continue to work to the short side. But this buyer at 49.50, like every time it gets to 49.50, it kind of stalls out. When it broke, it then flushed all the way into 30s. So I'll take some more out in front of 50s. I'll take another leg out in front of 49.30, hold some for the low of the day. Lucid is starting to show signs of slowing down. It did this wick down into 70, bounced back into VWAP. So this is kind of like, that, not the line in the sand. It's like a decision point. The market's trying to level off here, and it's trying to hold a higher low. If it rolls over, I think we retest the low of the day and we're just trending. But I only want to reload if we're actually, pressing higher, getting closer to 7, and I can give myself a good price. So going to be cautious there. PDD looks like 85 has worked as a bounce. I just got the 85.70 level, so we can do this. Congratulations. Yeah. There haven't been a lot of good bounce plays in this market, and I had to wait $3 for a good one on PDD, just to go back over to Alibaba. 87 bounce. That 90 level, I guess we can pretty much forget about it. And then if you're watching NEO, it's not near that 11 level. If it was, I probably would have played that for a bid, but didn't see anything interesting unless it gets down to 11 even. I'm on the bid of NVIDIA. NVIDIA's down 5%. Already broke 60. It's kind of going sideways here, but if you go to the daily chart, there's been support in and around this 155 area. So as we get down there, I'm going to be on the bid of NVIDIA in front of 155. Not a great day for the overall market. I know it's weaker than the market, but when I see a level like that, I'm usually going to take a shot to scalp along off it. Kind of like I like that 85 on Pinduo Duo. I'll take my shot NVIDIA if we see 155.
All right, this is why, we just talked about scalping out. We just got some more out at 239.50 here, because here comes 239 again. So a bunch of outs. We only have half of our position on right now, and it's long at 22s. So, we take a 20. This is, I had to go 1-to-1 there, right? Like, we're long at 22, went up to 50. Our out is the O's, so that's 1-to-1. So we did put our scalping hat back on there for Microsoft. And like I said, we've already, the real hits happened early, like where we were long here all the way down, and we were able to get something out. I mean, this thing spiked to 242. And we were able to get some out. So that's why it's not nearly as bad as maybe I'm making it seem to be. Well, maybe I'm not, but it's still bad. It's a negative stock. But we have scalped some out. Here it goes. There it is, and there's the break. So we got out of some. Okay, it breaks. We get out at literally at 99 there, I think. 97 was the fill, and here's the bump back up. So we might have just got that bottom there in Microsoft, but we could have also not. But that's fine. Let's wait to see. But meanwhile, Google, look at this bid, 87.60. We just got an 88 out, so that's working for us. And then just to talk back about this too, Nike, we got something at 25. We got it out at 50 the 2 minutes later. So there are a lot of trades happening here. Just got to make sure that we have them on the right side. It looks like we did get stopped out of that Microsoft and might have made that bottom. So let's wait to see what happens. But maybe a buy back into 239 again if that comes through one more time. But Brendan, what you got?
I mentioned this Cassava Sciences still trying to bounce off 30 here, guys, on volume. Watch BIIB as well. There was a negative note about a third clinical trial death on an experiment Alzheimer's treatment. So both of these getting some pressure here.
Yeah, you'll see only Lucid now for two reasons. One, I just got out when it made just held support at that 49.25 again on Micron, which is kind of crazy. So I'll be all out of it. I'll rinse and repeat this at 50, but with the market at lows and this holding higher lows, I feel like I'm going to play inside of the range. If it breaks lower, There's one thing I forgot to say to you guys. Well, no, I did say. I think we talked about it. 48.5 on the daily chart. That's another level down. So there's more trading to be had if we break the next channel to the downside on Micron. I have no trouble getting back into it. But I do want to go over to Pinduo Duo. You'll see I'm no longer in that one. Why? Because it went all the way to 86. So bounced off 85, plays to 86, but the trend is to the downside. So we make sure we take the scalp trade, pay ourselves out and ring the register. It's not been easy going to anything to the long side right now. So if you can get a nice little snapback trade, you want to make sure you go ahead and take it. My eyeballs are going back over to AMC here, as it's back below the hull price. So at 457, I think I want to short this and give it to 460, starting to level off. Wick top through the hull price, now consolidating lower. I understand it can break in either direction here. Some people would look at that and say, hey, I favor the long off 420 because when it opened back up, it held this 430 level. So you go long here, maybe to 430 or to 420 and play it to the high of the day. But if I'm short biased, I look at that and say the opposite. So I'm going to try going short in front of that 457.
All right. Microsoft's been a nightmare. You already know about that. But what's been going good has been Google. Let's have a look at some other names here that maybe we haven't taken too much of a look at. Okay, Nike's back up to 50 again. I'm going to take this opportunity to get out of Nike here, at least part of it, again, because, hey, we're all the way back up. So, oh, we just missed it. We tried to punch out there, and we're actually here. There it is. Okay, I was going to say we're actually at 47. So that's a good out for us again. And although, you know, like I said, I keep talking about Softy there, but Nike's been a dream so far today, as has Google. I mean, Google, you know, some nice buys down here at that 87.50 level. So, you know, we just took another out there as it came right back up. So watch out for 87.50 breaking to the downside there for Google. We wrote down Meta. Let's just check out what Meta's doing today so far. Ooh, yeah, that was a good bottom there. We did have 117 early. I mean, again, we're negative on Meta, but a cup of coffee as it goes back and forth there. Definitely got out. We got in at 117, got out when it broke. Now you're right back looking to take that level out again. But until this market gets going, we're still well below. I think the best thing to do is look for names to fade. And, you know, if you can find something, I like that Micron off 50. We already have that. That's going to be a good one. And then I think it's just going to be probably Microsoft, honestly. Has been one of the weakest names out there. So we're going to defend it one more time here at 239. And if it holds, great. If it doesn't, man, then we are out for the last time right now. Apple hovering around 50 as well. Like
133.50?
Oh man, yeah, 133.50. I'm long at 133.19, so it's fine. We're 30 cents in the money, but it doesn't want to work for us. So frustrating here right now. A lot of barcodes happening in these tech names. Got to look for something that's moving. That Ford is down.
Cassava Sciences, I was just going to.
Oh, that's right. Brendan brought us Sava. Ooh, Nvidia's down 5% as well.
So I'm 155 looking bid Cassava Sciences. I have to pay for, Nvidia. I have to pay for locates on Cassava Sciences, but that just caught a bid off 30. So wick bottom through 30, holds higher low. Now, if it's going to roll over, I would think it is here, 132. Like this was previous support. You're kind of giving a bit of a top here at 32. So if it starts to roll over, I look short off the 32 level, but I don't want to get sort of trapped. If it breaks out, you could see another $2 or $3 to the upside. So I just paid for those locates, but I did just get a new position. Yeah, you can see it there. AMC did grab that short off of 45. You know, AMC and APE are going to be scalp trades today. So if it goes the first 10 cents, like, you're an idiot not to take it. And then look to see 420, $4. I'm getting anything short, no matter what it is. If it's north of $4, I'm out in front of $4, and I'd have to get back in either higher or if it holds below 4, because there was all kinds of buying on this stock between $3.95 and $4 that I just have to assume is going to be there again. So I'm going to respect the fact that people like this thing in and around that $4 level, probably for some obvious reasons. But the shorts all play into that level every single time. I'm not really watching APE as much, but I just remembered. Thank you. I'm going to thank Shawn for this, because this is like Apple is essentially at the breakout level and the long that I liked yesterday. So I'll take a shot in front of 133 as we go to happening now with Brendan.
Hey guys, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, points of reversals, and many more. They're having their biggest sale of the year, up to 40% off membership plans right now. Check them out. Link on the bottom of the screen there for Chart Prime. Here we go. Red board, about the same as what we saw yesterday, but back to the downside we go, a little bit worse off here. For the NASDAQ, 100 anyways, so a full 2% now to the downside. There's the composite just ticking up to 2% as well. The Dow and the S&P both 1.15, 1.4 in negative territory. It has been pretty red all morning long. Micron, Tesla, and Google, among others, discussed. If you joined us at 8:30 this morning, Micron off earnings. Tesla now $7,500 discount on Model 3s and Ys in the U.S. And yeah, Google, Needham analysts suggesting they spin off YouTube. There's Tesla. Day lows coming right now for Tesla, guys.
Oh man, I mean, Apple broke, as did our boy Microsoft, and that broke. And it's a good thing we got out. It went down instantly, like 70 cents, right to where we are right now. So I'm really happy that we're able to get out of it. And it's so funny because I was like, you know what, the short is probably in right now for Microsoft, and yeah, we don't do anything about it other than get long, and that's a huge mistake. So we're gonna sit here. We've given back what we made yesterday here today on some of these longs. The market's now down that 2.2% right now, and that key level that was given to us by Fahad of 38.80, of course, on the ES seems to be pretty strong because there's 38.80 right here. There's the break. There's the the sort of the bar coding, and there's the takedown to 38.50. So good little level there, and yeah, the ES still reeling as well, but the NASDAQ is down 2.25. The ES 1.5.
So I'll be kicking myself over not shorting. There's a lot of shorts you could have had today, but I think the one I'll miss out on the most is probably a firm. It's just another day. Look at the resistance at 975 on a firm. It's just when it gives you this opportunity, you gotta be there to take it. It's now not barcoding. That's the wrong term. It's now consolidating off this 9 area. So I think the next play here for a firm would be allow it to sort of break this channel one way or the other. Just, I don't know if I jump into it here, but if it reclaims the low off this consolidation, I'm going to take a shot shorting the bottom. It's 896 or I'll just go 895 on an 895 break. And sometimes if you're late, you just have to structure the trade a little bit differently. Like the stop here would just be if it breaks out at 908 or 910. But I'm taking this bottom break here. I did jump into Apple. This was the price area that I liked it. If it can hold this consolidation, great. I have 32.92. I'll give it to the 3/4. I'm just looking for it to get back into 133.50. It's been stair-stepping to the downside. The initial long gave you a pretty good bounce off these levels, 133.50 into 134.50. So if we can do the same thing here, I'd take even half that. That'd be fine by me. AMC did bounce back to the upside after that initial push down. If it pops up here at VWAP, I'd only reshort it at 50 because my stop's not high of the day. My stop is that halt price 57 and then give it a couple of extra pennies. Well, that probably obviously tells you exactly where it is.
Yeah, we flipped over to the short in Apple. I mean, it's below that 133. Let's just take it here and see if it will work out for us on that short right now. I mean, we haven't been short anything, so let's go short this at least and see if we can get something around 70 and take a little bit of profit on it. If it does go back in right now, we'll be there. But we do understand that there is an upside potential here to Apple as well, like 133.06, something like that could come into play if it does take it. We just did get some more Google right now, so that's something for me to watch out for anyways, for Google, because we're back into that one off of that bottom. So we just got a nice little fill. Let's see if it wants to go back up to the upside now for Google. It looks like it's trying. We just got long there at 57, and it just went to 67. So that was about a dime there. But our Apple short, finally, we decide to do something about a short, and we take Apple, and there it is right now. The bank is in on Apple. The bank is open, I should say, finally there. We'll take a 66 bid if we can get that as well, and just take 20 cents as we finally flip over something short, and let's see if it holds it. I don't even mind if it doesn't, because that means our Google will win to the upside, but again, we're just playing off this 87.50 level here for Google. But yeah, it's cranking lower here as well. We have that obvious out right now, breaking through 50s. So if that happens, we're out of Google as we continue to watch out for Apple. And then our ape is just doing absolutely nothing right now. Well, I mean, it's doing something. It's like, yeah, it's 118. I don't even have it up right now either. So we'll have to watch out for that. Looks like that 60 could be a bottom there. We just bid 66. Seems to be a bottom. But if it comes back in, we are still bidding to get another piece out here for Apple.
So interestingly enough on ape, I'll get to ape in a second because there might be something there. But Apple, you can't even see because this candle's kind of isn't being engulfed by the, sorry, my There it is. Now you can see it. Right in front of that quarter mark. I end up taking a 20-cent hit on Apple. If you're going to go long, you're going to have a tight stop, I do think, in this market, at least, obviously today, for sure. PDD, I'm going to get long again in front of 85 because that one worked, and I'll take a second shot at it. NVIDIA, which we're still looking for 155, it just bounced off 155.40. I'm sitting at 28. So look, it's already showing signs of bouncing off 155. I don't want to chase this to the 50. I do sort of feel like I'll get some in the 30s, start it there, but I don't want to get too far away from the even price. We're trending to the downside. Like, you should get the price that you want when you're playing the shorts. And then for APE here, it's looking like higher lows being held after the halt. There's it holding a higher low and a bit of a consolidation in front of 110, which was a good level initially. So I can see this, maybe giving a bit of another long here in front of that 110 and trying to scalp it into 25, 30, 35. So I might go ahead and do that. I am short AMC with, whatever. My stop's at 60. You probably figured that one out.
Yeah, man. So we got an Apple fill there, of course, as it's coming back down into the area one more time. There's 66 held, not right now. So there's an out there for Apple as we're 23 cents now, 24 cents, 25 cents in the money. The short is so easy and the long is so damn hard today. So that's definitely something that, you have to note. And I wish I noted it a little bit earlier, but it's fine. I mean, the damage, we didn't really, it's just Microsoft is the damage today as that continues to bleed lower. Like, look at Microsoft down now 3%. Like, some of these names, man, are just really low. There goes Google. Google breaks as well. So we'll be down a cup of coffee on that name as well, as that is breaking lower here today. So Apple just bounced off 45 there. Like, I don't know. Maybe we'll put a bid down there at 45 or something in case that comes through again. Ring the register on a 50-cent win here for Apple as it just bounces off that level. So I don't know, man. I don't know when the bleeding is going to stop. I see there's a sauce on the chat. It's just one of those things where you're just going to have to absorb this move if you're long and wait for some good opportunities to start to buy. And right now, I mean, the NASDAQ is still pretty damn low right here and doesn't look like it wants to do too much. Maybe if we take this 11,085 there out, we can go. But AMD down 6% today. NVIDIA down 6% today. Microsoft, we just said down 3%. What about Tesla? We haven't even looked at that. Tesla's at 133 right now, getting slaughtered as well. So
what we forgot about?
TSLA 133. Yeah, what?
CEI. CEI was an easy short after that reverse split, down 21% today. Yeah. Affirm on my board, AMD and NVIDIA are actually with Affirm on the board. That's how bad it's been today. The other stock that's getting hit pretty hard, remember CCL reported earnings? Remember CCL was trying to break out at 8.80? CCL's at $8 now. And looking like it's, wow, what an absolute flush on CCL here. Where was that? That wick bottom. So when earnings dropped, this thing bounced like a champion at 775. So I always look to liquidity vacuum bottoms as interesting support levels because a lot of times the algos come in there and big money steps in, or the human traders that are like, oh, that's too far. They start picking it up. So you get to 775 and it gets pretty interesting for a bit of a bounce play. But we're headed to a lows here. And I got to get something back in there. I got out of Micron thinking, okay, you'd bounce off that support and I'd be shorting it off 50. At the time, it felt relatively strong, and I got out of my shorts off the 50 level. Probably a mistake. It's testing that low of the day. If it bounces there, I'll probably have to look to VWAP or 49.5 to get back into some of those shorts. Intel has just got right down to 26 now. So if it holds the low, I know it's going to sound weird, but if it holds this bottom, I will look for, doesn't break 26, 25.95, go long 01s, 02s, and then scalp it back to 20s. If it holds the bottom end of the channel, then it's probably headed to 25 even. But this one's been an absolute dog. I can cancel my short at 27 because that's not going to come in.
All right, I'm getting long on the futures a little bit here. I mean, you're down pretty decent. The thing is, we've just made two bottom wicks that I thought could possibly hold on the NASDAQ. We're just long TQQs for a dime. I mean, if it gets down there, then we'll obviously get out. Yeah, there it is. So it looks like it wants to break a little bit here to the low side on this one. So this is obviously a triple aggressive NASDAQ long right now. So, some of these levels are just so damn low. Oh, we got that Apple. So, I mean, wow. Just flip over to the shorts. Like, That's the one thing, like I said, man, like learning something every single day. When you start to get railroaded and you don't really understand what's going on, wait for key levels to break on stocks that normally you're going long on, and then it's just the cascade that, like, you know, I fight, like, look at this. Like, I fight this long at 133.20. Like, sure, we got 40 cents. Apple's been fine today. Like, Apple's fine. It's just that last take we lost on. Then we went short, made it all back, but not all of it back. But, you know, it's just like, look how easy that fall is. Like, this never went against me. And so, yeah, definitely lesson learned. As Microsoft right now to 237, I liked Microsoft 241. So, again, when levels get breached, man, you got to sort of back away. Stop going back into these names. Roblox down 6% as well. What's up, Brandon?
Through a couple of positive notes here today on Netflix, guys. Most of them talking about the new year and what to expect from Netflix going into the new year, but holding up a little bit better than the rest so far. Speaking of a couple of wicks down here, Netflix, guys, just 0.7 right now.
That was relatively strong. So NVIDIA 155 has broken. I'm watching Intel pretty closely here because it's still holding that 26 level, but I reversed in NVIDIA. That's going to the downside. Micron's at the low of the day. I mean, everything's at the low of the day. We know Netflix had some relative strength before, and I'm still... did I get traded through it? No, I did not get traded through. Oh, my goodness. No way. I thought I was on the bid of Netflix. I'm bidding 294.33. It looks like it printed 34s, and then several times. You got to pay closer attention sometimes because it's like high or low. I'll go ahead and cancel that bid. That's pretty damn useless now. But it was essentially bouncing right in front of 35s, and I was sitting at 33, and it was bouncing off that sort of 5, 10, 15, 20 nonsense and bouncing off VWAP. So Netflix relatively strong. I think I have the area right. I'll try to get 249.5 if it wants to make a bounce. But you were just saying about Apple there, Shawn, right?
Yes.
Like I get long in front of 135 on NVIDIA. I'm long for about, I don't know, 20, 30 seconds, maybe a minute, something like that. Flip short when it breaks that 135, and that same 1-to-1, you get that in 15 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I mean, I've been mostly short, but I've made a few mistakes, I think, on some of those shorts. Probably the biggest one was getting out of Micron. I mean, that's no question that was the biggest mistake, was getting out of Micron, thinking it was going to keep testing that 50 level, and now we're on a collision course with that level on the daily chart, 48.50. If it bounces here, I want to short the pop, but as crazy as it says, I was shorting 50s on this stupid stock, and I might end up now shorting 48.50 instead of just holding on to what I had.
Yeah. Oh, man, what a wild ride today.
It's crazy.
We're going to go back. I mean, we are into meta now against 116. So, let's see if that one wants to hold again. I feel like I don't really know, other than that this world's going, straight to hell apparently, and so is the market. I don't really know why this was such a dramatic move here today. I mean, we got a decent GDP read, I thought anyways, but that makes sense, a good number, not great for the interest rate situation. But, I still want to be part of this long if it does come in. We'll pick on something that's just not down. I mean, look, it's down. Meta's down today. There's no doubt about that. But, it's only down 264. So it's actually down with the market. It came, it had a nice move back up, and then we just sort of absorbed some of that bottom there. So that's why maybe we do have something here. Apple's down to 30 right now at the day's low. I was bidding some 11s down here. Wow, Apple just keeps on going, man. Down, down, down for Apple. Let's take a piece out right now. I mean, what the hell? Let's not even worry about waiting for it. There it is. We took a 20. I think we got 29s there. We did. So a nice little out there at 29. As now there goes Meta a little bit. Let's take a piece out here at 78s or so, whatever that price just got up to. Nice little long here for Meta. Like I said, you got to pick and choose your trades here. And we died on the sword of Microsoft, that's for sure. But we are now back into the game. Turn that frown upside down. Give me that fill, Meta, right now. If you yell at the market, sometimes it works, but most of the time it doesn't. There it is. Okay, nice. There, see, worked that time.
Sometimes it works.
There it is. So nice little 40-cent win there on Meta, but we're still in it. We're only out of a quarter. Let's go Meta back up to the upside. I mean, I'm looking for this break right here, 117.20. We'll see if we can ring the register on $1, and then hopefully some more upside here coming for Meta. We got to try to get the bottom here somewhere.
Yeah, I was just looking at Nike here. I know a lot of people are watching Nike, and I haven't been trading it because I've been waiting for 118.5 and waiting for 112, but I just had my daily chart up there, and I also had a 1 month. And look, it gets pretty interesting, the kind of rejection that's happening on Nike. This is, how did I just put it to a minute? I wanted to go to, let's go back to the daily.
Nike there.
No, but like if you look at what's going on here, and it just crashed when I went to the daily chart. That's annoying. I'll go to the 15 because that'll show you the level just fine. 115 here, where we closed at that 116 level, and if you watch it on the daily chart, it's not that bad either. It's starting to roll over off this 15. It had a strong move at the open, and you're getting a bit of a wick top here, and if it crashes 15s, you have a big gap fill to the downside. I typically prefer to play the inside the range and give to like a 16 top that wick here, as opposed to taking the breakdown and then just risking essentially the full dollar. I try to risk less than the dollar, but I do like that short opportunity. AMC, by the way, it's still holding right in and around that 450 range. So 460 has been touched a couple times, but it has not broken. I'm short at 49, risking 10 to 15 cents. And then I'm bidding, trying to get out here in the 20 to 30 cent range to set downside. NVIDIA just wicked up and wicked me out off that short. But look how far this has come down. I do not want to get trapped at the bottom. I still think beneath 155, this could be an ugly short, but it is now wicking that 155 bottom and showing signs of a chance to go to the upside. Intel, this is still in the pocket for a bounce relief long. It's gone down to 25.92, still holding that bottom here. And as long as it does this, what is going on with this chart? As long as it does this, I'm going to like that opportunity for that break back out at 26 even, give it to the low, play to VWAP, play to 26 quarter. I think it's a scalp trade all the way, and I want to be there for when it happens. Lucid is giving me no reason to get out of the short in front of 7. And AMC, I just got a little bit out of AMC. We'll ring the register on that one to the downside. Haven't been watching APE as much anymore as this market has been cratering and the big caps have come to play.
Yeah, good one on that. Yeah, this has been a tough market, man. I feel like today, for sure. It's needless to say on that one. We're going to hold out for our meta long. I just want to try to focus on like a couple names instead of like, well, I mean, that's what I've been doing, but I'm in the meta trade right now. ARC 52-week low, $31 for ARC right now. AMC obviously hits the 52-week low today as well. So does Airbnb. We got a super chat for ABV. I want to give a big shout out to you for ABV. Let me find out who that was. It's right here. Thank you so much, Donald. What's up, Donald? Thank you so much for the $2. Just check ABV long. Sure, let's do that quickly here. I really like ABV. This is a name that I've been buying for a very long time. Love the dividend. This was one of my pandemic plays as well. If the chart loads, I'll give it to you in a second. Well, now I'm not even getting quotes. So, okay, here we go. Beautiful. I mean, we'll have to check out Eli Lilly. Some of these names here that continue to work in healthcare and whatnot, about as steady as they come. I think it's the dividends probably around 3 or 4% right now. But again, a nice little move to the upside right now. Back to, I think these are, I'm a shareholder, I should know. I was going to say probably close to 52-week highs. But that's going to be 174. So again, well off the 50 period right now for AbbVie as it continues to work. So good name there. I don't know if you want to go long again, but anything dipping back in here to 162, I think is a great spot for AbbVie. And it's nice to have some longs in here today, and that would be one of them. As Tesla 135. 136, 52-week low, obviously, as you break back below that right now. Tesla, wow. I mean, we're going
to see 130.
We're going to see 130. Yeah. I mean, today, tomorrow for sure. Look, if the market doesn't bounce, I mean, everything is going to going to 52-week lows. PayPal 52-week low today. Tesla, everything. I mean, it's just
Where's Coinbase? Probably
as they say,
$30.
It is what it is. But it is a nice little downside move here.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, Coinbase isn't at $30. I might have overstated that one, but it's breaking and it has an all-time low as well. But compared to where it's been, I guess it's really not all that bad. I think NVIDIA is giving me some signs. I was looking at Intel for this, and I realized NVIDIA actually might just have a bigger move potentially in store. Let's go back to the 3-minute. Just given how far it's fallen, like these legs to the downside, if there's going to be like a wick bottom relief here, it might set up better on NVIDIA risk to reward basis than what Intel is having. So it keeps holding that 155. If it can't hold the half, then I'll probably just have to get out of it. Wow, it's like the second you get into the long, now I feel like what was going on earlier. Like I stayed out of trouble by only being short all morning long, get my stop in there right quick. But if there's gonna be a relief play, I do wanna be there for it, but you just look at it, every time you get into the long, they just see it, they smack it to the downside, and I just missed Micron, man. Give me a break. Micron keeps on coming in here and wick topping. It just went 49, broke 49, got to 10s, and then slammed right back into the downside. And I'm sitting there, sort of getting back into NVIDIA to the long side, and so it's just jumping into the party on a Micron. I know it's weird to be long one, short the other, but I like Intel and Micron short in a general sense, and then sometimes play those rebounds in things like AMD and NVIDIA. Just to go back over to AMC, I got one leg out, like a third of it on that short. If it bounces back up, I'll short more. But we're going to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, busy morning in small cap land as well. Let's get through a few of them that are moving around here. ORIC was the one doing the most volume in the pre-market, ends up doing the most volume once the market gets opened as well. Really like the long above 420, which was that last high on the daily chart. Did come down and hold that. I had to try this twice though. My stop too tight initially, but ends up being a nice opportunity. Gave you $1 to the upside off that 420 for ORIC. PRQR was trying to be really patient with 280, 290, even 3 up to 320. All areas on the daily chart were finally, it seems like, breaking down or trying to break down for PRQR. So we'll see if we can get a bit of a move back downside. And then this one, YGMZ. What a rug pull on this. Totally missed that first initial candle to the downside. It halted and then on the resume gives it all back and then some. Now negative after being up almost 100% for YGMZ.
Wow, that's so ugly, those. But I'm glad. Look, I'm glad you got to that small cap that's moving, because sometimes that's the way to go, right? Like if you're the other day this happened on a really big down day where all I was looking for in the afternoon were kind of like longs and some small caps, and I was checking my trade idea scanner. I'm like, show me something that's actually giving you strength.
Show me the money.
There was the bounce in Sava. Remember I was saying I was looking at that 32. If it rolled over there, I'd take the short trade. It didn't roll over, obviously. So it broke 32, got up to 33. It's right back at that same 32 area. So I'm kind of looking for this. If it can break channel down from here, that's like 31.50. I can then play like $1 worth of risk and then play it back down into 33 even. So anyways, I didn't ignore Cassava Sciences. It didn't set up and give me the entry for the trade that I wanted. Now it has a chance to do so. So I'll go right back to the well with that one. NVIDIA is still trending down. It looks like it is going to take at that 154.40. I know there's other opportunities out there. I think when Shawn was saying you got to stick it tight to the vest in this market, stick to what is working, stick to a few names just to make sure you're not trading absolutely everything. With that said, I also had mentioned and was looking for some Netflix to the long side. That's probably come and gone here off that 94 level. It's back above VWAP, showing some signs of strength. Ooh, I just got a bad wick on NVIDIA, so bad wick, get back in. But Netflix, relatively strong to be sure. I feel like if I'm looking for something else to the long side that is in the small cap, I should be going over to something like a Netflix. And as I say that, I'll double check Boeing because I've liked some longs in Boeing. Nah, Boeing's pretty weak today. Ignore Boeing. But Netflix for sure. If he holds VWAP, I think it's got a chance. Like I'm sitting there fighting. The first long I fought all day long today was NVIDIA, right? And look at the chart. And you're just trying to get the scalp trade and it's not working, but why fight it? Netflix, which I like to dip buy on, I don't get it, and then I get away from it to chase lows on other things. Nah, just stick with something like a Netflix. It's actually trending to the upside as the market's trying to bounce. If the market turns, Netflix goes back to 300. That makes a heck of a lot more sense to me. So hold on to your shorts that are working, and if you got to find real relative strength if you're going to go for that long, I see it here in Netflix, and I shouldn't be ignoring it. So Sava, I want to get into that because it's a mover. Netflix, this is where I think I should be going longs. Higher lows were at 29.50. Sorry, 295.50. If I get those, fair enough. But if it can start to hold VWAP here at 296.50 and the market bounces, there's nothing wrong with that either.
No, we're okay. So a trade that has been working for us has been Meta. So here it is, a little bit of a win here for that. Back up to the upside here as we average into that at 16.25 right now. So 116.25 for this name. So here it is, nice little out there at 40, but we need more than this, needless to say, on this name. So let's see if we can get it quickly here on Meta. And by quickly, I mean I don't want to be in like Neil or like we've both been saying. The longs have been. If you're in them, they haven't necessarily been great today. So when you're in a winner, it might be prudent to start to scalp a little bit of that out. But right now, we are waiting for a little bit higher move. The market's been absolutely killed today. So I feel like you know, either we continue to go down, like down 3%, is that where we stop? I have no idea where we stop. It's kind of a rhetorical question here. But for right now, it does, you know, look like it's trying to absorb this move here. We have 116 bottom on Meta. I like it. We'll see if it can work, man. I know it's been a tough day so far, but let's go likes if we can get that. You know, we're trying to put on these trades. We're not trying. We are putting on these trades for you. And come on, Meta. If you can, hit the like button, hit the subscribe, even better for us on that one. But marijuana stocks down 5% today. PayPal down. I mean, everything is down. Micron's down. I mean, Micron's down to 49 right now. CLF, that's one name. Brendan brought us this one early. Hit the like for Brendan today for sure. Some good names coming through. Cliffs, I remember him mentioning that today. Up 10% to the upside as there's a big rotation in the market right now. Okay, I might just, I mean, Meta's, I said get some now if it bounces. I'm here at 116.40. Let's hope that's a good bounce spot for me here on Meta, guys.
And I just talked about this, Netflix, and then it broke the channel to the upside. This is it's a strong stock, man. There's no question about it. The market barely bounced, and it's already green on Netflix over here. And Brendan brought us that one as well. So Brendan's absolutely on fire at this point. I think you're looking at something else, Brendo? Did I hear?
No. Fahad and I were just talking about it. It's fine.
Oh, Fahad. Okay.
Well, Fahad, look, man.
When Fahad speaks, we listen. So I need to know everything that this man is saying right now.
All that being said, this is 3880. This is channel breaking 3880, and this is now 40 handles to the downside.
Come on, Meta.
I'm just saying. I mean, I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
I mean, I feel like there possibly was a ghostwriter there, but I mean, I also do feel like that Fahad is taking this pretty damn seriously. So I want to say respect to that because, you know, we
I'm hoping the ghostwriter's having a good day.
You weren't here when Fahad was on the air, and he was absolutely loved by everybody. So I want to say a big thank you.
We all love Fahad. Everyone knows
to everybody
love Fahad,
there.
man.
And then the only problem is that we debated having him on, you know, here more often. But then, quite frankly, you know, we're a little light on the production side.
Well, I mean, he's doing it by
right
himself
now,
right
especially due to nothing, just holidays and everything coming through as well. So, I mean, that's what it's all about right now as Lucas is off and Fahad is working the board. So we wanted to do a big thank you to him for everything that he's been doing for us today and forever. And a big thank you to all the fans and all the people that are watching us, not fans, but just fellow traders that are here with us in this every single damn day. All right, Meta right now, 116.62. By the way, you can follow us on I have a LinkedIn profile as well. You guys can follow us there. Both of us, we all have Twitters, everything. You can send us questions on any of those social media platforms as well. But don't get duped. There are a few fakes out there.
Just a few fakes out there. So I'm noticing something on Lucid here. 675. Hard bottom every single time it gets there, but we got lower highs channeling in on this. So if it wants to maintain that pattern, if 675 breaks, I think you could see a 650 print. So I'm gonna back off, go to 650, maybe move my stop out as well. Start respecting the fact that if it makes another leg down, I think you're looking all the way down at 50. And if I'm gonna reload it, forget about 7, I think it looks like a 690 up there. But so much is breaking to the downside. I mean, I'm trying to hold a few of these shorts. I took some out of AMC at VWAP, and Micron just now, oh yeah, okay, here we go. Micron just came right back into this channel. Looks like it's going to reject again. So exactly the same spot, same curl. Give it that curl to quarters, and if it plays to low of the day. Where this bounced, by the way, 48.50 on Micron. What do you think that is? It bounced exactly off of that support in the daily. Go back to the September low. It just bounced off that. And the best long I've had all day was Pinduo Duo. So if I have to have, I said I like Pinduo Duo 85s. It's right back into that low. It played to 86 last time. This time I have a bit of a tighter price in front of that 85 level. I'm going to risk 25 cents here, see if it can't get to 50s and then 75s. I'm not sure you see 86. The market's been a bit too weak for that, but you know, this one did work pretty decently the first time through. We'll take a second shot at it, but got to be careful with these longs. Tight stops. Make sure you bank profit if it goes to the upside.
Yeah, about that banking of profit. It's a good thing that we are able to bank some profit here on Meta because Meta, we got a whole bunch out on the upside and we're just reloaded right now. Someone said they're really missing the Santa Claus emoji or gift that we had. Me too. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, we need something, man.
All of our
Yeah,
gifts are all mashed up right now. Oh shoot! I was just there at 26 for this, Phil. That's me sitting right there. Okay, runs me over. Let's go back up to the upside as we've averaged into meta right now. And today's day is actually, we are being a little bit saved by this trade right now. This Apple trade is now $1.30 in the money on the short side. So we'll probably take this out if it takes 132 again. But for right now, we're long meta, and that's the one that I'm most concerned with. And let's go over to, wow, it's 10:30 already. Like, this has been absolutely insane. I'm looking forward to my Christmas starting early, but we're going to be back,
that's
obviously,
right,
both
yeah.
Neil and I back here at 2 o'clock, and then Cherif and Luca on the midday. But right now it's Brendan with, I'm going to go with crypto? All right, good, crypto.
Yeah, busy day flying by here, guys. Let's get some crypto action for you as well. Not a lot of it, but the market in general not liking that hotter than expected GDP number. If you missed it at 8:30, sending everything to the downside, including some of these. Interesting note here from Bloomberg this morning suggesting Ethereum could be the big winner of 2023 versus Bitcoin, pointing to further layer 2 scaling and expansion from them. So watch out for Ethereum, ETH. This is not that, this is BTC, but Bloomberg likes Ethereum going into next year. 16,500 right now, holding for Bitcoin support right at the, essentially anyways, bottom end of the range. If we go to the big board here, down a full percent, 16,600 and change. We let go of 1,200 here for Ethereum today, down 2.2. On the session. There is a little bit of positivity. I don't know if Elon was talking about Dogecoin at all, but 1.5% to the upside. Everything else very, very red, guys.
I don't know. I mean, that's an interesting call. I mean, I feel like 2023 could be actually, you just said it there, and I didn't think of it until you just mentioned it, but maybe it is the year of the Dogecoin. Honestly, because maybe Twitter, maybe there's something there. I don't know. Like I'm saying, this is not like, oh my God, this is a great year to be invested in Dogecoin or crypto in general. I mean, it's been horrendous for any equity class or any asset class, I should say. But yeah, crypto definitely getting hit. And Dogecoin has that sort of Elon Twitter linkage there. But interesting to hear that about Ethereum.
I'm a little
v.
skeptical.
Bitcoin.
I'd sooner believe in Ethereum over Dogecoin, but you could, let's be real. If Tesla does a big turnaround and that's what Elon does, then it could be a big one. I hate to go back to this but Intel is still holding this 26 area. And it does not seem to want to break down any further. So this just feels like if the market continues to flush to the downside and we still hold right at this 26, maybe like an 01 or 02 break is just so valid that I want to be there. Pinduo Duo, by the way, go long the next time, breaks 85 support, get short 85. Like the 10 cents that you lose on the long, it's like it gives you the 10 cents like right back on the break pretty much right away. We'll see I don't know where it's going. At this particular point, go to the higher time frame on PDD. It has room to it has room to Tuesday's bottom at 84 even. Maybe we see that here today. That's just the way the market's been going. But there are some signs in the chips that they're making a low. Like and Intel specifically, I know I usually like this one to the short side, but it is just no longer running away from these lows. It's actually holding this bottom. The longer it does that, the more interesting the potential bounce gets on Intel. I know the longs haven't worked a heck of a lot here, but I actually haven't even traded Intel here today, and I've been waiting for this kind of a bounce.
Yeah, let's, all right, so we just, I can't keep rinsing and repeating, but it looks like it might be rinsed out right now, as Meta's been a good stock today for us off this 116. We've done this a couple times, and then we just got at 116. You just saw me get in it. Well, you didn't see it, but you're seeing me right now, long at 116.15, and we just took a piece out right there at 25 again, as I sit here and watch. I'm still watching Google out of the side of my eye as well, but here we go. Once it takes this, I'm not even doing anything fancy. There it is, it's out. Like, that was pretty easy right there. To get out on that break to the downside. So yeah, Meta right now continues to collapse down, but that's fine. Like that was a 15-cent hit there for Meta. So, well into the pocket for me on that. And like now I think like, oh, maybe Meta's bouncing off 116. It's not. I'm not going to worry about it. Right now, Apple continues to bleed, man. Where are we going to stop on Apple? I mean, this is $1.50 now in the money on this name. So, obviously really happy with the performance of this name short. chart here, as it is just as aggressive as the market. So it is a nice move to the downside right now for Apple, bouncing off 131 and change. I mean, we just try to zoom this back out. That bottom is 130. So, you know, you still have a little bit more to go. That's 130.40 as a bottom spot there for Apple. So I think that could come into play as well at some point, especially if this market keeps going. I was like, where are we going to stop? 3%? Like, now you're there, and it doesn't look like there's any thing stopping this move to the downside again. So, wow. Are the futures basing out here? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. We're going to get back into meta now. But there's a nice little base there, 11,000. Just noticing that right here on the futures. That's 11,000. So this is kind of the level that we might want to bounce off of right now. Here it goes back up to the upside. Apple's starting to go as well. But meta not going, but I'm long meta here at 11s.
So just asked by Renata in the chat there, am I going to take Ford long at 11? That's been the plan. Like I don't actually see myself making a trade on Ford at anything but $11, to be honest with you. And it just, look, it had that crazy move that I still don't know what happened on Ford a couple of days ago. Maybe it's just a technical break at 11.50. Maybe there was some kind of like I suppose like a gamma squeeze down. I don't know. We broke 11.50, went to 11, and then just came right back as if nothing had happened. So I feel like there's going to be buyers down there, and you're still a ways away from it. Like I would not on Ford 11. You're not starting a long in front of 11 at 11.25. I just feel like you're throwing away too much if you do that. Like it's not that kind of stock. Long Ford 11 means at best the earliest entry I would have is 11.10, and probably even tighter to 11 even is what I'd be looking for. What might happen here, this is, if you had told me before we came on the air, and this is crazy to me, if you told me before we came onto the air that there was a chance that the NASDAQ could end up % down more than Micron, I'd have told you to go like, come on, there's absolutely no chance it could happen. Well, Micron, after this last bounce, is now 3.8 to the downside, while the market is 2.9 on the NASDAQ. Now, I'm short on this pop in Micron because that doesn't make any sense to me, and I'll probably add to this in front of 49.50. If it breaks 50, that's the short that didn't work earlier. It was the 50 even short that did work. So I'll take my shot here on Micron coming. I just cannot see any way that Micron ends up the day better than the NASDAQ. So one of two things has to happen for that to be true. Either the NASDAQ bounces or Micron rolls back over.
I don't know which one is going to be true
We'll see.
on that one there. But
the report sucked.
What was that?
The report sucked.
I know. I'm with you. But right now, though, you know, this market is not with us. That is for sure if you're long. We still are milking that Apple trade. I don't know, waiting for that 130. We're dancing with Google, or sorry, with whatever this name is here, Meta, one more time for the long here at 115.92 long for Meta. See where this goes, man. We just broke lower on this. I'm sitting here. Let's just keep getting some out as we go up. And we did take a bigger position now because I'm just quite frankly metaing myself here again. There it is. Okay, so we got some, I mean, whatever. We're not even going to really be down on Meta, but I want to be able to hold something. Why I'm getting more frustrated today is there's been a huge move to the downside and really no retracement at all to the long. That's not something that I'm used to right now. I mean, the market now maybe, like that's why I want to get long, because finally I'm thinking like, okay, we're at 11,000 now on the NASDAQ. Is there a you can't even see this. Is there a psychological thing here about 11,000 or not? Like I'd hate to get out of all these well, not all these longs. I'm long one name, Meta. I'd hate to get out of Meta and then this thing bounces. Like it's like you gotta either gotta be patient here and take small wins like I'm doing and small hits, but I still want to be able to hold something for a move back up. Like this name, I know how aggressive Meta can get. So it's like if the market does bounce, this is the name that we can make everything, absolutely everything back on with one trade. So it's not pie in the sky trading at all. I think we're bouncing. We could bounce off 11,000, and this is the name I want to be in if it does happen. So that's why I keep going back to the well here. Maybe possibly Microsoft, although we got killed on that earlier. Possibly that's finding a bottom. We're only long here at 90 on Meta. So it's like we're in the money 15 cents, nothing to like ring the registers on or anything like that. that. Let's just see if it can continue to work off that bottom. And look, like every time it scalps up, it goes up there, I'm thinking, hey man, I should be scalping something out. So, you know, there we go. We take an 04 out. It's like, I want to be able to hold, because when it does run, I have to have something on. And you know, like, look at AMD down 7 right now. Like, some of these names are nuts.
Like, you're at levels where, you know, as a day trader, you get to, especially this time of day as well, right? Where you think, this is usually where you get some leveling off, and as I'm talking about AMC here, you get some leveling off and you want to find support. So I like Netflix, it's the only long I got, and I want to be adding to that one in front of its low of the day. AMC, by the way, you know, I'm still short this thing, but let's be real. You had a capitulation. The actual big move since the capitulation, if you missed that, has been long 4, and all I'm seeing is higher low. So every time, I just keep taking some shares out in front of that 40, and it looks like it's stronger and stronger and stronger. So at some point, I just have to hold out for this to break the high and get to $5 and short that level. As we go to Brendan for Sector Watch, that board probably not looking too good.
Yeah, pretty red, unfortunately, for a Thursday here. 1.8, we'll call it right now for the S&P 500. All about tech shares right now. Again, hotter than expected GDP, stronger economy, possibility for higher rates for longer. LRCX, it's all the semiconductors really in this group. LRCX, 8.7. Leading right now, AMAT 7, AMD, as Shawn was saying, 7, NVIDIA 6, MPWR, they're all here. ON even 5%, QCOM down 4.5 as well. Hardware equipment makers faring a little bit better, same story with software names, but overall the tech group is leading as far as negativity is concerned. KMX, we mentioned briefly, if you're with us in the pre-market, they're off earnings down 7.7. All the travel names back to the downside today. They've had a decent week, really, as far as cruise lines and CCL, remember, up big yesterday off earnings. Caesars, though, 6.8% to the downside. NCLH, another 5.25 in negative territory as well. Everything else over here, yeah, they're red, but kind of muted overall. Banks, red on the day, but not huge moves. Downside, FedEx standing out on a bounce. Green today, off earnings yesterday. MCK in the healthcare group as well, off earnings today, up about 1%, but not much to speak of in the way of positivity, guys. Down about almost 2% now for the S&P.
Oh, FedEx. Bounced the same place it did yesterday. Enough said.
Tesla just broke 130, by the way. So right there, nice little downside move. I mean, I talked about that 136 from yesterday. I mean, as this market continues to bleed, Tesla is oh man, 129. I mean, that's 129 flat. If you think there's going to be a run in the market now, I mean, at some point, you're going to have to, we've gotten out of half of our meta, which has been a great trade. We just took it out. A lot of these out there as it came right back up to the upside there for meta. 20s, 8s, 29s, a bunch there. A bunch at 116.10 as well from some of these bottoms, as there's the nice little move back up to the upside. 116.30 coming into play now for meta upside. So we're going to have to watch out for that. But that Tesla move is just, nasty. Down to 130, great 130 break. It's funny because I told the guys, we had this to talk the other day. It was like, hey, if you're going to take any trade, just wait for even dollar breaks. That 130, pretty clean, man, all the way down to 129.40 without even blinking an eye. So, like, I'm sitting here struggling to find 60 cents, and that one came, you didn't even have to look at it. Just put the order in, close your eyes, maybe take a nap for 30 seconds, and then boom, you're in the money now, 40 cents, without even worrying about it. Down goes Tesla the rest of this day. Who knows, man? 125? Like, do you even want to take a 130 break back up to the upside? It's tested it a couple times. That might be the trade. Like, it's where do you think the market's going? That's the answer to everything right now.
Yeah, Cleveland, I mean, if you're looking for something strong, we already said Cleveland Cliffs. Brendan brought it to our attention. I know you mentioned it as well. It's giving the first dip that it's had of any significance, because it's so hard sometimes chasing moves. It's crazy. Like, you sit there and it's like, oh, you don't want to chase along that's going crazy, but you'll always try to pick a bottom. That's just how day traders are sometimes wired. Because you know what? The feeling you get when you catch a bottom is that you win. It's like the market's saying one thing and you're trying to say the other, and it's like it's a satisfying feeling catching a bottom. Or sometimes just joining a trend late, you don't get the same rush out of it. But Cliffs is right back into this 1650. If you go back in the 15-minute chart, let's look at the daily chart. This is essentially on the daily where it's been trying to break out, like 16.5. If it can hold here, break back out, I know it's up 10%, but right now it's possibly rejecting this breakout, which could pull back all the way back to 16 even or 15. But if it extends this breakout, there is all kinds of room for Cliff to the upside. One thing I didn't check on it, I always, just because I'm not really abreast at what's going on with Cleveland Cliff here, I just wanted to go to Flow Checker just to see. I know it has the short interest, but I wasn't exactly sure what that was. It's an 8.5% short interest. So that's another reason why it can be a little bit relatively strong. So I like this. If it can start holding out, get back above VWAP, hold higher lows, get back above VWAP. A consolidation here is above that breakout on the daily, and then you're off to the races. So all I needed to see is a higher low, reclaim VWAP, 1670 long, and then see how far this one can go. And then that's playing the trend. And if it reverses the trend, I don't have to get into this one, but I'm looking for this to hold a higher low, like I said. Give me that 70 entry. I am still in AMC, but like I said, I'm kind of acknowledging the fact that this is pretty strong. My stop has been at 460 the entire time, so really I'm just risking less than 10 cents here. And if it breaks higher, I'd probably try to short it around $5.
All right, market is jamming to the upside right now, and our meta is not. So this, I'm getting those feels again that possibly, we are stuck in the wrong name again here with meta. But that's okay. Let's see. Maybe it will work out for us. Oh man, we just stopped at 10 again. Let's see if we can get some 8s out now on this, as we've just reloaded it down here again at 92 or 93. So nice move. I mean, these are just. I know a lot of you can't trade like this, and that's why I'm trying to hold on. I'm trying to pick some pieces here and solve this puzzle today and find these longs for us. But there it is. Okay, so maybe we did, man. Let's throw up these alerts right now. We definitely have misstepped early, but we're not really misstepping late at all. Oh, update on our Apple trade. Hit the sirens for that one as we got out right there at 50 on Apple on the breakback upside. So Apple initially longs all the way through on that GDP number, out on some kind of a spike right as the market opened up, and then hit on some longs, took the long at the bottom again, 133, got them out in the 70s. That was good. Then, we still had some on, took the same trade again, dropped it out at 133, then said, forget this, man. Let's join this party and go short. That's the short in there for Apple. And then, these small paper cuts paying off here with a 132.90, and then our best fill 131.50. So that's $1.40 there. We're trying to make that same thing happen for us on Meta right now, and that doesn't seem to want to go to the upside. So we're going to find something else that's maybe going to be a little bit more aggressive to the upside. I've talked about Google today as well, as liking that name down here at 87. We've bounced off a little bit. That's a little bit better than the market. But again, you still got to, I feel like we need to start taking out some levels to confirm that this is indeed a long here from that bottom. So let's go. Tesla's starting to bounce off as well. Maybe Tesla has that 130 long in it as well, but then you feel bad because you don't have the 129 long down there as well. So 130 bouncing off that spot as well there.
Yeah, Nike's moving higher here, by the way. Nike moving toward the high of the day. It's not at the high of the day just yet. I just canceled my bid from the pre-market. I'm not going to catch that one. 116.5, it looks like, double top forming on Nike. This is another one, maybe even stronger than Cliff. I know Cliff's is up a higher percentage, but just in terms of the chart formation here, higher lows off VWAP and maybe holding up a little bit better. Cliff, I need to reclaim VWAP before I would get into the long. This would probably just have to pull back into 115.5 and then go long, because resistance to me is at 118.50. So there's lots of room for that to get to the upside. I do want to come back over. I got out of AMC. I think it gets to 5. I'm probably shorting that thing, but I got out at that 60 level, got some 62s to the long side. Tight stop there, but if it gets to 5, I want to get out of it. The other name I wanted to come to very quickly, if I could, was still in some Lucid, and I want to go to the higher time frame here because it continues to just consolidate lower. I feel like there's nothing to do. Allow it to get to the bottom. And if it gets to low, I think it's going to flush. It doesn't seem to want to come back to 7. I just finally got Cassava Sciences. So it was been sitting in this channel. This thing went 37 to the 20s, then channeled from 31.50 to about 32.5. I just said if it breaks the channel down, I want to get into it. So it broke that channel to the downside. I'll probably give it to 32.25 or so. Give it that $1 worth of risk. And then if it gets to 30, and then 29, 28, you can get some fresh lows on Cassava Sciences.
All right. you know, unfortunately, I'd like to talk a little bit more about APE, but it's not really doing too much, you know, unless we get back to the upside here. We still are long 06. So, you know, we do have a lot of pockets of strength in trading today, you know, for at least for myself and for the market. We've talked about a few of those. But, you know, the one thing that we haven't talked about too much is the currency. Let's go find out. I mean, on a day like today, especially with the GDP read, you know, US dollar, I would assume, starting to go to the upside here because of what's happening with some of these tech plays as well. So let's go see if we're accurate about this US dollar with Brendan.
Yeah, decent move for the dollar back to the upside. We're off the highs currently, but grinding anyways. If you go into an hourly chart, we came down, held that level again, 203.75, 204 as support. Back to the upside again. Hotter than expected GDP number there. Hotter than expected PCE for Q3 as well. Again, remember, we get November PCE coming up tomorrow morning. This one, also, the Japanese yen having quite the day. Off the policy changes from the Bank of Japan going back to the beginning of the week. We're back to the upside again today, 0.2. That was the announcement that happened a couple of days back. Huge move back to 76. We're at 75.5 right now for the yen. Everything else pretty red on this board, including, ETH now down 2%, guys.
ETH.
So like I said about that 60 level on AMC, I guess. Oh, I haven't hit this once. How did we have? Oh, I know why we didn't hit this, because it was bad news on AMC. That would explain it. But AMC breaks at 60. It grabs 62s. I'll scalp it, probably all out to 480, because I do want to short 5 if it gets to that price. And you're like, well, I mean, 5 doesn't look significant on a 3-minute chart. Okay, so why do you like $5? Just always go to a higher time frame. The $5 level has been a big one. It's pretty obvious here. You can sort of see the higher lows barcoding the last couple of days off of this support at 5. And when it was broken, where was that low? 480. So what do I want to get out of the long here? 480. And then what do I want the shorts? $5. So that's kind of the idea behind it, why I'm looking for that one on AMC. And you were just talking Tesla. This channel, so the market bounces. Got to go back to the 3-minute here. This bounces, looks a heck of a lot like what Intel is doing, like 130, 129, 130, 129, just barcoding off the bottom. And all you want to see is it break the channel. Now, Intel ends up breaking the channel downside. So the reason why I'm not long any Intel is it didn't break the channel up 26. It broke the channel down and continues to flush. So no chance, I guess, for now, for me to get any relief long in Intel. If I had just shorted 26, I guess I'd still be in the money. I just got another leg out on AMC. That continues to rise higher. 475 is, last time I checked, pretty close to 480, so I'll get another leg out there. And then I got my offers to cover this in front of 480. So a bit of a scout play reversing long here on AMC.
Yeah, I like that call there. Like we were mentioning, man, trade some names that are actually moving in a market like this. We just sort of ignored Meta a little bit there because it did go right to the 50 period and I missed it. So that, you know, should have been, I was waiting at 45 because when I was taking these trades, that's where the 50 period was. I didn't come back here to notice that it was down there at 35 and we just sort of bounced off 35. So I'm going to take a piece out here in the high 20s if we can get that. We've talked about wanting to sort of have this long in case we did get a beautiful run back up to the upside, but doesn't look like that wants to happen. It tried to go there and then like the market bounced off the 50 period as well right now. So that sucks because missed opportunity there on Meta to at least get something out. And I was just thinking, just like you were about Tesla there, breaking the ranges. Well, guess what? It just broke the other way
down.
Right there, down through 129 right now for Tesla, as that name just continues its move here. Pretty ugly, pretty nasty to that downside right now. So yeah, big time movement there for Tesla. It continues to be one of those names that I think it's like buyer beware on this. I don't like, is it going to come out again? I tweeted it out last week that, oh, before I go, I have to show something. That last week we had that $3 billion worth of sale for Elon and company on Tesla. It looks like you'll probably get another report coming very, very soon about this. So
maybe Kathy gave up.
No, Kathy might be in there buying. I want to say thank you to everybody that hit the like on this. So I think it was a couple days ago, my daughter drew a picture. She was here visiting, of course, me at TraderTV Live. They've been here numerous times. And she really loves the building. So this is our building. We do have like a little ad on on the top, like a, I don't know, what do you call, not a poster.
Sign.
Up top there, there's me at the desk. This is a desk right here. Someone made a funny comment. Looks like I have more hair there than normal, but there it is right here. Love is the best is what she wrote on here, which, I mean, yeah, I love everyone here, love this job, and love the markets. Thank you so much for that. And here is the exact piece right here. So, officially ripped out, as you can see, and there it is right now. So there's my hair as well, as you can see, but there it is. I'll put this tweet up there. Go over, like it. I'm going to show it to her. It's going to be in the chat. I'm going to show her how many likes it got. I can't believe the Lucid one's going to get more than this, but again, thank you so much for everything. And there it is right there. The only reason, well, not the only reason, I mean, I told you I love this job. I've been here for 21 years, and my income level has been going higher and higher every year, so it's been a good one. But there it is right there, at TraderTV Shawn. Go follow it. I just want to give a big shout out to her, who's at school. They were just at the ROM, which is next door here yesterday. They had a big class trip there.
Yeah.
The museum. They absolutely love that. My family is a member, of course, at the Royal Ontario Museum.
Family is what it's all about, especially this time of year, right? I mean, we haven't even really said, but you guys know what's coming in a couple of days. Going to be a good one. We just got an email from Michael.
Your birthday's in a couple of days.
Well, that too, but
what was the email from Michael Nas?
I'm definitely old enough that we shouldn't care about my birthday. You don't want to count those days when you get past a certain age. I won't say what, but it looks like he might have. I'll add this to my layout when I get it on Trade Ideas, but he just sent something where. You can always load stuff from the cloud, but he was talking about giving me an indicator for like halts and resumes. So I'm gonna get that one set up when I get a chance there. And then anybody that's interested in a layout, whether it's mine or Brendan's or Shawn's from Trade Ideas, if you happen to use it. By the way, it's 30% off right now if you use TraderTV 30. But you can always get our layout from the cloud. Like I save it to the cloud, you can get the link, and anybody can look at exactly what I look at. But I want to add something to this with a halt resume. Because some of those best trades have been on stocks that are halting. So I want to go back to that well. So we got some more shares out of AMC here, but Cassava Sciences just broke upside on me. So it just took out VWAP, had that short in there off the consolidation, takes out VWAP. I don't know if it wants to wick me out there and just kind of resume here, but the volume is really tapering off. You guys can actually see this, but I'm going to do this anyways. Look at the volume on Sava. Probably not worth it. Like I'm sitting in there in a consolidation short. I should probably allow some volume to come back in, then make the next trade in Cassava Sciences instead of fighting this so much. Like, you don't want to force the action. It was moving earlier and I missed it. No need to get too crazy off the well there on Cassava Sciences. Tesla, by the way. Yeah, like that channel breakdown at 129. Like, I'm sitting there like, oh yeah, Sava can go to the downside. Nah, Tesla can just go 8% 2 days ago.
Oh yeah. Tesla has absolutely no problem making these crazy moves, but we're getting close to ending the show now. Shoot. And, we can't end the show without me averaging in one more time to Meta. It just came right back into 116 again. We got a 115.95, and here I am going to try to scalp out 10% again for 10 cents. I mean, there it is again right there. Like, we're just sort of rinsing, repeating this trade, holding out for some kind of a hero long. But I just want to see if the market, and we're gonna go over to Luca and Cherif in a minute, but I'm just trying to see about this 11,000 level. That's it, right? I mean, if we're going to hold it, we're going to hold it. I'm going to look back and be like, wow, why, like if you're trading NASDAQ futures or whatever, like this could be a level that holds and really gives you that, that sort of oomph to the upside here. So I'm going to wait for that, see if that can happen there. We get a bounce. We've already bounced a little bit, and we stopped at the 50 period. Well noted by me here about Meta being at 30 now. So I'm going to put another offer, even right now, start to get some out as we head back up to 30 for Meta and hopefully the market. And there it is, fade right back down again. So, all right, man. It's 11 o'clock. You and I are back, obviously, at 2. But we have a great midday show. They've been really killing it here. And it's been Luca and it's been Luca and Cherif over there. I like your shirt there. You're going to have to explain that because I don't think everyone's going to be able to see who it is on right now today. But and if you have ugly Christmas sweaters, tomorrow's the day for that as well, in case I forget to say that. But all right. for Neil, Brendan, and me, and Fahad, who Futures with Fahad makes its debut today, and he kills it on Futures with Fahad. So maybe we can redo that. We'll have Arun in the desk tomorrow so they can battle their futures opinions when it gets back. That should be a lot of fun as well. My money's on Fahad. But for the rest of us here, let's say thank you for watching, but don't go anywhere. A much better show is about to start now.
I don't know about all that, but we are glad to have you guys. Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Cherif. This is Luca. And guys, there is a lot going on today. Whether you're trading small caps, whether you're trading big caps, we've got it all, Luca. And what a day it is to be alive.
Oh yeah, man, what a day. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show, living life. Christmas is around the corner. Happy holidays to everybody. I'm enjoying myself this time of year. You know, you can't make me sad, even though, you know, trading sometimes may be good, sometimes may be bad, but the holiday is always a good time. Just opening everything up here. I'm not really too sure where is this. I cannot see the chat right now, so I got to get this up and running. Maybe, Cherif, you're looking at something you can
Yeah, guys, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Look, I mean, you're going to say crazy, Cherif, you got into an Apple long. Look, I was looking for a possible bounce. I looked for 2 5-minute candles, one to make a new high over the other. I saw it play out. I got long. I scalped out a little bit here, and then here comes the boom to the downside. I get out before it even hits my my entry level. So I'm positive on the trade. I'm looking for a possible bounce on Apple. The reason I'm looking for Apple, it seems to be more relatively strong than the other 5. Let's bring in down the trusty big tech charts here. Apple finding a bit of, you know, I want to say between Apple and Microsoft a little bit. These two seem to be more relatively strong off the bottoms. Tesla's still making new bottoms. Google's flat, likewise with Meta, and same thing with Amazon. So if there's a bounce to be had, and I'm not saying there is, I feel it's going to be off these two names. So hence that idea. Anyway, we'll have a look at Apple as it develops later, but these futures blowing through levels like it's nobody's business. All right, let's bring in the side chart and have a look at what I've been looking at all morning. Again, like I said, it's been a combination of big cap and small cap names. The small cap names, let's isolate them for you. And more appropriately, let's go into this pun here. ISO, this one is almost at day's high, up $1.65 high. We're trading at 162 now. This one's been making good moves all morning. I think it halted once. Yeah, it halted once to the upside. It's a dollar stock, but you know, it's giving you good range. The other one is PRQR. That one was obvious from the pre-market. It gave you a really good opportunity there off the bell to get in. Also, there were some nice opportunities pre-market. Let's have a look at the 1-minute chart on this one. Let's zoom out a bit here. Yeah. Earlier on, I felt, especially in the pre-market, this one was really respecting the 50. You had opportunities to get in on the 50-period moving average on dips here, and then to the high side. I didn't take any, you know, I had a good trade on APE, so I didn't want to give anything back. But yeah, those both look good, PRQR and ISO for small caps. Also, there's ORIC. I haven't been watching this one too much. To be honest with you, the other two and the big techs were kind of really taking up my time. But nonetheless, it's up 63%, so we got to show some respect. The obvious other two small cappers, no question about it. Everybody already knows about it, APE and AMC. These ones were all funky earlier on. AMC flushed, APE went to the super high side. I caught this nice little $1.15 break into like the early 30s here on APE back at my desk. So that was a nice little trade. And that was literally the only trade I've had for the entire day, except obviously Apple when I sat down here. And so that was basically it. Microsoft I've been looking at. I looked at that 237 breakdown. To be honest with you, I didn't have the guts to take it. I kept feeling that this market was oversold and there was a bounce to be had. And every time I thought that, you know, it continued south, making a fool of me. So I didn't get any piece of Microsoft, but I really was looking at that 237 break. You know how I love these consolidation sideways and breakdowns, Luca.
Yeah, man, all set up here. Hopefully you guys having a good day. Just looking at the chat. I know Trader Gorno, what's up, man? Always here. Yeah, mentioning Nike. Look at the weekly chart, Nike. It's crazy. Yeah, man, I'm not sure what to think. I mean, yesterday was definitely a crazy day for Nike, guys. I'll share some of my trades that I had this morning. You know, AMC, APE going crazy. I mean, I could be doing a little bit better, but you know, it is what it is. currently long right now, PRQR, and kind of have a bad price on this one. I mean, if it goes down through 270, I think my day might be done. But, you know, great time for questions, great time to, you know, look at a couple things, you know, keep it stress-free. So, yeah, all good there. But, yeah, you know, this name kind of interesting, you know, obviously gapping up. That 3 level, exciting, right? I was trying to take the long here, sort of got chopped up, you know, just dancing around. I think that 255 level was interesting because we actually dipped down, quickly popped through VWAP. And that was actually a really good spot. You know, if you were watching that, trade that kind of buy the dip, go long into the 3 level. We broke 3. I tried along with some size there thinking, okay, maybe this goes 350. I think we had a similar name from yesterday, and I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but not too sure there. Anyways, yeah, we had, you know, the over under 3. The shorts were good. The shorts were good, obviously, coming back down, and then kind of tried it again. Not really too good. Tried the long here, is just very choppy. So not really too sure what to think with this one, but yeah, perhaps it is done on the day. And, you know, Tesla, man, I don't know what to say about Tesla. I mean, we're down 6% today. You know, I remember the calls that you guys were saying. Some people 137, 135. Here we are, 128. Where are we going? Are we going to 125? Are we going to 120? I have no idea. But keep in mind, 2 days ago, it was the gamma squeeze to the downside. I think $380 million worth of puts. And yeah, man, you know, that's, I don't know if cause for concern is the correct word, but, you know, we're going down. We're hitting these even dollars. There's just, you know, there's no looking back. We are just kind of straight to the downside. And, you know, I think the tell was around 133.50 for anybody that was watching. And let me just remove the fills just to kind of clean this up to show this here. We had the dip, the rip, and then kind of popping to VWAP. And when you can't even get to VWAP, you know, shorts are going to be good for the next leg down. And this kind of move over the high of 133.50, a lot of selling over there. It looked on the tape a lot of buying, but, you know, a lot of kind of dark pool orders selling. Got to imagine people are offside on this one. You know, yeah, now down 6%, obviously, and just moved to the downside. That 132.50 to 132 area was holding very, very cleanly. And then once finally breaking down, you know, it just didn't look back. And here we are, 128. I have no idea. Do we go,
wow,
you know, do we go to 125 today?
It's down almost 7%. Like, does this stock have a bottom? I mean, what is his net worth at? I mean, I know that's not really the question here, but like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's happening. A lot of these banks guaranteed him at certain prices. They saw their guarantee cut in half, dude. I mean, we're talking about they gave him the guarantee in April, May-ish or whatever when he came up with that financing, and geez, I don't know if they expected that, but hey, you know, if inflation was what it was and they forecasted it, I guess the Fed had really no choice. And anyway, so a whole different topic, I guess. Let's get to some trades that we're going to get into here. I know Luca's long PRQR, but I got to tell you, I see this a little short. I hate to kind of contradict you, but if this one breaks the 61 low, I think I'm going to take this one short. It's below VWAP, that's why I say that, and it's below the 50 period. So I see this, if it creates a new low, and this is a little trough I'm talking about here, I'm going to take this one to the sell side. I'm also looking at a position on ISO, but that one's not really giving me an opportunity. It's kind of wild in the way that it's working. Let me get into ISO here real quick. The problem with this one is it's each like 1 minute candle, each 3 minute candle has so much range on it. So you could easily kind of get stopped out just by getting into a position. Like, you know, you're going to have to either size in accordingly or I've managed some sort of other method. I'm not really having an opportunity on this one, to be honest with you. I can see some levels. I see below 150. Obviously, there's that 146 top that you could take a dip off. It's still making new highs. I mean, like, look at that. It makes a new high, and then it flushes like 15 pennies to the sell side. So this one, a little tricky for me, to be honest with you. It's up 140%, probably got a lot of eyes on it. What is ISO anyway? I just want to go real quick here and have a look at what ISO is, and what the catalyst on that is. All right, let's bring that down here. Company profile, Isoplexis Corporation is a life sciences corporation. Yeah, surprise, surprise, another biotech company. The company is engaged in building solutions to develop curative medicines and personalized therapeutics. The company's single-cell proteomics, I don't know how to say that word, system reveals biological activity in small subsets of cells. Okay, so that goes beyond my pay grade. Interesting, what's the catalyst on it here? Let's have a look. into the early morning when this one started moving. Shares resume. No, okay, these are all circuit breaker halt. Okay, so I don't see anything specific here. Oh, there we go. Buyout offer by Isoplexes, DJ Bird. Okay, I don't really see the exact catalyst. Nonetheless, it's up 140 some odd %. So obviously we'll respect it that way. What's the market doing? Now the market decided to move sideways after that epic move down. So I guess we're going to get some sort of breather here, possibly to the downside. On the ES March contract, we're seeing at 38.28 low. And guess what? 39.19 high. That is a big drop, to be honest with you. We're already 74.5 points down on the day. So I don't know, how much more can we go? We've been having these really volatile days, and I think that is quite good for day trading. Maybe not so good for the long-term portfolio, guys. The chat lighting up with Tesla, saying Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. Let's have a go. Let's have a look quick here at Tesla. I see Apple's going down back into the mid-50s, but let me just go to Tesla real quick here. What do we got? What do we got? Hurry up, hurry up. Yeah, okay, so 128.21. That's not low of day. Low of day seems to be below that 128, Luca, 127.72-ish.
Yeah, man, it's, I mean, you know, where's the bottom? I guess we can ask you guys, you know, where do you think the bottom is today? I know the other day you're saying on track for 137. That's what I was mentioning before. Obviously, we're at 128 right now. So take your guess, man. Take your guess. I'm going to say 126, you know, 60 area. That's going to be my call. You know, maybe, I mean, this is a big down move, right? So we can easily go sideways a little bit and then maybe get that next flush down. I don't think 125 breaches today. That's just somebody saying 95, 126. I like the 126 call, yeah. And, well, you know, I think Tesla's going to 17 or like 22. That's kind of my call. Greg actually stood up this morning and he's like, Luca, your bold statement of 50, because I think I said a lot of numbers, your bold statement of 50 isn't looking so bad. And I'm like, yeah, you know, it's looking better every day, I guess, but not for Tesla shareholders, not for Elon Musk. But I guess that's why he's selling there, right? So, yeah, you know, it's nice to see everybody. Yeah, 125.69.
Did he come out and say he was selling?
126.55. No, he sold before.
Yeah, that was last week, right?
Yeah, he sold. Okay. Well, he's been selling, right?
Been selling, okay.
I mean, yeah, he's obviously, you know, happy to be selling there. And yeah, guys, you know, I'm currently, I mean, this is live trading. Like, I am now shut down. I'm currently not long PRQR. And I'd like to actually share just kind of, you know, where I went wrong on the day. And this is kind of a good learning lesson for myself. You know, obviously sometimes things don't go well. You know, it goes against you, and you know, you got to live with it, right? I'm pretty happy with my punch out. This was my final kind of idea PRQR for the run to 3, because you know, keep in mind my bias is algo is kind of clearing out both sides. I think, why is this level holding? Maybe we're going to run back to the upside. Looked really good here. And actually, I don't know why this is supposed to be the 50 period. The dark blue line, the 50 period is like somewhere over here. I'm like, okay, if we're going to break out and run to 3, you know, stops are probably 310. So I was kind of going for the high day clear on that last one. And then I sort of just held it because I'm like, you know, maybe it'll be good. But yeah, if we break through 270, then yeah, no, not going to look good. They're not going to look good. So it's, you know, take the L on that one. It's when you trade these things for myself, I keep a tight risk. But yeah, sometimes very lucrative to the upside. And, you know, yeah, I could have done a little bit better on Tesla, I want to say. But you know what? Tesla is Tesla, right? Anybody who trades it knows how difficult it is. You know, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good. But yeah, again, the banger short was from that 133.50 level. And pretty flat on all the other names. It was just basically PRQR where I was like, okay, I'm going to take size here. Like, let's go. I really thought we're going to go, you know, going for like a 5 to 1, 6 to 1. Doesn't work. But yeah, exactly, man. You know, I think you guys value the transparency, and there's good lessons here. That's the main thing, right? So I had AMC and APE as well. I was kind of late to the party this morning. I wasn't actually at my desk until maybe 9. Kind of slept in because obviously, you know, yesterday reverse split. For anybody who wasn't here, I thought I was going to be a millionaire on CEI because I was going to do Cause M again. And only 4 hours of sleep, so decided to sleep in a little bit. Had a really good trade on AMC. There was some size at 397 in the morning, and we popped, and I was like, okay, we could probably get to VWAP. I'll cover that. And then actually long before the halt. Then it halts. I hold that trade. Opens up flat because, you know, AMC classic, always opening flat. And popping up, and I thought there's maybe a chance that we get to 5, you know, a little bit of a short squeeze action, you know, this into a halt, into another halt. I thought, yeah, maybe we could, you know, keep going, get to 5 there. And yeah, no, we didn't. So I sort of covered that quick. The one thing that I will say, and I don't know if this applies to everybody, but it was very challenging for me to get fills. Like as we were popping like 470s to 480 area, like I'm trying to exit this kind of, and I don't know if this is very clear for everybody to see here, but I was like long, like building kind of like a really big long into the break. I thought if we break through the 480s, then we could really just push to the upside. So it looked really good. And then it got here and I was like, hey, let me try to get out of a little bit just to see. And it's just not like, it's just like, man, these bots, they don't sleep, man. They're tough to battle. You know, if this is clearly the double top that's the price. Like that is the money short, that is the money exit, clearly in hindsight. And so at the time, you know, trying to get that fill, not getting the fill, trying, you know, multiple venues, not getting it. It's like, I think that's just a product of the market. You have to expect that if you're, you know, like obviously real day traders know, but to people who are trying to learn, you know, that's what it means to, you know, battle for fills at key areas, right? So didn't get the fill, ended up lightening up on the position, just getting out of that. And yeah, pretty flat on the, I mean, I was trying to really go for the move. So I'm actually flat on AMC, and I didn't cover what was a really good winner, but I thought, you know, there's potential for like a better winner there. So for myself, it's I live with it, right? I live with it. I don't really care. You know, it's not a death blow, so things are good. Tried a little bit of a Microsoft long too for the curl up, got out of that for break even. So, and then we fell too, right? So, and I think Shawn mentioned it. He's like, you know, today is a short the pops day, man. When you're down like 3%, 6%, you know, the bounce plays, just take them off the board. They're just not going to work. And then, yeah, my last thing on my board was the ape shares moving to the upside. Tried the long, played off one, lost the trade. And so this is like, you know, lose 5 cents, take it again, boom, make 20 cents, right? So it's like lose 5 cents the first time, okay, whatever, try it again, make 20 cents, still up 15 cents. You know, like that's a win there, right? So yeah, for sure, that's you know, not really. I mean, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good. That's day trading. Always trying to get better every single day, and you know, as long as I can continue to provide value, I mean, I'm pretty happy, in a good mood. And again, you know, in the Christmas spirit, life is good. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the show. And yeah, man, that's Tesla going to 100. I mean, you know, my call is probably the boldest. I didn't see anybody say 17 here. So yeah, maybe on the bottom over there on 17, I see 69, 124, 69, 69. That's probably
the best number.
That's probably a bounce. I feel like that's like a money bounce play if we can get there.
That's so funny. Anyway, just wanted to mention that ISO real quick is halted to the downside at that 152 area. Let me just see what the tap is real quick on that. Give me a second to see if it's going to come up on my platform. But anyway, VWAP on that guy is a bit above $1.35. Yeah, I don't see the tap. Can you possibly help me out with the tap on ISO?
ISO.
Yeah.
Here it's showing 150.
150, guys. Okay, so a little bit lower than where we closed out at. We closed out at that 152. That seems to also be that 50 period as well. So, you know, surprise, surprise that it stops in and around there. You know, there is a few levels you can identify here where periods of consolidations kind of developed. One of those levels, you know, nicely happens to be with VWAP here at $1.35. It kind of consolidated sideways there for a bit, and then you had that big break. I'm not, again, like, I'm not really comfortable with this one a bit, just kind of having a look at the levels. Switching to PRQR, I'm still seeing this one not make newer highs. Definitely a trend change if one of it breaks through VWAP and holds, and then number two, it breaks this top here that we've made at $2.84. So if it breaks there, that's a new high, and I'll have to completely rethink the short. But, you know, to be honest with you, look at what it's doing right now. At least for the moment, it looks like it's developing a bit of a double bottom, which is obviously a bullish reversal pattern. So that double bottom coming by way of around $2.63 to $2.60, whether you count the wicks or not on that. So, you know, any number of things that can happen here, and that's why I'm not jumping into this one. I'm kind of letting my resting orders do the decision making for me by putting them at levels, you know, that I think clearly define a trend change or a trend continuation. So that's what I'm looking at there. Let me just have a look quick. Yeah, ISO I already mentioned is halted. Not much else that I'm looking at though, guys. I already looked at the side chart here, and yeah, big tech kind of, you know, consolidating sideways now. If we're looking at Tesla, you know, it's kind of giving you a horizontal range with which to play. Looks like that 129 teens to the high side, and then the low side looks like we have that 128-ish area. So, you know, $1.30 of range. Can't complain about that. But it doesn't really look like it's creating newer highs. I know that Meta seems to be, earlier I was talking about how Apple and Microsoft seem to be the strongest of the bunch with respect to a possible balance, but it looks like Meta is now taking over that position here. Look at that nice incline on Meta, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. You can't really say the same for any of these other five. You know, they're more horizontal than they are vertically ascending. So looks like Meta, at least for the moment, seems to be the winner in big cap world. And yeah, that's it. So we'll allow some of these plays to develop, and if any of our orders get triggered, great, so be it, Luca.
Yeah, you know, somebody's bringing up Amazon, saying, Luca, Amazon 87 area, and this is another really, really good example from yesterday. So remember we were talking about that 86.90 seller just kind of being there all day? So this is the thing, right? Don't, and I don't want to butcher this quote because it was really, really good. Don't be distracted by the tree and miss the forest. And so essentially what that means is, you know, there's a bigger picture at hand, and sometimes as a day trader, you're so focused on, you know, oh, there's an iceberg seller at 86.90, I'm going to try to scalp this, and, you know, maybe we go down. But here's the thing, right? And I don't know if this is probably like not the best chart to show.
Seinfeld episode where Elaine sits
I
down with
love
the
Seinfeld.
rabbi, and he's like, Elaine, sometimes we don't see the forest for the trees. Like, yeah, I don't know what that means. And she like
Yeah.
cuts him off.
Oh man,
that's one of my favorite Seinfeld.
I love
episodes.
Seinfeld, and I know Fahad over there is like, I never heard of it. So that's the one questionable thing about this guy, Fahad. I don't know, Fahad. You gotta start watching Seinfeld over there. But anyways, back to Amazon over here. So guys, remember that 86.90 from yesterday. So a good kind of rule of thumb is if you peg these areas and these kind of areas that set themselves up, do not discredit them, right? Because from a day trading perspective, you know, you can try the scalp in front of that, and then it goes down, goes up. But regardless, you know, people are trying to sell Amazon. That's the forest, right? And here's kind of the daily on it. You know, we're below 100. It's sort of going down. Things aren't really looking too good. You know, NASDAQ, ES futures are going down. Everything's really going down. Tesla's getting destroyed. And so, you know, whoever mentioned, yeah, Amazon, if you held, obviously we day trade over here, so we can't swing. But, you know, having the freedom to, you know, kind of position yourself, and I think it's a really good example of, look, 86.90 to 87, that's where that seller was, showing you the hand, then finally breaking, not going up, going back down, going back up, going back down, showing you 87 is that level. I mean, you're not to, like, look at this, right? You put the line there, it's very clear that 87 is the level, and oh, where are we today? We're all the way down at 84, right? So now today it's like the continuation down move. You know, everything's down. So I think I almost want to say, you know, for yourselves, you know, as you're kind of building your playbook, trying to get better, it's like, even for myself, like you peg these levels, that's a little bit of a tell. And so, you know, maybe there's two trades to be had, right? Trading is obviously, you can be very creative with your trades. There's scalp trades to have, and then you can kind of build that into a swing trade if that's kind of your cup of tea, right? So I think that's a really good example there of, look, this is where the seller is. You know, they're sitting there, and then it finally goes down the next day, right? So, you know, remember the levels. You know, levels come into play multiple times, and yeah, peg as in peg the seller, as in like I've identified that. Yeah, I don't know if that's your question there, but anyways, we're gonna pass it over to Brendo real quick for social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, an updated look here for what's being discussed on social media so far today. Pretty red board to show you, unfortunately, after we started the morning, relatively positive as far as sentiment was concerned, but Mullen standing out here as unusually strong so far today. But look at all the red here. Tesla, absolutely huge, being mentioned to the downside. AMC and SPY, remember, initially this was green on the morning before that news came out. There's an ape in the gray. That just means no real direction as far as comments that are coming through. GROM, COSM going the opposite direction now as well. But a lot of negativity as expected as far as sentiment is concerned, guys, with the market down like this.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Diamond Realty of Miami sending that awesome $3.05 super chat, obviously representing the 305, saying, at Cherif, who's on your shirt? and taking the playmaker. So this is Mo Salah, obviously, right?
Obviously, Mo
Liverpool. By the way, today 3 p.m. City versus Liverpool in the League Cup. Obviously not a Prem game. The Prem is not back yet, but Mo will be playing. So this is Mo Salah, and then I got him on the back as well. I don't know if you can see it. It says number 10. So yeah, I got to rep out Mo Salah, obviously being fellow Egyptian. So can't go out without shouting him out. What else we got here? Okay, so I've been waiting on PRQR. It's kind of range bound here. It's not giving me higher lows or lower highs. So, lower lows or anything out of the range here. So we'll wait for this one to develop. But what I saw here was Tesla bounce and make at least Tesla make a little bit of a bounce there to the 50-period moving average on the 1-minute chart. It comes close to that 129.50, but finds its way right back down. There's an interesting level here that we can just glean on the 1 minute. I'm sure it'll be verified on the 3 minute. Yeah, definitely. See this low area of this consolidation period here? It also happens to be the high area of this consolidation period. So if we can break through these levels, possibly we've maybe seen a little bit of a bottom on Tesla, and then we will see maybe retrace to like that 133 level, which I think is the next obvious area of resistance in the price action. Obviously, there are some indicators on the way up to that, hence VWAP, or that's around 130, 150. We could encounter some resistance there, but the price action shows a better level of 133. That's obviously assuming that there is a bounce to be had. That's not a guaranteed thing at the moment. Down 6%, and the market kind of completely sideways, really not showing itself to be setting up for any sort of long at the moment. Like consistently lower highs here on the 3 minute, not showing me anything that says, hey, look, I'm about to bounce, Luca.
Yeah, I want to bring up Netflix here. I know Trader Gorno's pulling up a couple tickers coming with that fire. And you know what, Trader Gorno, just a quick note. You're always talking about Moderna, Netflix, these $300 stocks. And I'm like, no, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want to trade this one. I don't want to trade that one. But the one thing I want to talk about Netflix, because we were eyeing that 300 level yesterday. And this is the thing. Strong yesterday, not really parabolic into the 300, sort of giving you, oh, maybe the dip buys are good. It's kind of trending upwards. And very slow kind of robotic move into the 300 level. Breaks 300. It wasn't a hard level. And so again, when I was kind of looking at it over here, I'm like, okay, if we can go into it very quickly, then we can come down very fast. That would be like a scalp trade. But this is more of like I mean, you know the deal, right? It's kind of like spends a little bit of time there. It is a significant level, right? So, I want to say you got to risk at least 1 point on something like a Netflix, and you wouldn't have gotten stopped out on something like that. 300 short, risk a point, go for a point at least. That's a 1-to-1. So obviously, if it's a 1-to-1, kind of late in the day on that one, perhaps there is better setups, but you want to use, 1-to-1 size, right? You don't want to use too much kind of, obviously depending on your own playbook there. But now look at it today. Opens around 300. It's 9 in the morning, around 300. Off the morning, fade down and then pop. So when I say, remember these key levels because they come into play multiple times, it's like that 300 level from yesterday, giving you that kind of, running into 300, rejecting, going back down. And then today, showing you that 300 is the level again, back down, popping above VWAP, and as fast as we go up, we go right back down. And so on a day like today, volume's kind of light. It's maybe 3.5 million shares traded. 294.50 is holding. And we're just popping up, but we just can't get through 299.
Can't get
and
through.
So, yeah, and so, it's that 300 level is kind of interesting. And, I'm not too sure what to think. I mean, yesterday was interesting, very strong move to the upside. Now today is sort of sideways. This is a day that for myself, I would say like I'm not even gonna take this. But yeah, don't forget your levels. Don't forget your levels. Do your homework. That's the most important thing. A great question here. Somebody saying, Luca, can you, and by the way, it's Luca, Luca, in case you didn't notice how Italian I am. Luca, can you explain a bull trap and a bear trap, please?
Oh, that's a nice one right there.
Yeah, sure. So I want to, let me think of a stock that had a good example of that today, just to kind of give, maybe PRQR. Okay, so I'm going to try to keep this as simple as possible, but I almost want to, so traps would essentially be, okay, everybody knows lower high, higher low. This is essentially a trend. Don't fight the trend. Things are going up. So take something like PRQR today. It's up 60, 70%. It looks very strong. It's moving to the upside. Okay, cool. Market opens. And so you could technically say that this move, and this is the 1 minute. So here we are trending, right? We're moving to the upside. We're moving to the upside. We're moving to the upside. It's looking very healthy, right? And so you could say, oh, look, it's holding support. It's kind of holding this. So now 931 rolls around, kind of chops around, runs to the upside. So and this is the thing with these small caps. They will try to clear out I don't know who they is, but it will try to clear out both sides and just rinse and repeat, because realistically, the stock market is just based on emotions. A lot of people are, there's FOMO, greed, fear, and so people kind of punch in and out based on what they're seeing in kind of the short term. Sorry, that's what I wanted to say. And so in this situation, this is, call it a little bit of a run up, and then before the market opens, and sorry, let me remove this line here. Before the market opens, it gives you this sort of like, oh, is this maybe like a little bit of a bull flag, and is it going to break out? Right, so it's a nice little bit of a healthy trend. Is this a little bit of a bull flag? Oh, if we break 285, then there's a chance we actually run to 3 and then go to 4 maybe, right? So that's what the longs are thinking. And the shorts are like, okay, I've seen this setup before. Maybe we break the highs, trigger the stops. People have FOMO, greed, they want to buy this thing. It's instantly going to slam back down and then break down through 265. And as soon as it breaks 265, the short will be good through to 250, all the way maybe to 230. If you think the fade play is on the table, if you think whatever the catalyst is not that good. And so here we go. Ready? Market opens. It breaks the highs. The longs are like, oh, it's a breakout. So everybody's getting long here. And then boom, it's actually a bull trap. They trap the bulls up here. People are long 285, 290. They're long, and it instantly reverses. Now the shorts, somebody like myself who really likes to short these things on when the setup sets up where it kind of breaks the high and go back down, now the shorts are like, oh, the short is good. So the shorts start slamming it short here, and then boom, look at that. They trap the shorts now. So the longs are trapped, the shorts are trapped. They trap both in what, 2 to 3 minutes? So the thing is this, it's a savage business. You have to recognize these things. It's obviously more prominent on the small cap side of things. So just be aware of this. Be aware of this. When you're looking at this kind of stuff. And then look what happens for the rest of the day. It goes up, boom, it traps the longs again, it goes down. It goes down, boom, it traps the shorts again, it goes back up. And so here we are, goes back down, and now we're back up. So, call it what you want, algo, call it just a product of, human emotion. These algos will trap both sides. They will clear out both sides. They think in real time. So it's very, very challenging. So there's not something that you can say, oh, I've seen this. You just got to build a strategy around it that you can repeat over and over again. Hopefully that answers your question. I think I did a decent job at it. And we're going to pass it over to Brendo now for European close.
Hey guys, just wrapping up the European session for a Thursday here, still in negative territory, just waiting for a few final prints to come through here for some of these individual indexes. But all downside for the most part. Stock 600, 1%, the DAX in Germany, 1.4%, the FTSE 100, about 0.4 to the downside. Here we go. With the overall look, 0.42 for England, Germany 1.4 as I mentioned, France there 1% plus, 1% for Italy. You get the theme of the day, kind of negative following big move down for North America as well, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Shout out to the Playmaker, sending a 305 super chat, repping the 305 there in Miami, saying had to cheat and go on in the close and be number 1 on like. Gotcha. All right, shout out to the Playmaker, always active in the chat and a good friend of the shows. Yes, guys, I tried to get into a Tesla bounce there. Probably not a good idea. I scalped out a little bit here on the top for a nice 20 penny winner, but the rest is an L. So this Tesla is going to be red for me. Yeah, I went against the trend. Short the pops, I get it. I screwed up on this one, but not that big of a loss. Half position and scalp some out. So, I'm going to continue to honestly wait for some bounces here because they may be had and they may come in at a time we don't expect them to. So, that's basically what I got to say about that. Now, back to PRQR because that's the setup that I've been waiting for to develop. It really hasn't. Look how closely this one is following in terms of not breaking previous highs. So the previous high of this peak here was at 284 level, and then our peak right now is at 282, 281-ish level, while keeping that sort of flat bottom. So, maybe the better idea here is not to do what I've got actually set up right now, which is to take that 260 break south. I think that that's valid to an extent, but I think that the better idea perhaps is to get in near the high of these ranges here and then hold and have, the ability to hold all the way down because, like let's just say for example, this one breaks through 60. There's a good chance it retraces up as, you know, they try to trigger some people's shorts to the high side. You know how these algos do. They know that you're gunning for that 260 level. They see the kind of level they're developing there. And then they anticipate that once that level breaks, there's going to be a whole bunch of people shorting. And so that they're going to try to buy it right back up to kind of trigger everybody's stop. So I think that the better idea may be to get in near these levels and then put a stop at high of the peak, which in this case would be 282. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take a half position. Right, let's go half position here, and we'll go short at this level, and then I'll put my stop right at that 282 level. So if it goes 9 pennies against me here, that's all that will happen. Now, the plus side to that, did I just cover that? Oh, no, I didn't think. Hold on, why do I see a green arrow here? It looks like I just covered a bit. Oh, geez, I hit one of my flattened keys like a dummy. Okay, so I covered a little bit of the position. Let me add to that again. So I need to add this many shares. Okay, so let's go ahead and add this many shares. We'll add it here. So we get back into that. And now I can actually put in my stop at 282. I fat fingered that. But thankfully it was like not even a dollar loser. So that's cool. There we go. And we'll put it at 284 for the out. So that way if it breaks this peak here, then I'll be able to basically just get out of the position. That gives me 9 pennies of risk to make quite a bit more to the downside. You got to assume that if it breaks at 260, it may come down to that $half level, right, before it finds any interesting area of resistance. And then, so you're looking at a 1 to 2, maybe 1 to 3 winner here. Let me just add that stop again real quick, 282, and then we'll cover the remaining amount at that 84. So we'll give it 2 pennies. There we go. Now we got the stop. So we're golden. There we go. We get the flush down, baby. There we go. Nice move down on it. Let's see if we can break through that 50 period. I want to see below 70s. I want to see in the mid 60s. I'm not going to take my resting order off through the break of 60 because I think it's going to still continue to be valid. The reason I just want to get in here is to give myself some breathing room, right, in case it does go against me at 60. I'll have a higher cost base having gone in at 73.
Yeah, that's kind of funny that you mentioned. You're like, wait a second, why am I out of this trade? Did I hit the flatten key or whatever?
Flatten key ends up biting me in the rear end.
Yeah, it's I personally don't have a flatten key set up, and I don't talk too much about, you know, we obviously have hotkeys over here, which makes it very easy for us. So it's just kind of click a bunch of buttons, and you know, you just kind of know your buttons. I know, you know, if we did a comparison, you know, my setup versus Neil's setup. Neil would probably have like 100 things set up. I mean, doing this for what, like 20, almost 30 years, like kind of crazy. And for myself, you know, I have less. Simple is good. I'm like buy, sell, and then limits, right? I think some people, you know, they don't like hotkeys. They say it's ridiculous because of you can just flatten yourself.
Yeah. Well,
kind
it's
of
just too
by
close.
mistake over there. But it's you know what it is? It's just build. You got to kind of get the reps in, and then it becomes second nature, right? So for myself, I don't even think I could trade without hotkeys. It's just very like quick and easy to do so, as long as you're remembering, you know, what you have set up on the keyboard. Teach their own, man. As long as whatever works for you. DL, yeah, you're making me laugh over there.
That's hilarious. I saw that same comment too. My girl knows exactly how to push my buttons.
Yeah, you know,
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It can be read either way, but yeah. Anyway.
I wanted to get to a question here. Somebody saying, Blee, I think, bought SQQ calls. I sell, or what is the question? A few days ago, should I? So the thing is this, I'll never tell you to do anything, right? I'll never tell you to do anything because personally, I don't like, I obviously care that you guys watch the show and, you know, I love providing value, but I'm not going to tell you what to do with your own positions. I'm just going to speak towards what I see on the charts, and I think that's where I'm going to go. So the SQQs are essentially, that's the inverse one, right? SQQ? On the SQQ is the short Qs ETF. Yeah, exactly. So essentially, this is the Qs. These are the Qs leveraged 3 times. Or no, these are not leveraged 3 times, sorry. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull up the Qs because it's just going to be a little more simple for me to kind of look at this. You know, it'll just be the inverse, right? So the overall market moves together. Everything's going to move in tandem. You know, if you're trading the Qs, you want to obviously look at the large caps in the Qs. You know, what are they doing? If Apple's going down, if Tesla's going down, if Amazon's going down, you know, these are big weighted things in the index. And so obviously those are what moves the index, right? And so you know, this is the market. It's going down, and I think
Down,
for the most part, you know, this is the line that me and Cherif were talking about yesterday. Everybody has the same line on their chart. Whether you look at the SPY, whether you look at the Qs, you know, it doesn't matter how you cut it. This is the line, right? And so it's respected at once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, now going back down. You know, we've made lower lows. We've made lower lows. I think lower lows are coming. It kind of feels that way. Tesla's getting destroyed. You know, Amazon's going down. It's probably going to 80. And it's kind of funny because me and Prad were talking about this earlier in the year. We were saying, do you think Amazon hits 80? And I almost want to say that I was like, no. Apple's hitting 80. Amazon isn't. And I was so wrong on that. Yeah, and it's like, I'm like, okay, learning lesson for next time. You know, I had that so wrong. I thought Amazon was something that it wasn't, I guess. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Apple's a beast. Amazon, yeah, to the downside. So, you know, going back to the overall market and, you know, where do you think we're going? It's like, keep in mind, we are making lower lows and lower highs. And this is just very simple. You know, it's just kind of in the channel. I almost want to ask myself if 260 to 250 breaks, like, where are we going to the downside? And, you know, I don't know if you were watching the show yesterday, but I was bringing something up that was actually really, so we did the two sides of the tape, kind of, the SPY 2008 versus 2022, and look at the breakdown. But I'm going to pull this one up because it's based on the Qs. So let me just snip this very quickly for everybody to see, and I'll bring this up again. So here's the Qs. And it was like, are we going down? Or is this a dip buy of the century, and then it holds support, and then we go back up, right? So obviously anything's possible. We could go this way, you know, we could go this way. But, you know, it does feel that if it held support for so long, you know, bounce, 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 and then boom. If we break, you know, maybe we get the flush down, but maybe we get a flush back up because things change. So anything's possible. Not really too sure what's going to happen next. I would say just make sure that you kind of base your risk on the technical levels that are set up there. That's what makes the most sense for trading. So, you know, if we break down and hold a breakdown, then yes, we probably go for 250. Is it going to be a flush? Is it going to be a robotic move down? I'm not really too sure. A lot of the times with these large caps, the tail wags the dog, so it's a lot of option volume. You know, that's basically why Tesla is down so much. You know, it's not really, I mean, Elon Musk sells. That doesn't really look good for long-term holders. So, you know, they sell. They're like, well, you know, this guy's selling. I might as well sell. There's a lot of selling pressure overall on Tesla. The P is very high. Is it coming? Is it kind of, you know, coming back in line with the rest of the competition within the NASDAQ? Obviously different companies, but same structure of the stock that you're trading. And, you know, here's Tesla now to the downside. And we were talking about the $320, 320 million notional value of puts that people bought on Tesla 2 days ago. Jeez. And so, yeah, exactly. And that's huge, man. And when you look at something like that, you know, dealers who are selling that, whoever is selling those put options to the buyer of the put options, they now have to hedge themselves. What does that mean? They have to sell shares.
Exactly.
And so that selling of shares creates that gamma squeeze to the downside into these, obviously everybody knows options are every dollar level, you know, 130, 129, 128. And so I'm not really too sure where the strike is on those things, but it's just basically a gamma squeeze to the downside. And so, you know, that's basically the robots kind of reacting. It goes down, day traders step in, they start slamming it short. Look at the volume picks up on this name, and then it just kind of squeezes to the downside, takes the 130 level, and then it becomes a free float. You know, what's going to happen? Are we going to keep going down? Are we not going to go down? And so, you know, to kind of take this a step further.
Can I ask you something? It's kind of like the chicken and the egg a little bit, right? Does the stock move the option or option move the stock? Is it the same in every scenario?
Well, so no. So it's going to be different every time. But the thing a lot of people, so in this kind of, I hear the saying, the tail wags the dog.
Right.
And so that would be the option wag, you know, the option moves the stock. And the reason is because, you know, the volume on options and the outstanding underlying value of these things is like 100x, right? And so if let's say, you know, 83 million shares traded on Tesla, like the notional value of the options traded of Tesla are in like the trillions, right? They're in the trillions. And so a lot of these expire worthless. Everybody knows that. But the thing you gotta remember is whoever is kind of on the other side of that has to hedge.
Yeah,
they're not taking, because options you have unlimited liability if you're writing them, right? But then you kind of hedge with the shares to kind of offset your situation. And so just keep in mind that a lot of these big names, like who has the buying power to consistently push these things around all day? You know, it's just not like that. It's, you know, the tail wags the dog. You know, where are the options kind of positioned? That's why you get these kind of sharp moves into these levels, and then it stops. And so a good example of Tesla today is, 130, it's a fresh level. There's a lot of size on that level. And as we're getting there, it's like a magnet effect into the 130 level. And then as soon as it clears that level, boom, big volume spike, and now it's done. Now it's sort of like free floating. And so if you kind of look at this, like for myself, I look at this like, okay, 130 is probably going to get tested today. How can I get into a short, make the risk make sense, and my target being 130? And so, we get there, we break, and now it's kind of free float to the downside. It cleared out 129, it cleared out 128, and now it's like, okay, are we really going to clear out 125? Like we're already down 6.6%, right? So the bounce play, not good. The short, absolutely money. And then a lot of the times you're either nursing your positions or you're trying to find a new trade and whatever and go from there, right? So yeah, hopefully that answers questions. I think there's good value there,
Absolutely.
Obviously, you got to kind of work with, there's multiple ways you can kind of look at it and build strategy upon that. But yeah, it's a lot of the times it's, based on dollar volume, you want to see what's moving and, things could be up or down in the day, but if there's no dollar volume there, then, is it actually going to keep going, right? So yeah, going back to that kind of cues analogy with, are we going up or down? I mean, your guess is as good as mine, man. This kind of looks like this is the level. And if we break down, we probably, go into, I almost want to be like, yep, we're going all the way down here, and that's going to be great because then I could load the boat, and then we go all the way back up,
well, that's the thing.
and I'll be like, man, I have the bottom.
Yeah.
But I don't know what to expect.
thing.
Maybe we bounce from here a little bit. Maybe we go down. I just think as long as you're continuing to, trade your own playbook, build strategy, build something that you think is repeatable, then you could do well over and over and over again. Keep raking in the cash. Life is good, and enjoy life. Drink lots of Spros if you're into coffee. Hit the gym, stay healthy. Get to the sauna. I mean, I could do this all day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of good stuff you can be doing. All right. Beat Fanatic wanting me to look at SOXL, says that's a big money maker. You're not wrong, my friend. Down 16.07% on the day. Very in line with the market. Having a look here at the 3-minute chart, much of the same movements we've seen on the ES, on the NQ, very similar to that. He posits, though, Beat Fanatic, that is, that there is a bit of a delay between the move on the overall market and the one on SOXL, so you're able to kind of see the move develop on the market, and then if you're quick enough, I guess, take it on SOXL. I haven't tested it myself, but that seems to be the position there. It looks great, SOXL, from a day trade. Obviously, we're at day's lows right now, 934. We just made another low, 933. Let's have a look at the daily chart on this one. Yeah, a bit of a hodgepodge of different levels here, probably more. Probably a bit easier to have a look at the overall market than to read this one on the daily. So yeah, we want to put that out there. Nice trade, and I hope you made money on that. Kevin, meanwhile, wants me to have a look at Upstart. Says it looks like it's developing a good short here. Who's familiar with Upstart, guys? I know I am. Going back into 2022, all the 2020 to 2021, all the hype with the new fintech companies and Affirm, Upstart. There were others. We'll call SoFi as well. These guys they're looked at as interrupters or disruptors, disruptors. And obviously a premium was to be had on them. Good intraday trade. I mean, it's not giving you much range. Yes, it's down 6.7%, but we have a high of 1373 and a low of 1301. So not much range. You'll have to size up in order to make a buck, but there's other trades to be had here, not disrespecting this one, but 1301, that's obviously a 13 bottom. Let's have a look at the daily chart. Yeah, it doesn't look great, and that's kind of what I was just telling you guys. Look at that top that we had there, $400 this reach, and now we're talking about a $13 stock. So, I hope none of the audience is long or was long at these highs. If you were, I'm sorry. But such is the case when you get into these riskier stocks. So I hope nobody's bag holding. In any event, looking at the more micro trend, all I see are lower highs all the way down. So your idea of taking a short does not look wrong. We definitely are at 52-week lows, I want to say. Let's move here. Yeah, we definitely are at 52-week lows on Upstart. It looks like we broke the lows set in November. What were the lows here? 1360 on this day and 1371. What do we have today? We have a 1301. So yes, we are at 52-week lows. Good catch on that one. Upstart seeing yet a tough time, I guess, in their existence. Let's have a look and see if there are any catalysts coming up on Upstart. You know, I know it's probably trending down with the overall market. Let's just have a look here on the blotter. No, nothing coming up as of, when was the last time something came up on this? A long time ago. It's been a while. All right, now let's just see if we can talk quickly here about the PRQR short. Yeah, still the same situation, flat on the trade. It's at my entry. It's not creating newer highs nor lower lows, so it's a bit confusing, this one. Are these dark pool prints? What is this? Okay, so we're getting under the print here. I'm seeing 70, so I think my level 2 is messing up a little bit because on my tape, I'm getting some 70 prints here that aren't being reflected on the bid. So yeah, I'll see if this one makes its way down. Recall that I have a resting order to go even more short through the break of 61. I like that break here. Look at these two bottoms. And so I think that break there could take us easily to test that 240, maybe even down to 2. The 200 period on this one, by the way, is 220, Luca.
Yeah, somebody saying, they brought up PRQR, and I'm not sure if this is in the form of a question, but I wanted to talk about this. They were saying, I'm playing the range, and that's the thing, man. Sometimes these things go crazy. Other times they show you their hand, you know, playing the range in and out. And this is the thing, man. I kind of stopped myself out over here, but I sort of felt like the real level is, I mean, if it shows you the bottom, right? If it shows you the bottom of 260, then it could easily, like, this is not the bottom. This is me just like, okay, control risk, like, get out of the trade. It is what it is. Luca, you lost. It's over. No big deal. On to tomorrow. We trade for tomorrow, man. We trade for tomorrow. We trade for freedom. That is the main thing. But yeah, man, that 260 bottom doesn't break. It holds back to the upside, pops, comes back down, just sort of like VWAP magnet over here. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing, it's kind of giving me, I mean, the reason I was long is because I think it's holding up. Maybe we blast to 3, you know, trigger those stops, and then kind of, you know, fade from there, right?
Yeah.
So volume died very, very quickly. And when you take the approach that, you know, maybe algos are involved, maybe they're doing a little bit of soaking, holding, playing these games, they don't want this, man. They do not want volume to die fast because they don't want to be holding the bag, right? They don't want to be holding the bag. So they look for their exit moves. That's kind of the setup that they do. You know, who they are, again, is I have no idea. And maybe I'm dead wrong to say this, man. Maybe I'm dead wrong.
I don't think you're wrong at all.
But I just think I've seen this so many times that it's kind of like, well, why is the high of day clear out a thing, right? Why is it a thing? So, yeah, that's kind of why I put my money. I put my money where my mouth is. I was wrong. Who cares? Life moves on. And, you know, as long as you're kind of creating good habits, you move forward there. That's the main thing, man. And, XPEV as well. I know we were looking at it yesterday.
Yeah, they were moving this morning, too, I think, Chinese ADRs.
Yeah, somebody's saying I'm not buying XPEV again until it's 950. What did I say yesterday? I said 12 was the level, right? Yeah, we didn't even get to 12 today. But where did we go?
Down 7% on the day. It's
yeah,
nice move.
This is like, it had such a good day yesterday, and now it's like reversing the whole day. And I was not going to short this at 11.25. Like, I was not going to short this at any point, honestly, today. But if this kept going, I was kind of hoping for that multi-day run. That would have been the really exciting kind of setup, I think, for myself. It's like this. Who wants to see this? 2 little green days, and then kind of like, this is not a red day. Like, this is a red day. Look at that volume. That is like very nice. Volume today is not even half of the volume yesterday. So it's you gotta, I think for myself, even if I did trade it, I would be like, okay, size down here because the moves are not going to be as good. It just doesn't make any sense to do it. Brad asking, hey, what's a spro? I love coffee. I'm out plowing with snow right now, and I need some more of it. What's a spro? That is the best question I've seen all day. All right. What's okay? Maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll show you. If you stick around, I'll show you what a spro is. But yeah, no, to anybody wondering, espresso. I'm just, you know, I say spro. I don't even know where that came from, but I was like, yeah, spro, man. That's I'm all about these kind of simple terms here. Spros. I get spros with the bros, and I'll stop there before I get too far. And yeah, somebody's saying PHVS on the move. This thing. So I didn't look at this thing for the longest time because obviously, I mean, it's 200,000 shares today. You know, it's not exciting. But I wanted to bring this up just as a reminder to myself. I know I was mentioning that 6th level is the when I looked at it on the day one when it actually went crazy, you know, it was a positive catalyst. And if you looked at, or sorry, you know, you looked at it kind of from a fundamental standpoint, $6, a lot of these, sometimes these, don't look at a biotech company and be like, oh, they have $6 cash on hand, therefore it's worth $6. Like, you can't do that because it's all about growth in the biotech world. It doesn't matter how much money they have on hand, they're going to spend a lot. It's kind of irrelevant. But for myself, I was like, $6 could be a floor. It could be, especially if, you know, PHVS is, I want to say it's that RSV candidate.
Where's it at right now?
And now we're at 1032, and they have the RSV candidate, the RSV drug. So, you know, RSV is, I think it's RSV, right? Which is
I have no idea.
It's
You
like
want me to
the flu or whatever. I don't know. I'm not really too. I don't really know too much. But basically, it's like a cold or whatever it is, and you know, they have a drug candidate, and so, you know, if this thing is contagious and big, and who knows where this thing goes, it's the same thing, man. It's rinse and repeat. Monkeypox, COVID, RSV, like same thing. I don't look at the kind of science behind it. I just look at the setup from the trading perspective. And because it's kind of in play, look at that, man. That $6 level hasn't even gotten tested. So this is the 30-minute. This is the run up. It dipped back down,
Tesla.
and it's just holding 7. It's not even breaking 7.
Oh my
so 7 to 6 is kind of like that zone that it's like, oh, that's pretty interesting. It's not breaking. Yesterday had the pop down again. Pop again, right? So, you know, again, volume is the tell, 200,000 shares traded. You know, I'm not trading it from a day trade perspective, and I wouldn't even be getting in over here. But yeah, no, it's kind of interesting how that 6 area holds and then kind of pops back up. That's the interesting thing about this. You know, so again, guys, when you map your levels, make sure you remember these levels because things might come back and, you know, 3-4 days later, I mean, you don't want to leave money on the table, right? So write your levels down, you know, put a sticky note, whatever you have to do to remember the levels, make notes. And I know you're saying Tesla.
Oh my God, Luca, it is just headed
127 now.
It like drop past, no problem. 127
Jeez.
is no problem for me. I can get way lower than
this
that.
This is on a 125 today.
Oh my goodness!
I said what?
What a
126,
decline,
60?
guys. Are we
Watch
going to
that be
see
the bottom.
double
Let's
digit
go.
red today? Could we get to 10%? I mean,
What's the
wow!
worst
Look
day in
at that
Tesla
drop.
history?
There we go. Now breaking through the $quarter level, 126. Yeah, back up to the 80s though. What a move on Tesla.
Tesla puts should be paying your kids' college tuition. yeah, man. Tesla puts. Think about it this way: the 300 level on Tesla was where the 200 period was.
Wow.
On the daily. And so if
Let
you
me look at
short
the daily.
300,
Wow.
you are laughing. You are laughing. This thing's going at like 17. Like imagine 100% return on Tesla on the short
You
side.
never know, man.
That's that's wild,
all of a
man.
sudden,
That's
a new
wild.
CEO gets announced, and Elon stops tweeting like these type of tweets, and all of a sudden the stock's back up. Where is? I don't have the moving averages
Yeah,
on this
guys,
chart.
we're
I'll
not-
have to look at that.
We're not bouncing from here. There's
Wow,
no way.
look at this move down.
But if
man.
we do-
and like, look where I got out of my long. Like at the area where I should be getting in my short.
It's
Like it's
actually-
exactly top wick.
And see, that's the thing about day traders, man.
Uh-huh.
It's like, you know, this is the big move to the downside.
Wow.
And we're like, oh, the long is good, in and out.
Yeah, I know. It's just it was wrong. No, I acknowed it
No,
was
you made
wrong
money, though,
immediately.
you know, you have to
No, actually, I lost on that one
Oh, you
because
lost.
because I had to cover
Oh,
below.
yeah.
So that one I'm red on. You guys know that. I'll tell you honestly. All right, back to PRQR. Someone in the chat telling me, look, it's creating higher lows. You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. I think that with respect to these really tight ranges, though, it doesn't really speak too much about it. I think that the lower highs is probably the better way to look at it. And in any event, as soon as it breaks through this 82, I'm probably going to be out. I don't have a hard stop, by the way. I took that off. And the reason I did, I thought maybe they're going to be stop hunting here, so I'll give myself some room. I'll keep my eye on it. You know, you can have a hard stop, or you can have, you know, I don't want to call it a loose stop, but you can flatten out. So I'll let that one work. I'm currently flat on it, and just all the hype right now is Tesla to the downside, though. I mean, I'm feeling like I should be punching in here, trying to take out 126. Luca already told you he posits that we're going to get to 125. I wouldn't argue with that. At the moment, we're down over 8% now. We're continuing to make newer lows, Luca, to the downside. My goodness. B Fanatic saying Tesla 130 puts up 470%. Yeah, my buddy sold covered calls, and he has to, basically the situation is, it has to stay above 110 by next Friday. And he thought he was all smart, right? He's like, yeah, you know, it's a shortened week. We're probably not going to have as much price action. And, you know, Monday's a day off. Yeah, I'm good. I won't be in trouble with this 110. Now 110 is only $16 away. When he initiated, it was a lot more away. It was like $25 away. So shout out to Alfred. I hope they don't get called away from you and then you lose everything, all your premiums again, buddy.
Yeah, no, it's, yeah, as long as you're managing risk, you're good there. And yeah, people saying Tesla, your bottom coming in, 126.60. So for a moment, I'm like, come on, 126.60, hold, just so I could be like, yes, I was right. But yeah, no, the way that I choose these levels is just randomly. I'm like, yeah, randomly. When it was here, I'm like, yeah, if it goes down to here, like maybe we get there and then get a little bit of a bounce. We are now down 8% from yesterday's close, if I'm not mistaken. That's how this is calculated. And it's like, are we really going to trigger SSR on Tesla? I don't remember the last time Tesla was SSR. And I don't know if, that's a tough question, is, you know what I mean? But maybe when it was in the thousands, like maybe when it had like a really bad day. But yeah, are we really going to trigger SSR on Tesla right now? Like that would be crazy. So that's kind of like, I picked 126. I'm like, I don't know, like 125 would be crazy. But the thing is this, right? If it's gamma squeeze to the downside and it needs to print that 125 level, you know, if it's at 126, it doesn't really, I don't really feel like gamma squeezes start at like 127 to 125. I feel like if it's at like below 126, then you'll get that like super like amount of selling. But keep in mind, people are short, right? Better traders than I are short, and they're like, okay, where am I going to cover this? And so you'll see the bids that are stepping up, and you know, I don't think like people are playing like loading like 5,000, 10,000 shares. Like I feel like it's covering. I feel like a lot of the product of that is covering. Those bids are getting filled very quickly. So it's like gamma squeeze to the downside. They need some liquidity. People are covering their shorts. This is the trade-off that's currently happening. The bounce play is just not good. Like as you guys can see, like even Cherif was like, oh, I tried a little bit of a long there.
Yep.
Like there's just no, like look at this.
No
when you get a
go.
move like this, you could get a bounce play, but no bounce, like I mean maybe kind of, but not even.
It was like
and
a pseudo bounce.
yeah, exactly. And then now it's like, okay, now we're down here. Like, you really think we're getting a bounce play? Like, no, we're not getting a bounce play. Most likely not, right? So that's kind of the way I feel about it. Oh, somebody's saying NVIDIA might be SSR as well.
Really?
Let's check in NVIDIA. Where are we at on NVIDIA?
Okay,
this is
I'm gonna have a look here. I'll tell you quickly.
8.4. Oh my goodness, I didn't know
Microchips,
that.
not yet. We're
yeah,
not. We're at
7s are getting
8.4.
destroyed, eh?
The chips, yeah. That's why I think what's his name, Beat Fanatic was saying SOXL. That's the microchip, right? Is that the microchip semi? Yeah, semi-bull. What is this? Fund investment, 300 performance of the semiconductor.
SOXL,
yeah. So
semiconductor,
SOXL, yeah, SOXL. So that's why I guess he was all over that. Yeah, and good move on your part, man. Obviously, it's working out for you. But yeah, I mean, I just can't take my eyes off Tesla here as we break through the $quarter. What is the low of day now on good old Tesla? It is 126.06. Yeah, very close to low of days. I'm seeing sixes come up here on the bid. Fives coming up now. I think we broke that 102, 126.05. 126 is coming in here real quick. I see size coming up on that 126 level, but it is no power for the amount of speed and veracity this one has to the downside. What a move on Tesla. Now down 8.3%. You're getting a little bit of bounce now above that 126, but we have a 125.89 bottom on Tesla, Luca. Wow, I'm at a loss for words.
It's, yeah, man. It's, yeah, here we go. I guess 125 inbound. This is, you know, I remember when, so pre-split, it was like at 1,000 or 950. And there was a day that we went like 950 to 900. Which is like, that was a crazy move. And it's, you know, maybe this is kind of magnet to the downside. Are we going to 120? Okay, guys, now that we're even lower here, I wish I screenshotted a lot of people's calls because people were like, you know, 126, 127, 125. You know, whoever said 98, like, yeah, man. Like,
the Grinch rally, baby.
This is a dumpster fire. What's going on over here? Like, this just keeps going to the downside. Oh my goodness. I honestly, like, I'm seeing 10,000 shares pop on the bid and just fill like nothing. It's like, okay, I guess we're going to 119 now. I have no idea. Just keep in mind, guys, that when this does go SSR, shorts cannot slam the bid. So if, you know, like now, hindsight, I mean, over here, you could be like, look, I was trying like, oh yeah, maybe a bounce play. Like I was trying it there. But now that we're down 8.4%, you know, figure out what the SSR level is. I think I'll actually do that right now. Figure out where the SSR level is. That's gonna be an interesting level because I feel like that's where like you can get a potential relief bounce. on that. So if yesterday's close, let me just pull this up very quickly. Yesterday's close, call it 137.60. So I'm just going to do 137.6 times 0.9 equals 123.84. So yeah, guys, if for whatever reason we break that 125 level, like 125, huge level of support, key psychological level, if we break that, my bottom is going to be 123.84. And that's just because I think that's around where SSR will be triggered. And then if we go SSR, shorts cannot slam, maybe people cover, maybe that's kind of like that short-term bottom, right? So keep that level in mind, 123.84-ish, which essentially just means 124. Maybe 124.51 area. These are just the significant areas for the day because of SSR. I think it's a really good example. So you guys can watch that, see how it kind of plays itself out, and make decisions if you think decisions are made to be had there. Someone's, I swear Elon is dumping. Could you imagine Elon? So first he sells, then he's like, hey guys, I sold. Then he's like, oh, this is going lower and lower. I'm gonna sell again. And you make a good point saying that, the banks guaranteed him on what, Tesla shares?
They're freaking
I don't
out
know
about
the details
that.
of that.
You know how it works too. Like they don't even keep that guarantee on their books. So they loan them the money, and then by the end of the year, for tax losses and whatever tax restructuring, they get it off their books. They sell it. How are they going to move it when it's worth half its value? They're going to have to take I don't say pennies on the dollar, but they're going to have to take way less.
Because they basically so what you're saying is they gave him loans based off his shares.
Yeah, there was a
then he
guarantee. That
sold
was a
shares.
collateral.
But he sold shares.
Yeah, I don't know did they restrict him? I never saw the parts of the agreement.
I don't remember how much he sold.
To them,
That's a great
I
question.
kind of don't get how they didn't restrict his ability. Guys, I'm on a Tesla short here, and I'm covering hard. That's a nice little move for me. I got in 91s. I covered at 81 and 71 there. I'm gonna wait for this. I think it'll stay below 126. Anyway, it's super volatile, but there's a lot of buying coming in below that 126 level. So it just dipped, I believe, into where did it get down to? 70. So I just barely got filled there. Had a 71 resting order. Small position, just scalping out, making a couple of bucks here and there on the move. Nothing too crazy to speak of. Woo! Look at PRQR breaking through that. It didn't actually break through high day. 282. It looks like it stopped at 280. So this one going against me a little bit. I'll give it room. I'll give it to about 84, 85. Let's see what this one does. We were worried about this, that they were gonna be stop hunting here. It actually made a new recent low. I think it went down to like 67s or so, and then headed right back up. I expected this stop hunting. Let's see if it's a sustained move. Obviously, the high of day on PRQR is that 310 level. So we'll keep an eye on it. People asking me, why am I so late to Tesla? Yeah, good question. Never the right area. It's a small position anyway, and I've already taken 2 pieces out. So not much, not a big deal. I'll wait for maybe another interesting area to average in here, unless there's going to be an interesting bounce play to be had. But we'll see. I'm still red on Tesla on the day because of this earlier screw up here, but nice little trade so far, but going against me at the moment, Luca.
Anthony Kerr making me laugh here. If I buy Tesla now, it stays at 126 the rest of the day. If I don't buy, it rockets back to 135. I feel you there, man. I feel you there. I think every real day trader feels you on that one. Yeah, man. Just keep in mind the 123.85 level, or the SSR level, I should say. That is the more interesting level. I would say that is probably definitely the more interesting level. And I want to just quickly change this. This is supposed to be the 200 period. There we go. Oh no, the 50. Sorry. I like having the 50 period on my charts. I know Shawn mentioned it, and I never had it initially.
Oh, it's a good one.
And I was like, man, the 50 period for day traders, like intraday, is actually really good because, obviously you have the short term that's showing you trend and it kind of breaks and chops around. But the 50 is like more of a significant one, right? Like, look at this. Tesla stayed below the 50 period the whole day. Then it finally broke above. That's why you were taking the long.
Yeah.
Right? And then it kind of broke above. These are, so again, always apply context. Don't just robotically trade off these kind of moving averages that are based on math. It doesn't mean anything. If you think long is good and it's a break of trend, watch the tape, man. Watch the tape. Is there people that are now selling because when's the next time it's going to be above the 50 period? Or are people, oh my God, there's going to be a short squeeze, we're going to go to the upside, right? So, I mean, I know yesterday I was like, oh, we could possibly dip and rip to 145, but yeah, here we are. What a bad call, man. So thank God I'm not in the business of being right, just in the business of reacting to these trades. And these were the money fills, right? These were the money fills short. We then break back below, and now look at us, right? So, I mean, at some point, yeah, there is a good chance that we do kind of, the 50 period will trail it down. We're going to come back to it. That's probably where more volume starts to take place on the name. But yeah, man, this kind of a crazy bottom. This doesn't look like a bottom. I've seen bottoms before, but then again, not really too sure. But I've never seen a bottom like this, 125.70. But here we are going back up. I just feel like at the first sign that we go back down, we test that low again,
Yeah,
right?
it's a short the pop type thing.
Yeah, man, it's just short the pop kind of days. That's kind of the days that we're in. Nvidia, somebody's saying Luca, Nvidia, 150.50 bottom. Is it really 150? Wow, like no, that's not a bottom. You're telling me that's a bottom? Like there's no way. How many times do you see bottoms as like 150 or 150.50? Like no, there's no way. That's super suspicious. Not sure what the SSR level on Nvidia is. We can do that quickly. This is where it closed, so I'm going to take 165.12. And essentially the way that you do it is you basically take the closing price from yesterday, so 165, call it 12. Probably not super accurate on that, but so take it with a grain of salt. But 165.12 times 0.9, because obviously SSR triggers 10% lower. So if Nvidia triggers 148.60, if we trade one share at that level, on a lit gateway, I want to say, not a dark pool, that is SSR. That will trigger SSR. So, I mean, we're kind of far away still, right? We are still, 1.5% away from that. But yeah, if we trigger 148.60 on Nvidia, that will be SSR. So I would note these levels. Not every day are these names down, 8%, 9% closing in on SSR levels. So I think that's definitely an interesting level there. And I want to check AMD now because, when we're looking at semis, AMD holding up a little bit better, down 7%. Not going to do the calculation because, I mean, it's probably not going to trigger. We could always get to that later. But yeah, when you see moves like this, kind of crazy, man. But the thing with AMD, somebody said, 62. 62 on AMD. And go figure, it's sold off so hard, and it's kind of like, not holding now, but it's kind of, at that 162, right? So, or maybe it was 164 on this day that whoever was mentioning it. But yeah, I think the 60 area is interesting. And the reason why I say 60 is probably the most interesting is because it held that 60 level, and then when it broke through 60, it really kind of stayed below 60 for a long time. So we did get the rally up. This is the daily, guys. We did get the rally up. We're coming back down to that 60 level. I personally believe that we're going to test 50. Obviously not today, that would be insane. But, I believe 50 is coming. But, 60 first, right? So let's see how that 60 level holds. Does 60 get tested today? Probably not. Maybe tomorrow, maybe sometime next week. Guys, we're approaching the new year. It's the bid is weak. The bid is weak. It is showing us that the bid is weak. Are we going to have multiple down days on the market? Time will tell. It's definitely an exciting time to be a day trader.
Oh, yeah.
I'm having a great time over here, even though, things could have been better for me in the morning. But, what an opportunity, man. Life is good. Can't complain, that's for sure. 100, always be looking to enter plays on discounts. Calls are dirt cheap today. There's always two sides to the tape, right? So calls are dirt cheap for maybe a reason, because the calls aren't so good. So, yeah, just make sure you're kind of doing things that make sense to you. I'll always say that time and time again. Luca, how low do you think AMD will go?
Oh boy.
How low will you go?
No, microchip's been getting smacked lately.
My call is going to be 48. I'm going to say 48 because I think 50, clear 50, and then like kind of do some stuff there. So we haven't cleared 50 today. Like when was the last time AMD really took off? It was at like 38. It blew through 50 on the daily, and then it really kind of was like off to the races. So let's see if this data wants to load very quickly. This is going like we're going like way back over here, and it's unfortunate that this kind of wick up here. But you guys basically get the picture. Like the last time it showed us that 70 was like that kind of bounce area, and the real kind of move to the upside started. It kind of broke 50 like to 60. There was like that little bit of resistance at call it 60, 55. And, the dip buy was like really good, 39. So we kind of moved up there, and now we're sort of going down, right? So I gave this sort of look the other day, and it's obviously in a channel. It's obviously in a very clear channel. And so if we're going to keep going lower, yeah, we could get like this. This would be 50, right? This area right here is 49.39, right? So it doesn't look unreasonable. Like we could literally just kind of dance around. And, if the selling pressure is real, nobody wants to buy these names because now growth is off the table. All these things you have to remember. This doesn't look like maybe, sideways, and then maybe we go like this. That doesn't, like, based on the chart, it was like down, right? Down, down, down. Like that looks reasonable to me. That's why I'm calling 50, 48 level. And then, I mean, I can't say like 25. I can't say 100. Like these levels are way too far away for me to kind of, you know, give my 2 cents on. But I feel like 50's in range, man. We break that 60. It's just going to gamma to the downside at 50. That's kind of my call there. And yeah, guys, in the chat, share your opinion as well. Where do you think AMD is going? Are we going 48? Are we going 50? Are we going back up? Anything's possible, right? 50-50, yeah, patiently waiting. You know, it's obviously, you know, great company, I think, right? Great company, doing well, but you know, prices will move to where prices want to be. And I always love hearing people's opinions. Zero, yeah, maybe, I don't know. Imagine everything to zero, then yeah, shorts are good. But you can only make 100% on your shorts, right? So the longs are way better. The longs are, you know, 500%, 600%. These are the gains that we want over here. Come on.
Unlimited amount of potential upside, Luca. I averaged into this Tesla short, and that was like the best thing that I've done all day. Look at that average in there for the same position. Now we're back down in the 80s, low 80s. We're taking more out here. This is ending up to be a huge trade. Okay, so this kind of got me out of the gutter because I had done poopy on this one so far. Now my average in is 126.32. I just took some out in the high 70s. So this one ended up being good. Some people were saying I was late to the party. Sure, I was. I'll admit that. But you know, making up for it now with this nice trade. The one that is not going my way is PRQR. I've added to this position here with the same amount. So now my average is 80. We're seeing 87s on the bid. My out's going to be 3. So we'll see what this one does. I'm going to have to give it time, but I'll have to nurse this Tesla trade. I have about 50%, a little bit more than 50% in the position remaining. Still, what am I, like 15 pennies in the money on this one, but I really wanted to hold below 126. It really has had trouble holding below that level. It gets down there, but then, you know, a lot of the buying steps in. We're having a bit of a fight between buyers and sellers. Now we get back down into that 126 area again. I'm well in the money again on Tesla, but I want to see like 70s print consistently, 60s print consistently, 125, 60s that is. Otherwise, I think we're just, you know, we're tied in a period of consolidation, but I think that this one may be SSR, and I think that, you know, I want to be part of that because I think we'll be nearer to 125 if we are SSR, no?
Yeah, 123.80-ish.
Nearer to 120, where? 125? It would be really cool if these charts showed us the SSR levels and the halt levels. That would be so cool. I've been like thinking that would be a really nice indicator to make on TradingView or something like. But I don't know how to code. Maybe I can get ChatGPT to write it for me. Right?
AI
I've been using that thing like crazy.
In the next 5 years?
I've been using that thing like crazy. That thing writes resumes and cover letters for you. It's nuts. I mean, all you do is you copy like the body of your resume. Oh, no, I'm not, but I was like testing it out because it came on a TikTok video, so I'm like, I want to see if this works, right? So you get on there and you start playing around with it. Anyway, so you copy the body of your resume and you copy the body of the job ad, and it does the entire thing for you. It's really interesting to see, to be honest with you. But yeah, I don't know. I think Elon was right when he said that, you know, one of the biggest threats to you know, our society at the moment is AI. I think that has some merit there, seeing how smart that thing is. I was playing around with it all weekend. Has anybody in the chat tried that ChatGPT thing? Because I think it's like super, super interesting. This guy's saying Cherif plagiarism. What plagiarism?
Because you're saying you're going to
It's original content.
It's original, man.
It's original content, right? The AI is literally writing original content for you. And I saw like a TikTok video that was about a prof, and it was like a company that does plagiarism checks for universities, and they were running these AI written essays, and they could not pick it up for any plagiarism. So I find that super interesting, guys. You know, I'm not putting anything out there. I'm just saying.
Yeah. We're just chatting over here, having a good time. It's kind of funny because I remember I was telling, this is like back in the day, I was talking to Greg, and I was telling him like a joke, and then I was like, but by the way, it's not my joke. Like I read it online, and he goes, He goes, man, nowadays, he goes, I get it. He's like, nobody's original. Everybody's going to take from what they see and kind of change
100%.
it. But yeah, guys, I'm original with my if abort the short, the long
That
can't
is
be wrong.
original.
You heard
I'll
it here
vouch for
first,
that.
folks. I got some bangers. But yeah, no, AI, who knows where it goes, man. Obviously in the market, there's AI kind of machine learning algos that are doing their thing. And you guys see how challenging it is to battle for fills and take these trades. And, lots of fun, lots of excitement, always a challenge. What happens when that moves into other industries? It's like, things go crazy, right? Somebody was saying PRQR is moving up here. It's
it is.
holding, man. That 260
moving
level,
up, man.
that was the level, man. So 255 is kind of like, if we tick 54, like, I don't know, we're going down. But we're not going to tick 54 unless we sort of, in my opinion, blow through the 3, trigger the stops, have that high day clear out, then maybe we go back down, right? So levels of interest on this one, 260, 265, 255, 3 and 310. 310 would be high of day. Yeah, 310 would be high of day. So yeah, maybe we get through that 310. Not really too sure. I mean, how much upside does this thing have?
Yeah.
This is the daily,
super
right?
slow
Like
moving,
this is
too.
like we are now in. This could potentially like 469 is the bottom of this kind of one wick over here. So 5. That's basically 5. So yeah, if we break 3 and just explode to the upside, I mean, where's the resistance? I have no idea. It looks like 5, but at the same time, is this going to be sustainable? Is it going to be multi-day run? Is algo going to exit today? Then they would definitely exit on the 310 break. So just be cautious, right? Understand all the potential scenarios. That's kind of what I'm looking at. Somebody saying PRQR looking for pullback. I mean, yeah, like it makes more sense to.
Which is why I
the
got short
pullbacks
at the top. Yeah, that's why I got into this ad here. And then that 3, it's all over for me. If it breaks through 3, I'm out, and I'll take the L on that. But that's my thinking here, that we're maybe finding a bit of a top. And to be honest with you, Luca, where's the volume at, man? I mean, you need volume for stocks to go up, and I kind of don't see it at the moment. That's hence why I'm feeling this way. But obviously, the volume could come in at any second. It just takes someone to smash that buy button, and all of a sudden, we're printing the high side. All right, back to Tesla real quick. I've got a resting profit taker here right in front of that 126. Is it going to get filled? I'm seeing 03s printing here on the bid. It's making me wait as per usual, so I don't get filled at the moment. But nice retracement off that. Where do we make that top? Looks like we went all the way up to 126.69, and we're right back down into that 126. I don't have faith in this one to the upside, hence why I am short. There we go. I get filled. It breaks down through 126. I've got another resting order here sitting at, I believe, 81 or so, as that fight between buyers and sellers takes place again at that 126 level. I think it might be a minute before we can see 125, but I'm out of most of this position. I've got 46%. There we go. We're getting 83s here on the bid. 84s. Okay, could we get some 81s so I can get out of a little bit more? Looks like I get my wish. There we go. We break into the 70s and another piece out. So this one we're going to spin the money on, baby. All these covers here. So this add-in ends up being a good add-in on the top. There we go. Now we're getting some 70 prints. Let's go. Let's get some lower 70 prints on this one. This one took its sweet time, and it definitely was testing out some stops when it made a 69 break, 126.69 break there. Now almost $1 down within a few seconds as the market continues to make lower lows, 38.17 now on the ES March contract. Luca.
Yeah, crazy, man. To see Tesla continue to make its move down there. 125 probably going to trigger, and we'll see what happens. People asking about Lucid. And Lucid, I'm like, every time I pull this name up, it's just lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. I guess it's going to 0. No, I don't know. It's funny. I have bold statements. I hope you guys see the humor in when I call out these prices. I go, oh, Lucid, yeah, no, that's going to like 40 cents for sure. Tesla, I think 17. Apple, 80. Amazon, 82.
There we go, baby. 50
Amazon's
prints.
actually at 80.
Tesla, 40 prints. This
Wow.
one's printing. Okay. Oh, man, I missed that 40 print, man. I got to be quicker with the keys. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, man. Make that money, spend that money, live life. Life is good, man. Life is good. Lucid won't bounce until Tesla does. Yeah, it's obviously, these things trade sometimes together, right? And, it's maybe arbitrage opportunities, maybe, I guess, if you see it that way. Sympathy plays, call it what you want. Luca, you don't drink espresso corretto. That's the real espresso. I'm all about
love
just
how you
double
pronounced
espresso.
it perfectly,
yeah,
too,
espresso
bro.
corretto.
Yeah.
That is, man, that is espresso. Give me a double espresso, no sugar, no nothing, just black. If it's good coffee, it's good coffee, man. When you're good, you're good. You don't need to add anything to it. That's kind of my opinion there. And yeah, but teach their own, teach their own. Let's pull up Meta, because somebody before was asking about Meta. And I know Meta was at the one, kind of at the low when you were asking. And, Meta, it's, like everything else, it's down. The shorts are good. Everything is rejecting VWAP. It's tough to justify shorting into the lows because, the range is probably set, right? And I was actually talking to one of the traders in the back, and we're talking about Tesla, and it's like, yeah, where is Tesla really going to go? Like, is it really going to go to 117 right now? Like, no, probably not, right? It's already almost down 10%. And so if you look at, going back to Meta, Meta's holding up better than Tesla, obviously, only down 3.6. Yeah, only down 3.6. What a world, man. What a world. But yeah, so it's tough to short into holes. Unless you're a scalper, then you're kind of in and out. And, tough to justify the bounce plays today, man, because, yeah, maybe you could have had a good one over here, but that's like not even $1. I mean, if you capture 20% of the move, you're only getting like 30 cents. I mean, yeah, it's okay. Not too bad, but I almost don't want to call bottoms today because, yeah, where is the bottom? I have no idea. This move is just straight to the downside on Meta. 115 probably coming in. I think the real notable level on Meta is that 123 area because that's where the support was. It kind of rejected there once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, give or take, and then back down. There was also a big buyer on Meta at 115.80 before the move back up through 120, and now we're kind of below that level. So, it's an old level. It has really no significance today, but I'm kind of thinking to myself, like, okay, somebody bought Meta. There was a big buyer at that 115.80. That's where it bounced the first time. It has no significance today, but why is it actually bouncing right off 115.85? So it's kind of crazy. Now we're actually going back down and breaking through that level. I don't like the idea of kind of buying a falling knife, and this sure does look like a little bit of a knife that would be headed straight through anybody's heart if you're trying to play the dip buy over there. So yeah, just be very careful on that one. And before I pass it back to Cherif, somebody's saying BA. Sure, BA. BA as in just BA. I think
yeah,
BA.
Sorry, yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah,
4.3%. 200 is interesting. And I think I actually was looking at this.
Luca, I think you should have a look at Tesla, buddy, because I think you made this call.
125
and it's,
inbound.
Materializing as we speak.
I would be hammering the bounce play right now. But look at that, man. Offers coming in. I'm super curious how that 123.85. Like it's, we're kind of above that, but that's, my. This is why I'm in this business.
Here
man.
we go, baby.
I am super,
wow, that
super
size
curious.
got you eaten up. My goodness. But yeah, it's still holding a little bit though. Guys, I'm out of my Tesla short, feeling like a goofball. I got out in the 40s, 125 40s. Look at how much more downside. I mean, it's moving in seconds what I waited like 10 minutes for, and that's kind of frustrating when you miss the better part of the move. But hey, there it is. That average in was good. Was off the 20 period. I don't typically use that often. If I'm telling the truth here, this was a bit of a guess. Okay, I usually have my entries and exits off levels. I'm gonna be fully honest with you guys. This was just about saving my neck on this one, and I gotta tell you, I think I got lucky. But maybe not so lucky because I was going with the trend as opposed to against the trend. So that was, I guess, my saving grace. 124.50s now, printing. I can't believe how much. Yeah, we're gonna go SSR real soon. We're at 9.5% now, 9.52. We're flirting. We're very close to 10%. So that SSR could come in and slow down the selling a little bit, as shorts won't be able to go in on the ask, Luca. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, let me just look at PRQR.
It's funny when I'm just like, we got no words here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very aggressive. I mean, and it's obviously the market in general is going down, but Tesla notably weak. We're creating newer lows. We're very close to 3,800 now on the ES March contract. 3,809.5 is the low of day. Guys, 39.1975 is the high of day. We have way over a 100-point range. We have a 110-point range so far on a day and a week that was supposed to be slow. How funny is that? All right, quickly, before I look at some of the chats, PRQR going against me. 301 is my out. It's my absolute final out. 280 is my cost basis, so that will be a 20 to 21 penny loser, excuse me, there. So if it ends up continuing. I'll be wrong on that one, and I'll take the L. Back to Tesla, 124 possibly coming into play here. Where are we at? 124.20 is a low of day. Check that. 124.10 now is a low of day. Here comes 124. Wow. We are now 9 3/4% down. We're very close to 10%. That SSR rule is coming in any second. 9.9. Oh wow, this is gonna. Wow, that 124 level is crazy. I feel like a sports cast play caller
Broadcaster,
here,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
like
yeah.
wow, I'm
Yeah,
like
calling it
looking
in real
at
time, like 124, 123. What's gonna happen? Oh my God, is this SSR level?
It looks like
this
it
is,
just saved itself from triggering SSR. Luca, let me just have a look at my watch list quickly, see if we have a red thing beside it. No, we don't. So Tesla, still not SSR, guys.
If Brankos was here, we'd be hearing, dump it!
Dump it!
Oh my God, Tesla 100. Yeah, no.
I can't believe
The
this.
low, guys, 123.91. It did not trigger SSR, but that's the thing, man. You got to map these levels. These levels are super important. It bounces 123.91. What was the thing we talked about? 123.84. So couldn't even get to SSR. I mean, you know, look, if you're going to play a bounce, you got to play a bounce at some type of area that makes sense to play a bounce, right? So yeah, Tesla, you know, my call of 126.60 was dead wrong. You know, whoever said 127, whoever said 125, wrong across the board. Tesla will make everybody wrong, I think. And that's kind of the nature of the beast there. But yeah, no, always a lot of fun. Someone's saying margin call, Logan, margin calls triggering. Oh, somebody said Kathy Woods is in pain right now. Yeah, I mean, you know, where did she load up? 160? She's probably buying right now. She's probably going to average this in. Maybe she knows it's going to 117, so she planned for that. Yeah, anything's possible there. I mean, I don't even know what to think. That's crazy, man. This is crazy. I mean, look at this. 124, sort of holding now, you know, selling on the tape, kind of subsiding just a little bit. Got to imagine anybody looking at this name from a day trade does not want to short this now. I mean, why are you going to short around 124? I'm trying to think like out loud here, like for myself. It's like, unless it's a scalp trade. So, you know, does the selling die? What is the volume now going to do for the next 5 minutes? Do we get a little bit of a bounce at this SSR level? If we bounce, how high do we go? Do we go to 125, 126? Keep in mind 50 period moving average. That is kind of the area of interest. That is a potential, you know, dip, rip back, and then kind of, you know, like, will the selling subside? I don't know, man. This is crazy. This is crazy, man. I want to look at NVIDIA again because NVIDIA was down too. Did this trigger SSR? 148.60 was the level. 149.20 was the bottom. So yeah, kind of bouncing in and around that area. Jonathan saying it's 123.81. So I kind of want to trust you more than me because I briefly did it on what I thought was where the close was. 81, yeah. So 123.81, guys, not 84. 123.81 is SSR. And man, come on, Tesla. Where's the low? 123.91. 10 cents within SSR range. Boom, bounce. Wow, that's crazy. It's just, guys, I'm actually like, you know, this is me. This is a genuine reaction from me. I'm like, wow, like this is why I trade, man. Trading's super interesting because I'm just a curious person, and things are kind of crazy. Yeah, Amazon broke that 83. I wanted to pull this up as well. It was holding 83, so I'm assuming I didn't manage to see what was there. But it was showing that, like, yeah, that's kind of, there's like a little bit of size there. Cleared the size, now down below. I don't know, this market is some, Fahad, what were you saying? Is Fahad's there? Yeah, Fahad's morning futures calls, which,
Yeah.
38, he said oh man, Fahad, first
Well,
of all,
that got blown through.
I just want to say I give a nice clap to Fahad, guys. I didn't manage to see you in the chat, but I know Shawn was mentioning that you're saying nice things. Like Fahad, he said something that was hilarious. He's like, yeah, maybe it takes like 6 months for people to learn. For me, 5 minutes. And look at this day, man. Look at this day. 38.80 overhead. We're at 38.08. Like, Jesus Christ, what a call. What a call.
And they got to see like a dose of the confidence that we see on a daily basis coming from Fahad. They got to see it live in living color. And like, honestly, awesome dude. Fahad, shout out to Fahad, guys. SOXL, I mean, sorry, not SOXL, PRQR is like, you know, it decided, hey, the market's down. I'm not going down, I'm going up. And in the process, it's making me look like very foolish. We're back here at threes. There's a lot of size on the ask at 3, and it seems to be holding up the buyers, at least for the moment. The size isn't getting eaten up. We've obviously broken through 3 on the day. The high of day on PRQR, I'll let you know, is 310 real quick. At least for the moment, we've rejected off 3. My average is 280, so this is going to be a 21 penny loser for me if it breaks through that 3 level, but some size coming in here. And yeah, I don't think I'm going to average in here. I mean, I could average in at 3 and then adjust my stop for the size originally that I had, and then add my new size for 301. So, I mean, and that way, if it doesn't break through 3, I have a better cost basis. I could do that. I don't know if I'm gonna. So I'll just leave that be as a size there. It gets eaten up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get out of this one, and I do. There we go. So that's a loss. Sucks to be me. PRQR, way too strong to the high side. Luca had that one right. It looks to test high of days.
Is it high of days now?
Close. 301. It just broke through that size.
Yeah,
retracing
guys,
back
wow.
into 3.
There's no way I could have held this. Like, there's no way. Like, but I you know, this is why trading. Somebody said this, and this is not me saying this, but always mad. Always mad. Trading, you're always gonna be mad. You can make money, you're mad. You should have made more. You could lose money, well then you're just mad because you lost. Yeah, man, super frustrating. That's the business, though. That's the business. I'm just like staring here, thinking to myself, why didn't I just risk
Kramer.
another 10 cents? No, I had to get out of that. It's just whatever.
People are stop hunting. I hate them.
Huh? Well,
These
yeah,
people
no,
are
it's,
stop hunting me.
I mean,
I'm initiating
at the
another
time,
short.
it looked pretty good. I think, guys, yeah, that 310 level, this 3 level is not acting the way that I thought that it would act. I thought it would break 3, go nuts, and then go back down. So it is kind of not doing what I thought that it could be doing. But yeah, guys, next level of interest on that is 310, so keep that in mind. That is the high of day. If we break that level, like, is it going to explode to the upside? Is it going to do over-under, or is it going to chop? I'll be surprised if we get to the high of day on this thing and we chop, right? Because it's kind of like, I mean, I don't know, right? It's kind of showing me that, right? So yeah, Tesla's so close now. I know, Tesla now 124. Like, it's going to trigger SSR. Like, there's no way
We're really close.
Like, there's no way that it doesn't trigger SSR.
9.85.
Like,
We're in the
everything on
93s.
that.
Here it comes. I mean, like, what's
It's
that?
81s, yeah.
82
Yeah,
is
it's
a
gonna
low
trigger
day.
right
There
now,
we go.
yeah.
9.98.
82s.
It's got to be 10 here any second. There
All
it
right,
is.
official.
It's SSR on my thing here. Yeah, we go.
Tesla is officially SSR. I don't know, Shawn, you short this or what? Shawn short 125.
Wow.
I don't know what Shawn's thoughts are in this. I thought, like, okay, we're gonna maybe. I mean, no, guys, this is not a bounce. Like, we are like going down.
There's nothing.
Down,
okay,
down.
there's obviously something happening here. I mean, this is not
wow,
normal selling.
Man. Wow.
I mean,
man.
Elon's. Why is he
Wow.
selling? What is he doing? Okay.
Wow. How many times? Like,
People
is there
are
another
saying
word?
he's
I need a
strapped.
better word to like express how I feel right now. This is insane.
123 just absolutely went through, so that blowing stops.
I'm flabbergasted. Do we have a thing for that? Like, flabbergasted. Like, that's awesome. No, yeah, wow,
should get a flabbergasted
guys, like, look at
animation.
this. Are you seeing this? This is crazy. This is, oh my goodness.
Why didn't I hold a piece,
Oh
man?
my goodness. How dumb do I look for taking longs over here? I should have hammered the short and held. Oh my
Unreal.
God. It's not halted. No. Tesla's not going to halt. Tesla's not a name that halts
unlikely.
unless
No,
it's like
no,
the end of the world.
Yeah. That's not going to halt. But
Yeah.
we are going to get SSR. So
The pyramid is
I mean,
crumbling.
the whole idea is to slow down the selling. It doesn't really look like it's slowing it down. Now 10.5%. 123 is going to come in here, Luca. Look at this. 123 is going to break. It's going to break any second here.
This
Okay,
is-
wow. There's buyer stepping in a little bit there, but I don't know. There's not too much size at 123. There it goes. There we go. We breaks right through 123.
Somebody's saying 118 halt. So the thing with halts, it has to print down without doing an up print, and it has to print down like, what is it, like, I don't know what it is for large caps, maybe 5%, maybe 3%.
Sorry, what was the question?
That's a tough question. I don't know if you know. Like, where is the halt? Like, because things halt when they move 10% in one direction without printing in the other way. So Tesla's
I
not
see
going to
what
halt.
you're saying.
It's not going
Yeah,
to halt
no.
because it's still printing green. It's going down, then it's printing green, it's going up, then it's going back down. So things only halt when, like, the bottom, or let's just say the bottom, when the bottom falls out and there's just no bids and nobody is buying it. Like,
My
Tesla is not going to
goodness.
halt. If it halts, like, I mean, anything's possible, but I'll peg it at like a 0.01% chance. Unless it's like the end for Tesla. Like, unless we're going to like 90 right now, then yeah, okay. But no, man, this is insane. This is wild. I'm looking at the chart here. Just inverse, guys. Kramer, oh my God, where is it? He said, do I have it here? Oh, I don't have it here. Kramer said, when did he say this? He's like, buy Tesla, and it was at 155. I kid you not. I think it was on December 16th. You can look up the tweet. Listen, I'm not saying it. He is. And he said, buy Tesla 155. We're at 122. Oh my God, 122. 50. 122.50. Oh my goodness, man. This is you know, I think day traders are on vacation. I think a lot of day traders are on vacation.
He's selling.
Because this doesn't happen
Some people
all the
telling
time.
me in the chat
Wow.
that, Saad Mahmoud saying no, but there is a couple of negative prices on Tesla today, including an 8-car crash, which involved self-driving Tesla. Yeah, I mean, we've been having that headline for a while now with respect to the autopilot and stuff. I don't know. I think this is really not news catalyst related. I don't, at least for the moment, I don't think so. I think this is more someone's obviously offloading a seriously large position. Wow. I know. I haven't seen stuff like this in a while. Very interesting. We've seen this on Tesla before when he puts on the program selling. And we see
no. This is like, what's the worst? No, but this, this.
Not maybe with this aggression. Like, where's our high of day?
This is
our
crazy,
high of day is 136.63,
like,
123.
don't get it twisted. This is wild.
Yeah, 122.26 is a low, guys. So it's a big range there. It's a $14 range. I mean, on a $100 stock, it's not 900 anymore. So you know that range is a lot bigger. Well, yeah, I don't know what else.
Robinhood disabled.
I'm out of things to say on this, to be honest with you.
Okay, now there's something I wanted to say here. Oh yeah, there was, I don't know if anybody saw it, 1,000 lots hit the bid on Tesla.
Trader Gordon was saying margin called on Tesla. You know that there were some speculators saying that he could get margin called on some of his shares, so he'd have to sell and put up more cash. I don't know how that's gonna work.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
That's possible, man. That's possible.
So I have no idea.
Yeah, man, 1,000 lots hit the bid down here, and it filled like that. So yeah, people are searching for liquidity. And when liquidity comes up, they are smashing that, man. This is crazy. Yeah, now, sure, it's going back up. So, I mean, yeah, maybe now we bounce. Like, now is the bounce. But, no, man, that is wild. That is crazy. Whoever said 120.
Coming in, by the way.
Huh?
3,800's coming in real soon on the ES.
Oh, on the ES, yeah. It's, what a time, man. What a time. Always mad as a trader. Somebody saying, Luca, your positions? Nah, man, I'm shut down. I got shut down in the morning. I'm just kind of like enjoying myself, you know, trying to answer as many questions as I can. I think, like, I mean, I would have tried a couple bounce plays and lost, so, you know, it doesn't even matter. I'm just looking at this move like, yeah, don't short into a hole, lower. Oh, yeah, don't short into a hole, lower. I think, yeah, Shawn mentioned 125. He had the short there. That was a banger, man. That was a banger. He's not at his desk, so I assume he covered that for a nice little winner over there. Yeah, man, you know, it's frustrating for myself to be shut down and then kind of see this crazy move, but at the same time, it doesn't even matter. Like, this is just like, this is crazy. You know, maybe I would have just scalped a bit around over here, but yeah, man, great time for questions. You know, if you guys have.
Nice little bounce on Tesla right now.
Yeah, that's a nice little bounce, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to take it. Obviously, I'm not going to short it either. I don't know what to expect. I think it's so extended either way that it could like jettison either up or down in any direction. Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, I don't know how many hedge funds are going to see this price and say, "Woo, this looks good." I mean, yummy, and then they punch in how many thousand shares or how many tens of thousand shares, and how many people are going to be doing that. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the thinking out there is. It depends on who's hitting the buttons, I guess. But there's so many Tesla bulls, so many Tesla shares. I know that on the podcast that I watch, they have certain guests on, and each is really adamant that their position is the right one. So a lot of strong emotions are summoned when Tesla is brought into the equation here. All right, let's see what PRQR is doing. I'm still in that short. 297 short. We're getting like 94s. I've got some on 89 here to get out, but this one, you know, I'm just cruising for a bruising on this one. I'm really trying to catch it at the right time. I think 3 it may have topped out at. The volume is really not there to support a move up, so that's kind of my thesis on this one. I'll continue to give myself like 4 or 5 pennies of risk and get cut up, and I'll get back in. 4 or 5 pennies of risk, get cut up, and go back in. There we go. Looks like it's going to flush me out again, as it looks like it's going to break through 3. You know, anyway, this is kind of a dance that I'm doing with PRQR, and it's winning at the moment. Tesla now looks like it just broke that 125 for a minute, and now it's flushing back down again. Couldn't hold above 125 for a while. Looks like what 125.10 was the high that it made there. Now we're going back into the low 124s. There's a nice little consolidation period here at that 124.25 or so. So let's see if that level ends up playing any support role here, and then we make a move above 125. The 50 period on Tesla is 125.50, but finding levels with which to work is going to be a bit of a challenge here because we've just moved down so aggressively, and there haven't really been long periods of consolidation that you could say, oh, you know, this is a supply area, this is a demand area. It's gonna be tough to read the chart here, and you're just gonna have to kind of go with the flow. Oof, I'm getting killed on this PRQR thing. Killing me.
Are you still in it?
Killing me, yeah. I got back in.
You're in the long?
No, the short.
On the short.
I'm
well, man,
set on
like,
this one, man.
Yeah.
Probably not a good idea, but it's what I'm doing.
Yeah. No, follow your plan for sure. I would just wait for high day clear out.
Yeah, no, you're right. And the high day,
you're
we're
gonna
talking
short.
about 8 pennies, right?
Like algo's still involved for sure. Like it wouldn't look like this if algo wasn't involved.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like normal trading, to be honest with you. And the way that it like kind of consolidated below that VWAP for a while, retook it and made new highs, but that 3 level looks like it's causing a bit of a problem for me, for some people. So I'm kind of seeing maybe a possible double top starting to form here. Not exactly at the same levels.
there's your short
there we
working.
go, baby. Come on, fill me at 89s, man. Fill that at 89s. Why are the buyers stepping up? Boo, the buyers suck. No, I'm kidding, of course. I hope none of our viewers are buyers.
Stinks. What are you doing on the other side of my trade?
Yeah,
covering my order here.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know, man. I would say, yeah, be patient with your fills, but I learned the hard way. I'm just like, yo, get to my area and punch. Like, no, I'm doing none of this. Lone in the chat, what's up, man? I'm getting killed today as well. Yeah, I got killed. I got killed today, and I'm just like, man, sometimes it do be like that. But Tesla is a head scratching, man. Yeah, I'm like, guys, I'm over here like, what is going on over here? Santa is coming off his lunch break, moving up. Yeah, man. If he comes back and we like do a reversal, that'd be crazy. Someone's saying Tesla to the moon?
Finally.
Or are you talking about Tesla? TLSA, is that what you put there? Because that's another stock, guys. TLSA is a stock. That's what you said.
They're
TLSA.
making fun of me because of the way I say it.
No, but this guy said Telsa. I don't know. Anyways, right. Besides the point. I know that's another stock. That's
yeah, for
funny.
sure.
Yeah, Vix is going nuts. Not me. I think Luca seems too ego.
Ego.
I don't know what that means. No, man. You experience ego death, especially in trading, or else like you can't move forward because a lot of people they want to be right, but no, you got to just react and get better. So for me, I'm just trying to put on a show, be extra entertaining. I'm in a good mood, right? So why not? Sometimes I don't identify with P&L. I identify with the person that I truly am. So that's kind of the that's
well
the name
said,
there.
man.
Somebody's saying game over, go to the beach. Oh,
have you looked outside?
Well, because we're in, it's not.
It's not a choice for us.
This isn't a choice for us right now. This is like, I would love to be at the beach. I would love to go on vacation. Oh man, in the sun, relax, pina coladas, drink nice cold beers, smoke cigars. Oh, just say less, man.
Say less, exactly. I love that.
If you live by, because I guess Diamond Realty of Miami.
Yeah, that's an option for him.
That's an option,
I mean, obviously,
man.
year round. Yeah.
All I'm gonna say is have a nice beer for us because the weather over here is not too
so
nice.
Good. And we're supposed to get like an epic storm brewing tonight, tomorrow morning, something
going
like
into
that.
The weekend.
Yeah, it's supposed to be crazy.
Man, everybody, whoever's in the area, stay safe. Obviously, if it's a storm, just stay off the roads and just be safe. I'll say that much. Thank you so much, Jules. You two are the best. Well, we try.
Yeah, we're giving it our best shot here. Yeah.
I'm just kind of reading the comments coming through. Thanks so much for the love. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the show. And guys, if you are, hit that like button. We're at 1.9K, 4,800 people watching, almost 2K, not too bad. I mean, I've almost saw 5. And that's where Neil's like, I'm gonna eat this spicy chip. And then every time it's like 2, I'm like, I look over, just like glance, and I know he's not looking at me, but I go. He's listening. Yeah, he's listening, and he's not looking at. Yeah, we're not even close. No, but I look over and I go.
It's gonna happen one day.
You got lucky today, Neil. I'll wait until tomorrow. One of these days, we're gonna hit 5K.
So what are you supposed to eat, Neil? Like a spicy chip?
Yeah, it's called a Paki chip, I think, and I can actually Google it for anybody that's kind of wondering. PACQ.
Chip.
NY chip. Yeah, guys, I didn't know about this until like recently, obviously on Instagram, things go viral.
The suggestion.
It's $40? Oh, 20.
Oh
That's
my goodness.
okay, some 20. Yeah, 20. No, this is like, I think Shaq ate one.
So what is this? Like,
Shaq was like,
cayenne?
yeah, no, I'm gonna eat this. It's gonna be fine, whatever. And it was hot, man. I'm sure you guys see, if you guys are on social media,
No
you guys
thank
see some of the videos. It's so funny, man. So yeah, poor Neil. One of these days, man, these things are wild. Like one chip comes in the package, and it's super hot. I mean, if you like spicy, you know, try it out. But all I'm gonna say is I'm never eating this thing, man. Never. You couldn't pay me to eat this thing. Because I feel like I would die. I feel like I would die. So this is, yeah, man, this thing is like, I mean, look at this reaction. This person is like, oh my God, what's going on over here? That's, yeah, that's crazy there. So one of these days, I mean, what, we're at like 2K likes. We thank you guys for hitting the like button. That's basically all we ask for. You know, we don't charge anything. We're putting on a show, super transparent, just calling it as it is. This is day trading. It's a lot of fun, you know, kind of going back and forth. Loving the community. That's why I love doing the show. You know, when you lose, it's not fun, man. It's not fun. And I know some people are like, I'm getting killed. I'm in a bad mood. How is Luca always in a good mood? I wish you guys could do the show because it just cheers you up so much. You know, kind of a part of the club over here. But, yeah, man, always having a good time. And
Bears versus Bulls saying not to buy. Tell them not to buy the one chip. They sell them in bags at Walmart for a few bucks. Okay.
Oh, really?
Didn't know that. Bears versus Bulls, thank you for that.
Who wants a whole bag of those things? Oh,
I don't know.
Every day I'm like, wow, like what the
Yeah, I mean, there's no one that's going to actually be able to eat the entire thing. I think that would be death by chip eating. Yeah, so, yeah, but thank you. You just throw the rest out, I guess, and it'll be cheaper for you. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls for that.
Assault Wall Street is saying, I've eaten one chip. It's very intense. It's like getting a tattoo inside your mouth.
Wow.
That doesn't sound fun
That's
at all.
a very descriptive way of describing it. And
I can actually
that.
imagine that. Like, I don't have any tattoos, but I can imagine that. That's kind of crazy there. Wow, man. Wow. Try the chicken wing challenge, ghost pepper. Yeah, like I've had some spicy stuff, but not like, I don't even know if Fahad's saying, but I almost
I'm not sure. They're having our side argument.
I feel like Fahad's like, I'll eat like 3 of those
Yeah,
chips,
yeah.
like no problem.
Fahad.
Brendan just said he wouldn't eat that for $500,000.
Brendan said that?
No, I would eat that.
Should we do like a
I would
a
eat-
GoFundMe?
I would eat
And
5 bags
Hey,
for
Brendan,
half
what
a
about
million.
a mill? What about a mill? You know, hey guys, imagine we do a GoFundMe. Brendo, he'll eat the chip for $1 million.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
Okay, guys, I will eat the chip for $1 million. Not 900K, not 999.
I'll eat 10 bags for $1 million.
10
Yeah, I'll
so
be
you're
at the
gonna front run
hospital
my
for a
offer
little
over here. That's
bit,
what you're
but
gonna
I'll
do
come
over
out to some cash, so it'll be okay.
You're gonna,
No, I'll be all right.
Yeah, no, that's something else, man. Somebody's saying, hey, Fahad, I'll bring you a bag. So yeah, don't. Yeah, no, that's kind of funny there.
All right, guys, PRQR, I'm still hovering around that high 80s level. It's not really breaking down in the same way that I thought, but it's creating newer lows. So I'm gonna hold on to this short. I'm short 97s. I took out a piece here. I took out about 12.5% here. I'm looking to take out another 12.5% in and around here, that 81 level. But that 90 level seems to be eliciting a lot of buyers. Can't really come down below that high 80s, at least not for the moment. There we go. Now we get a bit of a flush as I see blue on my tape. You know what blue means? Blue means below the bid. That usually has the effect of bringing the stock down a little bit lower. Let's see what the chat is up to. What is needed to stop this plunge, Abhishek Desai? Buying. I mean, but who's going to be stepping in to do the buying right now? Your guess is as good as mine, and I suspect a lot of people don't want to step in front of this. But you know what? I mean, a lot of these hedge funds, they got to deploy cash. And they're going to be looking at some of these depressed levels on these big tech names, and you got to assume they're going to be salivating a little bit, right? So you may find we come in tomorrow, and all of a sudden we've got a bit of a green day as some of these bigger money pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, hedge funds, you name it, they add into the mix. Asad Mahmoud saying, LOL, good thing healthcare in Canada is free. Yeah, making a remark with respect to me eating like 10 bags of chips. There we go. Now we get the flush on PRQR into the low 80s, baby. But we don't get printed yet because we're sitting on 81s. We're going to have to wait for that one to materialize. But it is headed in the right direction finally. So a couple of paper cuts on this one, but we wait, and now we're literally break even on the trade. But I'm not walking away at break even. We're looking for profit here. So I'm going to hold this one a little further. Let's see what else. Diamond Realty saying spin the money. As soon as I get that fill on PRQR on 81s, I will. I'll do that for you as well as for me. Abhishek Desai saying where is this chat? Just kind of nothing positive to bring the market. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. What else here? All right, nothing really being sent in the chat with respect to tickers, except maybe Tesla. Tesla, yeah, kind of hovering around that 125, retracing back to that 125 off that 122.26 bottom. So a good, you know, $2.75 move to the high side, but there we go. I see a lot of blue coming in on my tape, and that means we're headed back down to the sell side. So we're below 125 again, at least for the moment. I'm not in a trade on Tesla. Obviously, scalping, having done my work over here, done on the day on Tesla, you know, missed the majority of the move, but was able to scalp and make a little bit of money. So thankful for that, as always. Back to PRQR, looking for that 284 to break. Where was that low there on that last little wick down? It was 282s, and we're sitting at 81, so we don't get filled by 1 penny for that 12.5% that we want to get out. But again, in the right direction, and I'm happy to hold this one, seeing as my entry is 97, so now well in the money on this one, and definitely making more than I lost the first time around. Bigger position too, I might add, on this one. More conviction because I was closer to 3, and it kept rejecting off 3. So that's my thinking there. Yeah, there now we're seeing north of 125 here, so could 125 be a possible level from which we bounce? We have a nice consolidation area here for the better part of, like, I want to say 20 minutes or so, around that 126-ish area. That's where I got short, and I was battling the longs there through the break of 125 to the downside, you'll recall that, but looks like we're retracing back to those levels on Tesla. Now back to PRQR, now we're seeing 282s, again printing on the tape and showing up on my book here. We need 81s though to get filled. I'm seeing some size coming in on the book here on 82s, a couple of hundred lots it looks like, but you know, that's not really that much for a $2 stock as it gets eaten up here on the bid. There we go. Now we're seeing much smaller amounts at that 282 level, and only one line coming in there. Oh, there we go. Now buyer step in there, of course. It looks like I got partially filled. Yeah, hence the blue triangle at 81. So I'm not completely out of that 12. There we go. Now I get the full fill on that. And now it heads to the downside as I've been anticipating all day. This one really took its time off that 3 bounce, but you know, that 3 ended up being a good level, a bit of a double top forming here between that 310 and that 304. I want to say 304. Yeah, 304 high. So let's ride this one down. I've got resting orders here as low as 252. That was from when I got short at in the 270s. Remember that? So I'll leave that resting order there. It's still relevant. It's still actually based on price action. I'm happy that this trade is finally materializing, giving back some of my losses from earlier. A lot of paper cuts on PRQR, now printing, Luca. I'm happy about this one. Tesla, before I send it back to Luca, still fighting buyers and sellers, fighting one another at that 125 level. Can't really seem to break up too much higher above 125 without really feeling the pressure to go back down. Now we're, again, 124 3/4. We're going on 124 1/2. So even though this one is SSR, a lot of people stepping in there on the sell button and getting short or unloading positions. MM sending a $2 super chat. Thank you for that. He says, can you, or they say, I'm not sure who MM is, can you talk about KMX levels? Yeah, sure. Let's have a look at KMX. I'm not familiar with the stock. CarMax, sorry. Of course I know CarMax. I don't trade CarMax though, full disclosure, so any levels that I talk about now will be as a result of my looking at the chart now. So it's a flat day. Yes, it's down 6.55%, but that's from the gap over yesterday's close. Yesterday's close was $59.35 or so. We're trading at $55.50, but look at this move. It actually moved up off the bell and has been above VWAP and moving sideways with really no intraday range to be had. So this, if you're making money off this, it's a swing trade because you were holding short from yesterday. Let's have a look at the daily chart. Obviously, the daily chart doesn't look good. We've seen this before with Carvana and the like. These guys peaked out in November to January of 2021, 2022. This one got as high as mid 150s. It's now trading in the 50s. Wow, is this wick accurate? Did it go all the way down to 47.50 today. Can you just double check that quick?
Which?
Do you, K-Max, do you have a low today of 47.50 for the 22nd?
No, the low intraday is
Today intraday, yeah.
is like the open, so like 53.
I have a wick there. Is this wick? Like I usually
No,
don't get
wait,
dark
47?
pools on this. Yeah, so that's why I'm a little
Nah,
confused.
I don't know. I mean, those are questionable in the
Yeah.
morning. It is maybe they're real. Not this one, but maybe this one is real. Where it kind of sold off from the open over there down to the downside. Is my mic on? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Yeah, man. Nice job though on the shorts. You know, PRQR is
Finally, Luca.
I mean, yeah, good things take time, right?
Yeah.
Good things take time. You know, I'm surprised, guys. Keep in mind that with these small caps, they'll move faster if they break the high and then flip and then go down. Everybody knows that, right? If they don't, this is why I was like, wait for the high day clear out, because you take your shots, whatever. But this move sort of looks like exit move, and now like volume is dead. So I almost want to say, I don't know if you're nursing the short.
I'm kind of disappointed in myself a little bit because
I would
I'm
say hold on to
shorting.
that, man. If you're in the money on that
I'm shorting
one.
above VWAP. I am. I'm gonna hold. But this, I should have never gotten into this once it broke VWAP. I shorted it when it was below VWAP. And the fact that I added into it was not the product of a good setup, but was a product of me trying to make my money back on this trade. And that should really not be my motivating factor. I just want to put that out there for anybody following me. I think this entry is a mistake based on my own rules. I got to follow my rules. I don't short these small cappers until they're below VWAP. In this case, I'm breaking my rules. I'm telling you quite openly here. But based on something, based on the fact that that 3 rejected, and I feel like a bit of a double top is brewing there. But
let me get to some of the questions here in
Yeah,
the chat.
go for
Give
it.
you a little bit of a break there. So Trader Joe saying, lower your share size if trading makes you nervous. Patience pays. And I think you spelled patience wrong because it should be P-A-Y, shins. That's how it pays. No, I'm just kidding there. But absolutely, man. If you're nervous in a trade, if you're, you know, let's say you're like 1-2 years into trading, you're nervous in a trade, you shouldn't be nervous, right? You shouldn't be excited. You should just be like unless you're, of course, like us over here, then we're like, let's go, bang. But at the same time, we understand, you know,
I like celebrating.
Drop your size if you're nervous. You should just be very systematic in what you're doing. So absolutely, I wanted to call out that comment because that's a banger comment, man. I agree with that 100%. A couple people talking about tax loss selling. Somebody saying, is tax loss selling affecting this down move? So, you know, there's always going to be moves at the end of the year and the beginning of the year. You know, call it window dressing on the portfolio side of things. Call it, you know, retail repositioning themselves, you know, tax loss harvesting, whatever. Yeah. I think this year, because, you know, we're down, call it 20%, 25% on the overall market, you know, who is holding the Apples, the Teslas, the Amazons? Like, you're holding a loss, right? You're holding a loss. And so I want to say that what institutions are doing is they're actually selling these names right now and rotating that money into the ETF, claiming the loss to then buy back later, and you're basically in the same thing. So think about it this way. The Qs, the top 10 holdings of the Qs are what they are. You know what they are. And if you hold the top 10 names, you know, what institutions are doing is they're probably selling those names, claiming the loss, putting those funds into the Qs so you're still exposed. 30 days later, selling the Qs, putting it back into those names. So now you have created this loss to then offset against your gains, right? So, you know, maybe a little bit of that is happening. Maybe a little bit of the fact that day traders on vacation. So, you know, there's no people playing the bounce play as much, so it's not really happening. Even John in the chat saying, dumping some of my losses in dogs for a tax write-off may buy them back in 30 days. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like is happening across the board. So a combination of
that.
everything is maybe why, you know, this sell-off is kind of like steepening, right? So there's just a lot of sell-off going into the year. Then you have the kind of gamma squeeze playing out. People who are long, maybe they buy puts, so then, you know, that kind of added volume, tail wags the dog over there. So yeah, it's just a combination of everything. It's definitely a good look. You know, that's not really reason to slam shorts or anything, but, you know, this is like just another reason to add on to your plan as to why this is good. So yeah, hopefully that somebody's saying gambling going on. Well, there's always gambling, man. There's always going to be gambling. But we're going to actually pass it over to Brendo now for energy update.
Hey guys, equities coming off, energy market coming off here pretty heavily as well this afternoon as we continue to slide for the overall stock market. Here's one headline that caught my attention this morning as well. I mean, this was obviously earlier. Oil steadies, yeah, no, it's falling. As rate hike fears counter tighter U.S. stockpiles that continue to be drawn down by the U.S. government. But overall, if you go up to this chart, this is an interesting look. This is comparing crude oil, which is the purple line here, coming back to equities. So the bottom three.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Are we?
Okay, sorry guys. All right, we're back. As Brendan fixes his mic, we're just having some technical stuff back there. All right, I'm back to my trade on PRQR. Now hovering back in the mid 80s on this one. I've put my out at break even. I'm still holding a good size of the position, but there's no way I'm letting this one go against me a third time. So the out will be at 297 where I am short. I've got a resting order, you know, at 74. If that materializes, great. If it doesn't, all the poopy to me. Guys, there's more updates here on the futures. We have now broken through that 3,800.
Wow,
37.96 now is the low of day.
Man.
Just recall, we have a 39.1975 high. Okay, now we're at 37.96 and a half low. That's way over a 100-point range. What a day. What a day on the futures. What a day on the market. Tesla now back into that 123. Tesla, as Shawn says in the back. Tesla, yeah, back into that 123, low 123s. Could we see some 30 prints here? It's coming in. Yeah. Wow, this is headed to the downside, Luca.
Yeah, man, it's what a time to be alive. PRQR. Let me just look at this one more time. Where are we on this thing? Yeah, man, it's kind of you know, that right there, that little volume spike and drop. That looks like the top for me, but yeah, in this market would not be surprised.
Drop.
This is Tesla mania today.
Settle down, open up shop.
This is Tesla mania today. We're now back at the lows. Like, come on, man, rejecting the 50 period. This is the thing, guys. You know, if you think the short's going to be a banger, the over 50 period short is the money fills. I mean, look at this. Goes there, pops, little bit of a volume spike, insta reversal. Now back at 123. Yeah, man, that's crazy over there. That's absolutely crazy. Guys, you know, if you're looking at anything else or if you have questions, let us know. Feel free. Just kind of glancing at the chat and looking. M traded on Tesla. Love him or hate him. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I'm just kind of reading on the fly here. That's probably something I shouldn't do. I should kind of, you know, like think about it and then answer it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, Netflix, let's check out Netflix because I know there's a breakdown. Neil was mentioning it kind of broke down. Yeah, broke the bottom before, now sort of going lower. I think the 300 level of interest is a little bit more interesting. Oh, SoFi, yeah, somebody's saying SoFi, so let's have a look here. Saying SoFi's kind of fallen down. I want to see the daily on this one before I look at anything else because I know it had a breakdown. 450 was it? So yeah, let's do this together. 450. This bottom, you know, 481. I stand corrected. 481. As soon as it broke that, it kind of started to create this new channel. You know, 5 is that overhead resistance, right? So it's almost like 480 to 5 now is that resistance level. And I would almost just say the low. You know, it kind of broke the low and then didn't really sell off and then kind of popped and then now it's back at this level. It almost feels like this is support. Like 441 going into 425 is that short-term support level. And, you know, volume is the tell. Are people really, you know, getting aggressive with this name? 13 million shares traded today. When I see this type of barcode action on a name, I just think it's not in play for me, so it's probably not in play for many day traders. And, you know, where's it really going to go? Is it going to go to like 430, 420? Like, no, probably not. Like, it's already down 5%. Nothing really too exciting. Not a lot of shares traded. Main support 441. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I see too. Like 440-ish. And then, you know, 420 is obviously far, but, you know, in that kind of general range, like that kind of feels like, you know, the support level over there. So that's my thoughts on that one. Oh, GME as well. I was going to bring this up and then I forgot about it. GME, man, I said this before.
It's moving.
It's SSR. It's moving. It was at 2040. Guys, GME is a $7 billion valuation. A $7 billion valuation. Like,
It's still high? Or is it low?
That's high. That's insane.
High, right? I mean,
that's insane. Come on.
It's not
that's
worth
insane.
that. No, I don't think it's worth it.
I mean, like, you know, I'm not calling valuations here, but guys, $7 billion valuation. GME, like, what are they doing to have a $7 billion valuation? That's crazy. And they held the $7 billion valuation for so long. It's like, that blows my mind. And, you know, all I have to say to that is, you know, reference to what was his name, Roaring Kitty. I like the stock. I mean, it's holding.
Can't believe that guy testified on Congress.
That was
guy,
interesting. That was, for those of you that didn't watch it, go watch it back. You know, it's a good learning experience, good entertainment.
Kitty.
You know, this is. Oh, I wanted to say something. You know, everybody knows efficient market hypothesis. How's that for your efficient market hypothesis?
What am I looking at? Oh,
$7 billion valuation and just staying there. Like, no, man, come on. We're now in
don't know what to say
a
about
different world, man. We're in a different world. And yeah, GME, I don't even know. I mean, I guess it's. I think this is a $7 stock. Like, this is like a $10 stock. That's just my play on it. But again, I'm not here calling it. I'm not trading it. I'm just kind of looking, thinking, wow, that's kind of crazy there, man. Trader Gorno saying the market, that marked the peak. Yeah, you know, it's sometimes it's like that, right? It's like a buy the rumor, sell the news type thing. It's like when you think euphoria is there for whatever reason, that's kind of like look for volume. Volume is the tell. When large volume exchanges hands, you know, maybe that's that inflection point that kind of you know, has the reversal there. So yeah, that was my thoughts. But let's quickly pull up AMC because you know the deal. You pull up GME, got to pull up AMC just to see where it is. Obviously, you know, AMC had that kind of craziness this morning, and now just kind of slow. So the news is that they're rolling. For anybody that doesn't know this, who wasn't watching this morning, the news is that APE shares are being rolled. So this is preferred shares. APE shares are preferred shares. AMC has decided, okay, look, we're gonna you know. We're going to respect our investors, and we're going to give them preferred shares. So if you're a holder of AMC, you're going to receive APE shares. And so they kind of rolled it out, and then that was the whole situation with APE. You know, like, oh, I ape into AMC, so here's some APE shares. And yeah, and now what they're doing is they said, okay, we're going to consolidate APE shares into common shares. So we're going to consolidate them. And so basically what that means is AMC goes down, APE goes up because, you know, common shares, I mean, for whatever reason, you know, that's just the
very
nature.
suspect.
It's, I mean, you know, I would
don't
have to
get
take a
that.
second. I didn't think too hard about it.
Well, dude, they separated it under the pretense that they were going to have common shares and then there were going to be these preferred shares or whatever category you want to. And then, so what's the foundation for you to basically to amalgamate them back together? You dupe the people that bought into APE, like say, yeah, we're trading it, you and I, we're not holding on to it. But if
It's
you got
weird
into
because,
it for a
like-
specific reason, all of a sudden that reason is gone.
It's weird because, so, you know, for anybody without a kind of finance background, just a little quick tidbit here. You have common shares, you have preferred shares. Preferred shareholders have the preferential right of getting paid before common shares. So, you know, what we trade is common shares. That's stock. Everybody's trading common shares back and forth. As a shareholder, you're taking the full risk. You know, you're going to get paid last, but you're going to be compensated the most. You take part in the growth of the company. Preferred shares are basically shares as well, but you have the preferential right. I think that's why they call it preferred, or maybe that's where they got the name. But you get paid first, right? So it's a combination, and then they could be structured. You know, maybe you get some type of payment. They can, you know, there's different types of
exactly.
preferred
There could be a dividend,
shares.
there could be
And
voting rights,
there could be better
anything.
voting rights.
Exactly.
So you know, when Warren Buffett is like taking stake in these companies, and it's like, oh, Warren Buffett bought shares. He's not necessarily always buying common shares. He's obviously going to the company, negotiating, saying, look, I'll take shares. You can have my money, but I obviously want to structure it like this.
Yeah.
He's protecting himself. He's a smart guy, so that's basically what he's doing. And yeah, so they basically rolled out preferred shares to give to their investors, and now they're like, well, we're going to turn them now into common shares. I don't know, man. Something's there, and I didn't really take the time to think about it, so I gotta kind of like just kind of think about it maybe over the weekend a little bit. But yeah, no, it's interesting scenario. I mean, every day, you know, every day there's something, man. Every day there in this world, every day there's something. Gotta love it, man. It's if you're a curious person, you're in the right business. I'll say that much. And somebody's saying ISO popping, so we could have a look back here.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that.
Sure.
We were looking at that one earlier. That was one of the small cap crapper movers. It's up 172%. Yeah, it's a dollar stock, but now it's peaking. It's knocking on the door of 2. Look at that nice move up there off. Yeah, it's a perfect retracement into the 50 period on both these retracements. This is the 3-minute chart, by the way, so the 50 period on the 3-minute chart. Nice touches on both. You got bounces on each of those touches, so if you were using the 50 period, good on you. But now it's just, yeah, you got to assume we're going to encounter some resistance at $2. Let's have a look at the daily to see if we can glean in. So this is a multi-day runner, first and foremost. So it ran yesterday, didn't get my attention because it started at sub $1. It started the day off, I believe, in the $0.75 of a dollar range, and it made its way up to 155, 156. Now it's a continuation play with a high of 193. But going back, like look at this chart. I mean, this chart's been going down, 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 down. So there's a lot of levels here that we have to be cognizant of. It definitely looks like that $2 is a level. Above $2, you have that $2.45, which is obviously this peak here, which also happens to be the 50-period moving average. It looks like it retraced to that. If I have to be honest, this move looks a lot more bullish than this move. Look how much farther we are above the 50-period now. That's if we were to close today at the levels at which we're at. Here, it was just like a touch of the 50-period and a retrace back down. So this might be an interesting swing trade candidate now that we're above the 50-period on the daily chart. Have a look at this. This is probably, I'm assuming, I looked at this earlier actually. I think this drop here on August 9th was a bad report coming from clinical trials. And then you had a huge dip down from that 350. It looks like the next day we closed off at $2 and it's been see ya, sayonara since then until recently. Now the biotech stocks are all the hype. You guys know that. We've been trading them basically for the last 2 weeks ever since mRNA started doing its thing and getting all these like stocks to start moving with it. So yeah, I won't take any trades on ISO. I'm kind of preoccupied in my position on PRQR, which to me is annoying me a little bit because that 280 seems to be holding. You know, it gets broken to the downside by a penny or two, but now we retrace up into 290. I'm still in the money on it. I'm short 97s. We have 88s here on the bid, but you know, this one looks like it's higher highs, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, not necessarily higher highs because we haven't broken through that 310 level quite yet. But yeah, it's supposed to be reversing. Yeah, it's supposed to be doing this, supposed to be doing that. It's going to do what it's going to do. Maybe if I can complain enough, it'll go down, which seems that's what it's doing at the moment as we get a nice flush off that 90 back down into the mid 80s. A lot of blue showing up on my tape. I always love that when I'm short. But yeah, my resting profit taker guys is sitting at 74, so below that $0.75. I'm waiting for that to break. Also, VWAP hasn't broken. VWAP's hanging out at 77s. I take out some at 77s, but I took out some at 79s. So it doesn't seem to me like a good idea to scalp another 12.5%, 2 pennies below where I already got out. But if this one goes against me, it goes against me. It's not going to cost me any more money, that's for sure, because my stop is at break even, and I'm not going to take another paper cut on this one. I'm going to pray for the dump. Dump it.
Yeah, I would say, man, I mean, I don't want to tell you what to do, man, but yeah, it does really feel like algo would be done with the stock potentially. So yeah, maybe try to hold on to those shorts. See what happens, man. Just put the stop in the right spot. Somebody was saying ISO, institutional ownership, is 72%. This is a good look, man. So when you see these names with high institutional ownership, got to imagine that market makers are going to defend the stock. So it's going to be more controlled. The names from a mean reversion perspective that really sort of, you know, clear out, sell off, go into halts, those are the garbage names. But when you see institutional ownership at 72%, which essentially means institutions believe in the name, you know, institutions are not done. They've done their due diligence. They obviously see something there. You're going to get this type of choppy action where it breaks lows, holds, goes to highs, doesn't flush. So just understand that, man. Understand where your edge is. Understand the players who could potentially be in on the game. That was from Jack Source. Thank you for that one. You know, it gets to the point as a day trader where, you know, I wouldn't even have to tell Neil. Like, if I was talking to Neil and I was like, yeah, Neil, you know, like this name, blah, 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 blah. Like, he doesn't have to look up institutional ownership. He'll look at the name and he'll be like, yeah, like, obviously, like, I already know. I could tell by the way it looks. Like, so not always, but some of the, I feel like, you know what I mean. It's like, yeah, exactly. Like, you get to a point as a day trader where you look at it, you're like, yeah, like, no, like this one. Or like, and then if you see like up and all the way down with an offering, you're like, yeah, no, there's no institutional ownership on that. Like, it's low if any, right? So it's just kind of funny how, like, you know, trading's hard, but as long as you keep doing things over and over and over again, you kind of build these good habits in your own mind and go from there. Chris Foster was asking a question. Can you ask Luca what he thinks of Amazon? 8130 is where it looks like it's headed. The thing is, man, is today, obviously, we're just going down. And I want to say that, yeah, like 80 is just a psychological level. It's I don't have the daily. I'm gonna have to pull it up. Can you pull it up actually on your
What is
side,
it?
Amazon, the daily?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we're
It's
gonna
right
have
here.
our charts that split adjust it, and instead of me just pulling up TradingView very quickly, I'll get Cherif to pull it up, and then I'll look at the daily. So yeah, go way back and maybe share, maybe put that on your main
Absolutely,
screen.
yeah,
So
one second.
you know, just share Cherif's screen over here, and we'll look at the daily. Yeah, like that bottom area. What is that like line?
This
down
right
over
here.
there? Yeah.
So right here we got $80.96. So essentially 80. Let's go to the weekly.
So yeah,
and I'll be
clean it up
able to
just a
see it
little
a
bit.
little bit better. Let's zoom out. So here, that's at 80 level. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously March 2020 we came down into that 64 level, but that's March 2020.
Yeah. So it's kind of it's sort of like I mean, look at Amazon, right?
Sorry,
Look how
correction, Luca. This is 2018. My mistake. This is
no,
2018. This
yeah,
is
yeah.
March 2020 right here.
And so I almost want to say that 8130, maybe you see something that's very specific. I'm going to
80
keep it
is the
simple
level.
and say 80.
Yeah.
Like 80, the level of 80 is like the level of interest on Amazon. So
Yeah, no
we're down 5%. Do I think it's going to 80 today? Like, no. But then again, did I think Tesla was going through 125 today? No. The bottom is what, 122.30 or something like that? So yeah, man, it's kind of crazy to think, to see these moves. But yeah, going back to Amazon, I'm going to keep it simple for myself. It's 80. You know, 80 probably gets tested. If it gets tested before the end of the year, then you know, it'll be crazy to think that this was at like $140 and I was taking the long, and it was a banger long from a day trade perspective. Man, what a business! I love not having to be right, just because trying to be right is just such a tough job. Reacting to trades is just, keep it stress free, man. Keep it stress free. Hopefully that helps you. That's what I think. 80 is going to be tested, and then from there, that's like a pretty big support level. Maybe we bounce around and chop and hold. Maybe that's kind of that there. And then there was one other question I wanted to comment on. Somebody's like, any advice for people that are only months into trading? So you know how you hear the stories that everybody loses everything all the time? Everybody. So I'm going to laugh because I've been there, man. I've blown so many accounts, like, oh, let me try to run my $1,000 option account to millions. And, you run it up, you run it down, you blow it, you do it again, you do it again. So the main thing is this. What's the common theme? Everybody loses everything all the time. Only 5%, only 1% survive. And so with that in mind, survival is the main job of a day trader. If you can survive, think about how year 10, year 20, year 30 looks if you want to stay in the business that long. You're having great days. Like your days are, if you have a good day in year like 17 as an example, like that's an amazing day, you know what I mean? Whereas if you're having a good day in like year 1, like who cares, man? It's all about longevity. So that's the underlying to how I'll answer that question. And so what steps do you need to do to make that happen? What steps do you need to do to survive? That means trade very actively to get the reps in. Trade very small so you keep the losses low. You have to see things like 3, 4, 5 times. The 7th time, that's when you're gonna be confident enough to hit it and make the money. You see something the first time, like Coinbase IPO as an example, like that was a phenomenon. I've never seen that before.
Remember that?
That was insane.
Wow.
And that was kind of, I had a great day. It was amazing. If that rolls around tomorrow, or let's say January 15th, like, I mean, like I'm gonna make like yearly salary with a couple clicks of a button. Like, it's gonna be insane. So I'm kind of set up for that. So I know the potential. That's why, I'm usually not in a super bad mood, because I'm just like, man, I'm here for
Potential's
opportunity.
there.
I trade for tomorrow. Yeah. So with these underlying concepts in mind, if you're new, you're going to get discouraged very quickly. Do not identify with P&L. We'll say it over and over again. Continue to watch the show, man, because we preach a lot of good things.
Yeah.
You can't, for any of you that watch the COUP, you can't just ask me all these questions about myself. I don't even know where you're sitting at. I can't even see you right now. But yeah, I try, man. I try my best. And hopefully that helps you there. I thought it was a great question. There'll be better. Just keep watching. We try to provide value as much as we can, and stick to your stop loss. Yeah, don't revenge trade. A lot of people in the chat too. You guys have good sayings, so keep them coming, because there's a lot of people who watch who have questions, and maybe we don't get to all the questions. It's half mental. I would say it's even more, right, man? It's more than half mental. It's like, people say 80,
you gotta have an
80,
edge.
20.
First of all, you gotta be okay.
You need an edge, but
here's
it
what
takes
I
time
see.
to develop, right?
If you don't have if you can't make money in the market using a certain setup, I mean, you can have great psychology, but it's really not going to help you. Once you have the edge, and then I think you work on the psychology, because then you're like, okay, you're hesitating, you're not going into your setups, you're worried about losing money, you're revenge trading, but there has to be a proven edge. And I mean, what I was taught when I first started learning is you really shouldn't risk real money until you're profitable in a simulator. I know that's not everybody's journey, not everybody does that kind of thing. So I'm not gonna make it a declarative statement. I'm just saying basically how I learned this whole thing is be profitable in a simulator first. Once you prove profitability and you know the edge works, then go ahead and work on real life trading. But I want to mention something. Trader Gorno says to look at RNA. This is the daily chart on RNA. Have a look at this. Nice sloping downward angle on RNA, and I guess he's looking for the reversal off this trend line. So let's have a look at the 3-minute chart now. Intraday, it looks like we are trending. This is the trend line right here, and this is the horizontal. Let me take that one off. Remove this trend line. So this is the one I'm talking about. It looks like it's bouncing off it to the T, 21.28. I guess it just made a low of 20.88, but the volume a little scarce on this one. So be patient with this if you're going to allow it to run. I won't take this trade, but I just want to mention that because it does look like it's a good, especially swing trade candidate here now that it's bouncing off that level. Back to PRQR. Or do we have, I think this is messing up a little bit because I'm getting 83s and 82s on my tape, but it's showing 88 on the lowest bid here. So I think we're actually below that. Yeah, obviously it's wrong because the ask is 84. So now we're back down into that low 80s, but we're still holding that level. And I feel like there's a hidden buyer in and around these levels that's stepping in and buying this up because I don't really see anything reflected in the book that could really keep this one afloat for so long. And I'm seeing a lot of blue coming in on my tape. That means under the bid. So obviously someone's getting filled here that is not being reflected in the book. So iceberg possibly there at 84s or 83s. There we go. Now we're breaking down a little bit more to the downside, but we still need 74s to get printed. What else do we have here going on? We got ISO going on. The chat was looking at that not long ago, lighting it up, saying ISO, ISO. Well, 195 is the high. Now we're at 191, so we're close to high of days. It's setting up like a bull flag pattern and possibly a continuation through too. I mean, I don't like this. I'm already locked into something on PRQR. I want to keep my concentration on that. I won't be involved in ISO. But this one, taking its absolute sweet time. I feel like just getting out here, and if I get out here at this level, I'll be break even on this stock. But that's not what I want. I want to be profitable on this stock. We're not here to break even. We're here to make money. So I'm going to try to exercise some more patience and have a look at what the chat has to say. Maybe they can distract me a little bit from looking at this. Someone's saying bye-bye FedEx. I haven't looked at FedEx today, actually. Let's have a look at FDX quickly, see what that was up to. We know that that was a recent earnings play. It was a bit of a miss for them. They're having some margin issues. I believe their expedited service took a hit, but their ground service actually grew. I wonder if that's kind of reflective of the economic times in which we're in, where the more thrifty or the more affordable method of shipping is the more preferred one, as opposed to, the pricier expedited shipping. Well, here's the intraday chart on FedEx. We're below VWAP. So this one looks like it's a good short candidate to me. We're near these levels where we consolidated earlier off that initial pop off the open. So that 171.50 to kind of 172-ish, maybe a dollar range, 170 to the low side, and $1.50 range, 172. I want to say $2.50. Okay, $2.50 range there. I guess you got to give it that when you're a $175 stock. Either way, 175.56 to the high side, 167.63 to the low side. Nice range there on FedEx, but it looks like it's more of a short. Definitely going counter market a little bit here. Now I know it's been going down since about 12 o'clock, but look at that initial move up. We definitely didn't have that initial move up on the market itself. Let's have a look at the daily chart, see what this one's been doing since the earnings. Look at that dip down on earnings. That was probably after the bell at 4 o'clock when they reported, but it looks like it bought back up, and the market really hasn't been selling off FedEx too much. That earnings day really not being really reflected in the price action, at least not on the daily, Luca.
Yeah, I'm looking back at the chat, what you guys are mentioning over here. There's a lot of good comments coming through, man. So take notes on some of these. It's a lot of people saying, paper trade before you really trade, because then maybe you'll be too emotional. I think both have good merit there, man. Both have good merit. You know, as long as you're just building good habits for the future, that's the main thing, man. That's the main thing. Look at Tesla here now, sort of kind of pegged at that down 10% area, right? It's at, you know, 123.81 is obviously the SSR. It already did trigger, kind of got the bounce, went down. Now, like robotic. This is the time to stop trading Tesla, in my opinion. Obviously, do whatever you want, but you know, now it's just like, you know, this is like super robotic. Like, look at the move that it gave you, and now easily it could just do this, right? It could just do that. And to be honest, I love drawing stuff, so let me just quickly draw this here on Tesla. Here we go. Okay, ready for this? I think we, you know, like nothing, no edge there, right? No edge. So yeah, just, you know, I mean, take your bets, do whatever you want, but just keep in mind when the window of edge is there and when it is not there, right? When it is not there. You know, going back to PRQR, this thing is now slow. It's not really doing anything. Somebody's saying, I don't like the price action. I'm out of it. For anybody that was watching, I mean, I'm kind of saying to myself, I'm like, oh yeah, like algo is done with the stock. And this is the thing. The reason why I was long is because I was like, I think we're running to 3 for the exit move, and then boom, exit, and then sort of like die off a little slow. But the fact that we're not failing, it's like it's not really a great trade there, right? It's just like it held, it went over 3. The volume, look at the volume. Volume is always the tell, right? This was the volume move up, and now the volume is just dead, right? So I think, look, that's why I was like telling, I don't know what Cherif's doing with his position, and you know, I'm not telling anybody what to do, but if I was in this position and I saw this move and I was short from up here, you know, that would be like very simple. Stop high of day or stop 304 for myself, and you know, try to ride that, man, because yeah, again, going back to trading, it's very difficult, and once you learn how to trade, you know, whatever setups you're looking at, wherever you think edges in the market, there's multiple ways to look at it, multiple different approaches. Just be creative with it. But you know, when you finally fine-tune your kind of approach to the game, it's all mental. Can you follow the plan, right? And so for myself on small caps, these are things that I try to hold for the bulk of the move because they really go and it's just like a little bit of better opportunity. Whereas, you know, on the large cap side of things, you guys know the deal. When I am trading, I'm scalping like crazy. I mean, this is an outlier day, right? This is like you short the morning, you cover here. It's an outlier day. But how many days does it just stop here and then go up and then go down and then give you a sick bounce play? So for me, it's scalping is so much easier. That's kind of the way that I look at it. I'll just take my 30 cents, find another trade. Take my 30 cents, find another trade.
We're back at 130 on Apple, dude. We're not exactly at 130, but 130.35 is a low. We could see 130 by this afternoon.
Yeah, man, for sure. 128 is that interesting level.
128, it went down?
No. I'm saying 128 is that interesting level. Like okay. That's like my like interesting like bottom level on Apple. Like if we break that, I think we go to 125.
Okay, let me just have a look on Apple because I know I believe we tested that 130 the other day when it had that huge flush. Let's have a look.
Mike, is your mic on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay,
mic is on.
I'm just checking.
Yeah, let's have a look at the intraday chart. I mean, not the intraday, the daily chart, because I know we got real close to that 130. There's a dip. 129.90. So we broke it by all of 10 pennies. Let's call that 130, okay? Because 129.90 doesn't count. Where do we get down to here? 129.04. This goes back June. Guys, remember June lows? That was it. 129.04. For all intents and purposes, 130 is the level. I get it. June broke down. It didn't actually close. If I'm telling the truth, it didn't close below 130, though. That's the better level. The TA books say that the close is the better level, and it closed 130.71 on June 16th, those June lows. Today, if we were to close right now, if we don't get an afternoon rally, we will be the lowest we've ever closed in like the last, let's see how long. Let's go all the way to June 2021. Okay, so it will definitely be more than 52-week lows on Apple. That's if we don't see a rally into the afternoon. Where are we at now? Let's go back to the intraday one because Apple, I think this one might get spicy seeing as where we're at. Yeah, now we're at 130.39. The low is 130.33. So we're very close to low days. I'm going to keep my eye on Apple, but the market, obviously, related to Apple, no question about that. 37.90 to the downside now. So now we're 10 points below that 3,800 we were talking about. That 38. Why am I having trouble talking here? that 3,800 level we were talking about earlier. That one seems to be, yeah, that was a level that held up for a little bit. Now, leaving large caps and coming to the small caps here on PR, QR. This one continuing to make me wait, but I like what I'm seeing so far. I'm on the 3-minute chart. I'm seeing lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, but there seems to be some hidden buyer at these lower 80 levels. That, again, I mentioned this earlier, that's not really reflected here on the book, but seems to be coming in. If I was to hit the flatten key right now, I'd be flat in the trade, but I really want to be profitable on this one. And I want to wait till it hits my mark here, my resting order at that 274. Yeah, this one is just, why am I getting blue and it's going up? I don't get it. I don't understand this. Why am I seeing blue all on my tape? Something's wrong with this. I'm going to switch this. I'm going to switch this stock. Let's put in like RNA, for example, and then switch back, because I think something's messing up on the tape here. I'm seeing all these bids come in below, these orders come in below the bid, and I'm not seeing it reflected at all. There we go. Okay. Now it's a bit, this makes more sense. Everything was blue before. It was tripping me out. Now this makes more sense. Now we're seeing mid prints and some blue and some red. Prior to that, we weren't seeing any of that. So I think that was a bit of a hiccup on the software's part. Now, again, 37 now, 88 low of day on the futures, Luca. We're creating newer lows.
That's what I have to say on a day like today. There is no longs in sight. No longs. We were down 3% on the ES. I think it was Brenda over there who was pulling up CL, which is oil, and I see it's just going down. Oil's down like 1.18%. NASDAQ's down. So what's up? You know what? I bet yields are up. Yields are up for sure, right?
Bond yields, be up.
They got to be up, man. Bond yields start to go up. A lot of people kind of recognize that.
Down.
It's weird, yeah.
It's crazy when
so
they both go
usually
down, yeah.
things kind of move like yields up, stocks down, right? But there's points in time where the correlations are kind of breaking, and this is the systemic risk, if you will, in the market. It's like if stocks go down and yields go up, even though it's bad and it looks bad on a chart, you know, like look at this, like down, down, down on my chart over here, just kind of like going down. Yeah. Anyways, you know, it's when the correlation is there, it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, you know, things going down, but yields are going up. It's kind of moving how it should. When yields go down, and equities go down, and you know maybe there's something in the currency market. It's a weird time, man. A lot of people are just asking themselves what is happening, and you know a lot of things move, and you know when things kind of catch everybody off guard, it gets kind of interesting, man. It gets kind of interesting. So yeah, not really too sure what to think about that. Team PGCT saying Luca, Microsoft to fill gap downside on the daily. Yeah, let's have a look. I had one trade on Microsoft. Oh, and somebody was asking before, Luca, LFT. Yeah, man, in the morning I went hard. I got shut down. It is what it is. Sometimes it'd be like that, but you know, just obviously stay positive, have a great time. Let's pull up the daily on Microsoft.
So you did a pretty good job of that.
Yeah, you know what? Because the main thing, and guys, for anybody newer to trading, you're going to obviously be emotional and you're going to get upset. I've kind of overcome that in myself because I've identified, I've told myself, like, look, this doesn't matter. I trade for tomorrow because this is the opportunity of a lifetime. Everybody, you want the dream, right? You want the dream? Well, guess what? Everybody wants to be, you know, Mr. Olympia is now,
driving
right?
Lambos,
and
too.
you want gains? You got to sacrifice. It's not going to be fun. Everyone's going to be like, oh, look at this guy. It was so easy. No. There is no pain, no gain. I don't have my mug on me right now, but that's why I put it on a mug. No pain, no gain. So I lost this morning. I was like, damn it. And I'm like, okay, I can't wait to go on to say these were my mistakes and whatever. So it's just good value add. I mean, it is what it is, right?
Agree.
So going back to Microsoft over here, somebody's saying filling the gap on the daily. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty like, I mean, yeah, I kind of see what you're saying with that. See, Microsoft is interesting because Microsoft, the Apples, like these are the better companies. Obviously, they're the behemoths. You know, they have, you know, kind of, they'll just keep buying more and more companies outright. And, you know, they're going to eventually have, call it monopolies in all industries, right? And so, you know, Microsoft being the better of the bunch, even going down, you know, you have your days. Microsoft is down 4.2%. You know, if you find a level to play off, great. I almost want to say Microsoft, you know, maybe that 230 area for sure is going to get tested probably tomorrow or the next week. But yeah, if we break the lows on Microsoft, of like, maybe it's 210, the low, like 200 inbound, right? But the way that I look at AMD, and I'm like, well, AMD, you know, there's obviously supply chain issues in that whole kind of space. Semis, you know, maybe there was a lot of demand and then it had the up move and now it's having the down move and there's all these kind of problems that are coming out. You know, with Microsoft, I'm reluctant to say that, and even though it has that line where it's like everyone has that same line on the overall market, you know, Microsoft has that line, but then look, then it actually breaks above the line.
Disrupt
and then it goes back, and then it breaks above the line again. And so, you know, let me just do a quick comparison here, and hopefully this loads very quickly on the SPY, which is basically the overall market. If this wants to just load, it's going to take a while because we're loading tons of data over here. But you know, this line. And let me just wait for it, wait for it. Here we go. You know, this line is the overall market. So every time it wanted to try to break above this line, it couldn't, right? It couldn't. And so every time it made a new low, the lows looked good, the lows looked good, the lows looked good. And so now if we go back to Microsoft, you know, which is just one name in the index, look at this one. It actually breaks higher than the line. It breaks higher than the line. The down move is like a little bit less. The down move kind of feels like a little bit less. And so it's almost as if, you know, you want to buy something long term. What are you scaling into? You know, where's good value? It's almost like I'm just kind of sitting here looking at these lines saying, yeah, maybe Microsoft is the better buy. So even though it has downside, everything's going to move together. Microsoft, potentially you get that 220 test and maybe even a 200 test. I mean, you know, Microsoft is Microsoft and everybody knows that. And you know, it's a great business. And you know, if you bought the dip over and over again over the past 20 years, you're sitting pretty. And I think the secretary of Bill Gates was offered tons of Microsoft shares.
Oh yeah?
At which point she did not sell. You know, imagine that. What? You're like, oh, life is hard. I'm gonna try and go make, you know, like a reasonable salary.
I didn't know that.
And someone's like, well, here's shares. Let's see where this goes. And now what? She's like a billionaire?
I know, but that
That's
happens
crazy.
a lot. I mean, how many times like that, you know?
There's always a story about that.
Yeah.
But you know, Microsoft obviously one of the better of the bunch overall. Everybody knows that. And so yeah, thanks for calling out that gap on the daily, saying yeah, we are going to probably fill the gap to the downside. You know, yeah, maybe 220 comes into play. But every time I pull up Microsoft personally, I love talking the long term of it because I'm just kind of reminding myself, like, yeah, Luca, like, you know, invest in the future, you know, buy the Apples on the dip, buy the Microsofts. They're going to be around. I mean, listen to people that are more wise. You think the end is coming? Well, then don't short Apple. You know, just buy Apple and then buy some other things and go from there, man. Go from there. And, you know, Microsoft is Microsoft. What? I don't know about that. Yeah, no.
Yeah, we do.
And that's the thing. I mean, I don't want to like, I got to maybe watch what I say. But the thing that I want to say is, look, if Apple goes to zero, if Microsoft goes to zero, who cares if you lost everything? It doesn't matter. We got way bigger
probably
problems.
have other problems. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know, yeah, exactly. Still got the phone.
No, but you know what's funny about that, though, is like Kevin O'Leary used to have a really interesting opinion. I don't know if any of the Canadians in the chat will remember this show. It was called the Lang O'Leary Exchange. It was on CBC News World. It was like on at 5 o'clock every day, and I watched it religiously when I was in university. Anyway. His theory at the time was that Apple was just another, you know, hardware device company, and then they were going to go to the wayside, like Motorola, like Nokia, like some of these other players that we've seen over the years. Sony even, you know, ended up being like just a hardware device company, and they were way overvalued. Obviously, Tesla has proved that to be Apple has proved that to be absolutely wrong. They're much more than that. They're an entire ecosystem, and they have all these new products coming out constantly. So the idea that Apple could like be nothing seems so foreign to us, but to an investor like him, having like all those years of experience, that was normal back then. To us, it doesn't seem normal anymore. Like, oh my God, how could Apple fail? But that was normal back then. Remember how big Sony was? I don't know how, you know, it depends on how old you are, but Sony used to be like such a huge brand when I was young. Now it's like an okay brand. I mean, the biggest thing that they probably have is their PlayStation, right? You're not gonna, the Walkman. Remember the development of the Walkman? That made like all sorts of waves.
Old but gold.
Yeah, and Randy's saying he still got his. Yeah, I remember the yellow Walkmans, and then there were
Still
like
works.
shockproof
Everything from back
Walkmans.
in the day is gold, man.
So anyway, Diamond Realty Miami making the joke saying he wasn't a paid spokesperson. Yeah, exactly. Paid spokesperson, obviously making reference to the FTX saga that we are obviously dealing with at the moment. Quickly shifting gears here. PRQR looks to be on the way to make new recent highs, not high of days. There we go. We haven't broken through that 92 level, going back a ways. Again, I'm not losing one more penny on this stock. My out is going to be 97s. So yeah, we could trend in between the range, but if it stops me out, it stops me out. I'll be red on it because that will give back the profits that I currently have. But you know, I've got to draw a line somewhere with this stock. Let's see what people are saying here in the chat.
You know, it's kind of funny, just
What's
very
up?
quickly.
Yeah.
I'm over here saying, I mean, Microsoft is a buy because it's Microsoft. And then it's like starting to go up, and I was like, you see? Yes, no, but it's just a joke.
Brad
man,
thinks that like the algos listen to the show and like take his opposite positions. But that's all tin hat conversation.
It's,
tongue
well,
in cheek,
the thing
of
is
course, yeah.
algos don't have to listen, right? They just look at order flow and kind of react.
Yeah, well, there you go. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, but like he could just be saying certain things and then not actually taking the trades. You know what I mean?
Somebody was saying GME over here. GME is actually moving to the upside, and it didn't. So it is SSR. I don't know if it like somebody was like, oh, the SSR level's 18.5, and I think that's where it was down 10%, 18.5. Okay. Yeah, it wouldn't fill the bids on 18.5. I was like quickly glancing at that. And yeah, it's 18.5 is that kind of interesting area. Gave a little bit of a pop, and now finally breaking back to the upside. GME, you know, is it running to VWAP? I have no idea, but it's still down 7%. Yeah, what a move. I mean, how many times do you see this many green candles in a row? It's kind of interesting there, man.
1 minute chart? Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah. I'll always for the most part have 1 minute chart on my screen, but yeah, let's look. Even like or now, okay, there goes. It's all good, man. Yeah, AMC, the day AMC announced the reverse split market tanks. That's actually a good point. That's
SBF got bail apparently, 250 million.
Wow, man.
Unreal. Where is he getting the money? I don't believe his
had
parents have.
He said he had 100K in the bank.
Yeah, his parents are regulatory lawyers. Like that's obviously a good job, but where do you come up with 250 million? Now I know the rules. You don't actually have to put up all the cash. You can put up some collateral. At least that's the law in Canada. What's that? 10% of it. A buddy back there is saying. So okay, interesting. We'll see what that transpires out to be. But SBF, it looks like he's out on bail. Thanks for that, Virgo. Virgo in the chat there, letting us know. Diamond Realty of Miami saying our take dollars. Okay. Yeah. He didn't post bail. Okay. It's set at 250. Okay, thanks for that, Shawn. So we got to fact check, make sure that we're accurate here. Let's go in to CNBC and see quickly if anything's coming up here with respect to SBF. FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried to be released on $250 million bail. What's the point on these? I'll have a look at that as you can just take that for a second while I can read this article.
Yeah,
real quick.
no problem. It's you know, the one thing I'll say there is it's this is gonna sound silly, and I understand this, but I want to say like this is a test because he's like, I only have 100K in my bank. They're like, bail, 250 mil. If you get the money, you're guilty. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just making a joke here, man. I can loan him $250 at 100% five-year APR. That's jokes, man. That's jokes. His girlfriend Olive Oil bailed him out. Oh, I didn't know he was gonna. Yeah, there's.
Yeah, look at this. Bankman-Fried had previously claimed that he was down to a mere $100,000. This one says he will be freed, not may be freed. Will is a declaratory term, not like a conditional term. So FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried will be released on $250 million bail in a deal designed by federal prosecutors and Bankman-Fried's defense attorneys. Blah, 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 blah. He was indicted. His parents, both Stanford law professors, were present in the courtroom. Flanked by 2 U.S. Marshals dressed in a suit and tie. Well, that's nice. Bankman-Fried's parents would put up the equity in their home to partially satisfy bail conditions. As part of the release, Bankman-Fried would be released into the custody of his parents' home. So it looks like there's some sort of arrangement coming to fruition here. I guess we'll find out what the details are when and if they come out. It doesn't really matter to us all that much, but I know a lot of us are invested in the...
Can you imagine going from $30 billion to now having to live with your parents?
Shawn says, can you imagine going from $30 billion to now having to live with your parents? And that is something that I don't want to imagine, obviously, but that's his reality.
The pain.
That's his reality. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I guess he's within that
Luca.
stat of I saw it was like, oh, millennials, 2/3 of millennials are now like relying on their parents or back with their
Well,
parents.
because it's impossible
And
to
that's
buy
an
real
extreme-
estate nowadays.
Yeah,
I mean,
man,
it's like-
life is life. Somebody's saying he printed some FTT and paid with it. That's pretty jokes. Is that even around? Like, is it?
It's like $1 now.
Yeah,
I
someone's
don't
like
know where it
pocket
was.
money.
How can we
That's,
find out? Yeah, I go on Binance.com. Can you just take over quick? I want to go on Binance to
Yeah,
see
yeah.
the chart of FTT.
Of course, man. Yeah, check it out. And speaking of Binance, yeah, going back to like Coinbase IPO, if Binance goes public or Reddit goes public, I mean, not in this market, they're not. You know, if their bankers would be like, no, you're nuts to even think about that. But yeah, if Binance goes public, whew, what an IPO, or even Reddit,
I don't know,
that'll be
man.
great, man.
That guy's lost a lot of credibility, CZ. I think
Yeah.
with all this going on.
I mean, just for us, just trade it. you know?
Yo, no
It'd be
question.
awesome.
Yeah, it would be great. Where's the FTT here? It's not even making it on the Binance list. Maybe Binance took it out for some reason. I have to find. I can just do Control F FTT. Where is the FTT token? Show yourself. There it is. It's sub $1 now. It's actually up on the day, Luca. Interesting enough, it's up
Oh my
8%.
God.
Maybe on the fact that he's being released. I don't like to make fun of that
John-
because I hope nobody's holding the bag on this. But you know, we're just commenting on it, guys. Let me load the chart real quick
exactly.
here. Here is the here's the daily chart. Luca, look at this. This looks like an absolute disaster of a chart. Where were we at?
The short is good.
The short is good. Okay, so let's go back a ways. It seems as if, where is this? This is September 2021. We were at $85. We are now sub $1. So, you know, I mean, obviously it's a sad story, but that's where we are. The FTT tokens are absolutely useless at this point.
Yeah, it's crazy. And John, you make me laugh over here. SBF should use the "it is what it is" for his defense. Like, just go up there and they'll just be like, "So, what happened?" That's basically what he's saying. He's saying, "It is what it is." I think the biggest problem that I see with the situation, this is just my opinion, the biggest problem is, as a smart person, you know that FTT tokens aren't the collateral that you're preaching that it is.
No, you know
like
that.
you know that.
Yeah.
You know that. You're not a dumb guy. Like, you know that. So that's the biggest issue that I have. The fact that he went out to institutions and said, yeah, we're good. We're good. And now he's saying, well, I didn't know. Like, what do you mean
Well,
you didn't
it's
know?
like all greater
it's
fool's theory.
fairy dust in the sky, FTT token. Like, no, it's fairy dust, man. This is not
Absolutely,
gold. This is not
absolutely.
oil.
I
This
get
is
it.
not the US
Absolutely.
dollar.
I
Like,
agree
so
100%.
that's kind of the biggest. I mean, you know, there's obviously a bunch of whole problems in the situation. But for me, it's just like, you know, there's all these kind of, and then the Almeida and whatever. But for myself, it's like, you knew that, man. You knew that. And any institution that looked past it, right? They looked past it. There's no way, man. There's so many smart people. Now he claims he's dumb. Yeah, exactly. What, now
Yeah.
you're dumb? Come on, now you're dumb?
Nobody's
You
buying
put
that.
together this whole operation, which is insane, scaled it to the level that you did, crazy, and now you're saying, well, no, I mean,
Can I
I
ask
didn't
a
know.
question,
It's like,
though?
come on, man.
You know
come
how
on.
Ether like has like some other applications like smart contracts, NFT stuff that it can handle on its blockchain?
Yeah.
That BTC can't? Ooh, look at this. Guys, come to the middle camera. There we go. Oh yeah, is that a bear claw?
Oh my God. Let's go. Okay, you can go first, but
I'm looking between this chocolate and this maple dip.
Okay, I'll take the maple.
Okay, you go with maple,
let's
I'll go
go
chocolate.
maple
I'm only
all
having
day.
half.
Thank you,
Thank you, Shawn.
Maple all day, baby. That's my pick. That's
I'm gonna
my
have
go-to.
Thank you, Fahad. Appreciate
Thank you so much, eh?
Pressure Brendan to eat something.
Yeah, it's just tell him it's not the chips, so he doesn't have to do a GoFundMe
Salute.
for 500K. Yeah, thank you so much.
Sorry, guys, as we we swallow live
1
on
minute
camera
break.
here. Yeah, no.
Let's take a 1 minute break.
All right, guys, let's get back to work here. Come on now. All right, PRQR, still making me wait. I mean, there's 9 minutes left on the show. If I don't get my print here, which it looks like I won't, my print is down in the 74s. It looks like we're still in the mid 80s. This one's gonna make me wait all day. I'm gonna flatten out this trade. I'm still in the money on it, short 97s. I see 85 here on the bid. So a 13 penny winner if I can get out on the bid. 86 on the ask. This one, you know, it just, usually these small caps don't consolidate with this kind of stability. When you're a small capper up 72.5%, there's usually a lot more action, whether it's to the high side or the low side, but this one really is a stable candidate. And I had a look here at the float to kind of understand a little bit of why it was so stable. And the float isn't huge. It's not like a multi-$100 million float. It's a 66 million share float. which is, you know, a little bit on the larger side. Usually I like to trade things below 50 million. And this one, maybe why it's really taking its time here is the size of the float, Luca.
Yeah, it's and that's the thing. Sometimes you gotta give it time to come to fruition. And I said this before. I'll say it again. Good things take time, you know, and it is what it is. SBF, if you're watching this, you can use that in your testimony or whatever you want to call it. Is this the Christmas rally? No, this is like the Christmas crash. I mean, Christmas crash over here. Everything
Grinch
is kind
rally.
of. Yeah, it's the Grinch rally, the inverse, call it what you want. What a down day on the market, man. I said wow like so many times today. I have no idea how many times, but yeah, man, it's an upside down Christmas tree. I mean, if the market wants to go back up, there's days, yeah, Randy's in the back like it's a Christmas tree. You know, this is the perfect time to actually have red and green on your charts. Some people, what they do, and I don't know if you've seen other people do this, but they'll switch the green and the red to like more bland colors because they don't want red to be emotional or green to be emotional, but they'll switch them.
Some Chinese traders, they switch them all together.
Yeah, exactly. But I would say, you know, if you're going to have red and green and you don't, December is the perfect time for that one. Yeah, I'll say that. And somebody, if I had $1 for every wow Luca has said, and it is what it is, and a couple other things.
They're justified,
rich,
though,
all I'm going to say
man.
is give me 10% of that, and I'll be rich. So
It's
look at you.
justified. Look at the move on the market. If you're not going to say wow in these occasions, when are we going to say wow, guys? What a move today we've had. Not much left time on the show here. We got about 6 minutes to go. Let's have a look quickly at the ES to see what that was up to. We'll review some of the main things. It looks like we got 37.88 to the low side, but we retraced really close to that 3,800 level, but bouncing off that 3,800 now to the low side again in the 96s or so. So flirting with that 3,800 level. I'm not ready to say that it's been broken decisively. Let's see what kind of rally we may or may not get going into the afternoon on the ES. Likewise with Tesla and Apple, you'll see that they're close to low days. Let's start off with Apple here. 130.30 is the low of day on Apple. We're currently 130.91. So just bouncing off that 130 level again. Obviously, that's going to be an interesting level where buyers are going to be stepping in. I remember Warren Buffett saying about 3 or 4 months ago, not even that long, anytime Apple falls below 150, I'm buying. Well, it's been below 150 the majority of the time since he said that. So I wonder how much buying he's been doing. That's that. Let's have a look at Tesla because this was all the hype earlier this morning. That 122.26 bottom now looks like we're really off that level, and we're looking for a VWAP retracement here, if I can be honest. 125.30 is where we're at. 128.50 is where VWAP is. That's a good $3.20 potential to the upside, at least for the moment, of a retracement. I think we may see some nice action come into the afternoon. You got to assume there's going to be a little bit of buying here. I mean, we can't be selling all day like this. This is crazy.
It's, I mean, sometimes it do be like that, man. Sometimes, you know, it's craziness happens. No, it's definitely that outlier day for sure. I want to say when you see kind of moves like this. Yeah, Tesla was, you said it best. What did you say? Tesla was all the heat today.
It was all the hype.
It was all the hype today, man. And that 50 period, it just never lies. Now that we're sort of holding above, kind of getting a little bit of a relief move to the upside. It's sort of like now kind of giving that robotic feel, right? So yeah, maybe going into the afternoon session, there's going to be some banger trades there, man. Who knows what happens next? Your guess is as good as mine. Wow, we have 4 minutes to go. I had a blast today. You know, sometimes time flies. What's the say? Time flies when you're having fun, man. It's always a good time.
So there's a question here from Flutter Edits. It's interesting. He's like, do you buy in shares or in dollars? And I think that the question here is interesting because on my brokerage, it actually allows you to buy as many shares as you can afford based on a certain amount of money. So let's say you have a $5,000 account and you want to use 80% of that. So you go ahead and you want to enter a position worth $4,000, but you don't necessarily want to do the calculations to figure out exactly how many shares that translates to because that's different obviously for every stock. So that it allows you to enter, okay, I want to buy $4,000 worth of this particular stock, and then it executes the amount of trades for you. I personally wouldn't do it like that. It's hard kind of to manage risk, and I've never done it that way. Team PJCT saying, oh, you can also buy fractional shares. Sure, it depends on your broker. Not all brokerages offer fractional shares. But yes, you're absolutely right. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about buying with dollar value rather than specific share size. I think that's what the question referred to, Luca.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I didn't. It depends the broker, right? If the
Exactly,
broker's offering, it's up to them if they want to kind of structure it that way. If you're routing to certain venues and stuff, then there's different rules. YOLO when FOMO, sick name. Thank you for the $1 super chat. I've never seen a blue super chat. Is it just like, does it come up blue and red?
How did I miss that super chat?
It's, I guess when there's no words, maybe it's blue. Yeah, but thank you so much, $1 super chat. If you're enjoying the show, we appreciate the super chats. We appreciate the likes. We probably got, 2,000-3,000 here. Yeah, 2,200, not too bad. Let's get it to 23, man, because actually it is 22. It is December 22nd, 2022. We're at 2.2 thousand likes.
Sandy Randy.
Yeah. Hit that like
button. Hit the like button. Sandy Randy gives you an instruction, you follow.
The man of many words. Yeah. It's, man, 2.2 and counting. Yeah, hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Hopefully we put on a show for you guys today. Somebody even said Cherif has to hit the gym now after the donuts.
Yes, I do. I was very uneasy eating it, but it was so good.
It's so good. And you know what? As long as you stay consistent in anything, trading, health, good things come. You could eat whatever you want, right?
Absolutely. Guys, we got 2,200 likes. Can we get to 2,500? I'm just gonna put that out there. We have another minute and a half. Smash that like button. We've been putting on a show for you guys today. The market's been moving all sorts of ways. You have PRQR moving up. You have the market moving down. It just really depends on what you're trading, but most things are down. I think declining issues are definitely killing advancing issues today. I can't wait to see what that looks like at the end of the day, guys. But what a day it's been on the market, Luca. I'm going to flatten out this trade. It's going to be for a profit, so that way it's out. I'm done with this trade. I hate PRQR. You are the bane of my existence. You made me wait literally all day. Where did I get into? I got into this trade at 11:30. 11:30, it's now 2 o'clock. I really despise this trade.
Man. Sometimes it'd be like that. But yeah, thank you guys all for watching. Always a pleasure coming on here. And man, always a good time, good donuts, good people. And, for anybody that's not tuning in, spending time with family, because, obviously Christmas around the corner. I see messages coming through. Merry Christmas to you guys as well. Happy holidays. Spend time with the ones that love you most. I say that every time. Have a safe Christmas. Drive safe if you're driving through snowstorms, potentially like myself. But I'm a professional, man. I'll say that much. But
if you grew up driving in Toronto, you can drive in the snow.
Yeah, exactly. I got the experience there. I got the experience. So life is good. But man, I'd rather be on the beach. I'll say that much.
Oh, no question. Shout out to Diamond Realty at Miami. Guys, we are done the show today. It is 2 o'clock, Luca. Great show to be on. We'll be on again tomorrow, no question. Maybe we'll have more of a green day. Who knows? But what a red day it's been. I hope you stay green in your accounts, and we're going to send it up to Brendo at the big desk.
Ciao, guys.
Yeah, the best part, there's still one more day to go in this week, guys. What a wild ride it has been after we go back to the upside yesterday. Right back down and then some today. We're breaking through significant support levels to the downside. In fact, the market kind of chopping around here, trying to form a bottom.